Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The Orc Kingdom is just a small country, with an area less than half of the Dragon Kingdom and a far smaller population. The reason they can always win is the system of universal military service. As a subhuman race, orcs have stronger bodies and can become elite warriors among humans with almost no training, but it is difficult for them to go further. It has a high lower limit, a low upper limit, and a high average level. All previous wars were won by numbers. The war with the Dragon Kingdom marked the hunting season for the Orc Kingdom. In order not to miss this feast, almost all the young and middle-aged men joined the army. Therefore, the 100,000-strong army is the entire combat power of the Orc Kingdom. Those left in the city are the elderly, the weak, women and children, and their combat power is almost negligible. In order not to attract attention and to avoid alerting the enemy, Sig did not plan to ride Ostara. Don't forget that he can fly by himself. It was the first time for Delodolin to sneak out, and she was very excited. This was a perfect plot of a runaway princess. She had heard many similar stories from bards and never expected that she would have to experience it herself. It didn't matter whether she was a queen or a princess. Delodolin, are you ready? I'm ready, Master Sig. Under Daradilin's surprised and happy gaze, Sig picked her up directly in a princess hug. Ah, Master Sig, what are you doing? Change form. Sig's body shape changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scales quickly climbed up his skin, dragon horns and tail grew out instantly, and his height seemed to increase by several centimeters. The most surprising thing is the pair of wings, which are completely scaled-down versions of dragon wings, and the feathers at the tail end are even more elegant. Without saying anything more, Sig jumped out of the window and the two of them fell rapidly. This kind of excitement was something Deluo Dailong had never experienced before. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. It seemed romantic if they died together like this. As the wings flapped, Sig turned in the air and then flew rapidly towards the Orc Kingdom. Delodolin hugged Sig's neck tightly, feeling the unique scent of this man, but her fingers accidentally touched a hard object. What's this? Sig chuckled. Dragon scales, you've seen them before, haven't you? As he was talking, Daradilan saw Sig's sharp teeth and swallowed his saliva quietly. Sure enough, he was still handsome in this image. If he could. Sig was so focused on flying that he didn't notice the hungry look of the woman in his arms. Only when he was above the Orc Kingdom did he have the energy to pay attention and observe his surroundings. He put the flying prop around Daradilan's neck and let go. Although Deluodilong was a little reluctant, she knew that now was not the time to be sentimental, and her expression became serious. The sacrifice of origin magic requires a certain amount of time. During this period of time, the sacrifice must stay in place in order to succeed. Sig stroked his chin. Will there be any obvious signs when the sacrifice is launched? Daradilan shook his head. As long as it is successfully activated, it will only take a moment, but it requires preparation time and cannot be interrupted. If she could succeed without any conditions, she would have sneaked into the Orc country to offer sacrifices long ago. There would be no need to fight a war. Unfortunately, she didn't have that ability. Looking around the world, only the legendary Dragon King in the Rotten Coffin can easily take the life of an entire country. Wait a moment, I'll use my detection skills to see if there are any strong ones. Eye in the sky. A transparent eyeball appeared in the sky, almost blending into the clouds. It could not be seen unless you looked carefully. As the skill was successfully activated, the vision of several kilometers in radius was transmitted to Sig's brain. After a round of exploration, Sig did not find anyone with a strong aura. Only in the most central area that seemed to be the royal palace, the aura of life was the strongest. Sig opened his eyes. Let's go to the palace, get rid of their royal family first, and then initiate the sacrifice directly there. Daradilan nodded. She had no extra sympathy for these beasts who slaughtered her people. The two flew to the outskirts of the palace, but Sig sensed a different breath, and he held Drodolin in his arms and rushed to the position with the strongest vitality at the fastest speed. Orcs are warlike, and their king should also be the strongest. Based on such a simple logic, it should not be difficult to find him. In a remote palace, a magic circle was drawn in blood on the ground, emitting an evil aura. The Beast King seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. The ground was littered with corpses. The female orc who was lying on the side was trembling with her cub hugging each other. Haha, I feel full of strength. What giant dragon, what holy dragon king, what is there to be afraid of? I am the real beast king. So the sacrifice started between us. We were almost late. Sig walked in slowly. In order to avoid getting stained with blood, Daredilin was told not to come in and just stand at the door of the palace. The Beast King's brain was a little confused. What? Sig smiled and said, I mean, if you sacrificed all the people, how can we use them? You are courting death. This is my country and my people. You have no right to judge me, you lowly human. Strength enhancement, water flow acceleration. After the Beast King used his martial arts, he rushed forward directly. Daredilin was a little worried. The Beast King must have used the magic of sacrificing lives, which was a dark magic that only a very small number of priests could use. It looked like it was not completely successful, causing him to have sanity problems, but his strength was definitely doubled. But what she didn't expect was that the battle was over quickly and Sig had no defense and no weapons. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sig opened the message, Demiurge, I have destroyed the orc country. You arrange for people to collect all the corpses here and use them as materials for summoning the undead. Absolutely not. From Daredilin's point of view, there was naturally no reason for her to beg for mercy, but now she finally realized what she should do. The Dragon Kingdom began its fate of being an ally in name but a vassal in reality, but as long as the people's lives improved, what else mattered? Daredilin tied an invisible red thread to Sig's finger, using himself as a medium to transfer the effect of the origin magic. There was hope in the eyes of the female orc and the cub, but Sig was not a savior, he was here to reap lives. If it comes to hand-to-hand combat, Sig stands out among the level 100 warriors. How could he lose to an orc in his 30s? The moment the Beast King approached, he grabbed the opponent's neck and broke it with a little force. The seven-colored Dragon King, who was in high spirits, was startled, and the monster under him took the opportunity to escape, but he had no time to take care of this side. Two-legged sheep are enough. Sig only felt a strange feeling coming from his body, and the connection was established instantly. He sensed the presence from the east, and the vague dragon shadow was definitely the seven-colored Dragon King. Thank you, my queen. It was a rare occasion for Sig to say sweet words, and he himself felt it was a bit corny. Demiurge was in a very good mood as he picked up the cup and began to taste the tea. Now that he had regained his human form, he looked very elegant. Master Sig, I am about to begin. Please protect me. A pair of huge dragon heads looked towards the west, where the Dragon Kingdom is located. In the afterglow of the setting sun, on the corpses all over the city, the two murderers who destroyed the country actually kissed each other passionately. It was so inhumane. To deal with such a weak village, Sig really didn't need to use world-class props, but he didn't want to dirty his hands. The smell of blood was really unpleasant. I should have killed more than you did, and it's all over. A mysterious magic circle appeared around Daredilin, which was obviously different from the tiered magic in Yggdrasil. Sig is also very interested in the original magic that only the true Dragon King can use. After capturing the colorful Dragon King, he must torture him thoroughly. After all, he can be resurrected after death. I only have one request, please do not attack the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. An endless stream of soul power surged from the surroundings. Daredilin raised his hand, and a drop of blood flowed out from his palm. Origin magic origin of dragon, Daredilin just stood on tiptoe and kissed him directly. Feeling Sig's momentary surprise, she suddenly laughed. It seems that I will become the queen who kills the most people. As time passed, a halo spread out from the palace. Before the orcs could react, their souls were taken away and they fell to the ground and became corpses. Cold sweat broke out on the Prime Minister's forehead. He fell to his knees with a plop. Lord Demiurge, I am willing to surrender and give you my all. The Beast King, who had just been so vigorous and majestic, turned into a limp corpse in an instant. What's going on? I feel something is wrong. Demiurge's incoherent words ended the conversation. As you command, Master Sig. Looking at the trembling two-legged sheep in front of him, he smiled and praised, as a human being, you have pretty good taste. However, Lord Sig killed nearly 100,000 orcs for her. Should she be soft-hearted just because the targets were the elderly, the weak, women, and children? He originally wanted to keep the Orc Kingdom to put pressure on the Dragon Kingdom and ensure its loyalty, but he didn't expect that Lord Sig was thinking long-term. He needed to change his governance policy. If a sacrifice were launched here, the Orc Kingdom would be destroyed directly, causing tens of thousands of casualties. Sig activated the Eye of Bearer and tapped the two orcs' brows, instantly taking away 2 lives. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Sig slowly woke up. He smoothed his messy hair, cleansed his whole body with magic, then stood up and put on his clothes. Deluo Dailong was still sleeping soundly. She was really tired last night. Saliva was flowing from the corners of her mouth. She was completely different from the girl she was the night before. He looks quite well behaved at this time. Sig sighed helplessly, took out a ruby ring and placed it on the bed. This ring stores 8th level defensive magic. As long as it is not damaged, it can be activated and used multiple times. It is sufficient as a protective item. We have almost finished our stay in the Dragon Kingdom. It's time to set out to find the 7-colored Dragon King. Message. President, I have found the whereabouts of the 7-colored Dragon King. We can start the dragon hunt now. Ainz didn't need to sleep, so he replied almost instantly, Sig-san, are you going alone? Sig walked to the window and leaned on the railing. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be enough, but I think we'll be stopped. Even if he is willing, the Guardians will not agree, which is a bit troublesome. Ainz sighed and drummed his fingers on the table. I want to go with you, but I can't leave the Sorceress Kingdom. The Platinum Dragon King has made new moves. Sig showed some interest. Did Pandora get the information out? Nigred has been monitoring the Platinum Dragon King's true body. I think it will be solved soon. It has been confirmed that there are multiple platinum armors. The Platinum Dragon King must have sensed the crisis. He sent most of the platinum armors away. It seems that he is secretly plotting something. He probably contacted the other Dragon Kings. He is very smart and should have realized how powerful Nazarick is. The Platinum Dragon King had experienced battles with players, and in his mind, he probably had classified Nazarick as one of the 8 Desire Kings. There have been only 3 cases of collective time travel in this world. The first group was the 6 great gods 600 years ago, the second group was the 8 Desire Kings who descended 500 years ago, and the last group was Nazarick. The 6 gods are 6 players who traveled through time and space. Their greatest achievement was saving humanity from extinction and establishing the first human nation, the Silan theocracy. They also killed many subhuman races for this purpose. Perhaps because they did not have too much ambition, or perhaps because they signed an agreement in private, there was not much conflict between the 6 gods and the Dragon Clan. But the 8 Desire Kings are different. A total of 8 players have traveled through their guild, and they are obviously high-level players. The guild base is named Luntu, and there are more than 30 NPCs who possess multiple world-class items. They indulged in their desires, violently conquered the continent, ruled the world with their powerful strength, ended the rule of the Dragon Clan with their own strength, and spread the rank magic. But it is obvious that they failed in the end, and the title of the 8 Desire Kings was more of a derogatory term for them in later generations. Albedo also guessed so. We can't let our guard down yet. We can't get any more information out of Ainz. Ainz was always very anxious about the unknown. He didn't know how many times he had triggered the forced calm function in the past 2 days. He was considering whether he should act more cautiously. He was very worried that the true Dragon Kings all had the strength of level 100. In that case, even if a battle broke out, Nazarick would win, and even if they could win, it would be a miserable victory. Sig didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, I will capture the 7-colored Dragon King and interrogate him immediately, and try to dig out all the information about the real Dragon King. If he had traveled back to the heyday of the Dragon Clan, he would definitely be much more cautious. But the backbones of this group of dragons have been broken by the 8 Desire Kings, and it won't take much time to deal with them. Okay, but I still suggest taking a guardian with you. Ainz couldn't persuade Sig, so he just made this suggestion. Sig thought about it, and it made sense. If he died, he would have to use precious high-level resurrection items. If he used one, there would be one less. Low-level resurrection magic and items would cause their levels to drop. It's different for NPCs. If they die, they can directly borrow the guild's authority and use gold coins to revive, which is obviously much more cost-effective. Although it is not quite right to think this way, letting NPCs act as meat shields is actually the best option, and the players' lives are more valuable. It's okay, I know who to take with me, I'll hang up first. Sig-san, this isn't a phone call, don't use such modern words. Sig secretly complained that this old man has too many things to do, and there is no difference between their conversation and a phone call. After closing the message, he put on a cloak and jumped out of the window directly, taking an unconventional approach. Daradillan's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was about to wake up, but in the end she did not open her eyes and missed the farewell. The Dragon Kingdom Bazaar was bustling with people. The war is over, and people's faces are filled with smiles from the heart. Naturally, they have given the sorceress kingdom a lot of praise, and many people want to visit this country ruled by the undead. Chi was holding the heavy fruit, a little overwhelmed. Manager, did you give the wrong thing? The store manager waved his hand and explained with a smile, to celebrate the victory of the war, many things are discounted today. It's a good time to buy. Kyer bowed slightly, thank you for the reminder. The store manager scratched his head. To be honest, even though he was already familiar with Kyer, he didn't quite understand why she was so polite. Although she is very cute, she seems to be a girl who is not good at expressing herself. Someone nearby asked curiously, is that maid here to buy things again? Yes, her master is really blessed. I heard he was an old man, it's hard for her. The store manager glanced at the person who was speaking and said, Mr. Sebastian is not as dirty as you think. He has a noble spirit and is very respectful to Miss Tsuer. He is like a nobleman. The usually talkative store manager turned cold, and the others didn't dare to speak either. The incident passed quickly, and the store manager continued to do business. However, he didn't know when a silver coin appeared on the table. He looked around but couldn't find out who had put it there. That's strange. Where he couldn't see, an apple had already been eaten into Sig's stomach. Following Kyer, he found Sebastian's residence, which was a simply decorated hotel. People coming in and out were dressed in ordinary clothes. It seemed to be a gathering place for ordinary people. In order not to scare the young couple, Sig did not rush up. He entered the hotel, ordered a table of food, gave a silver coin to the receptionist, and told her that he was looking for Sebastian and asked her to pass on a message. The receptionist happily collected the tip and said, Are you here to thank Mr. Sebastian as well? He's out now, but he should be back soon. Does Sebastian often help people? There weren't many people in the store, so Sig invited the receptionist to sit down for a drink and talk about Sebastian. The receptionist agreed with a smile. If she didn't do something, she wouldn't feel safe holding this silver coin. Mr. Sebastian is a real gentleman. Although the guest is very good-looking, if I were to choose a man, I would still prefer a reliable type. Sig listened with great interest and didn't pay attention to the sarcasm in the other party's words. A tall man came in through the door, and the receptionist waved happily, Mr. Sebastian, there's a guest looking for you. Sebastian walked over slowly, and before he saw Sig's face, his expression changed and he immediately knelt down on one knee. He was about to call out the honorific directly, but they were in a public place, and revealing his identity was a big taboo. Greetings, sir. No need to be so polite. The receptionist opened her mouth in surprise. Even Mr. Sebastian respected her so much, so the man in front of her must be extraordinary. Sig placed a gold coin on the table, turned around and left, lead the way, Sebastian. After a long time, the receptionist was still in a daze. She couldn't believe what happened today. Inside the room, Sig sat on the sofa with Sebastian and Tsuer kneeling respectfully below. Greetings, Lord Sig. Sig had no choice but to say no more politeness, and then he praised, Sebastian, you did a good job on your mission and successfully integrated into the Dragon Kingdom. Sebastian nodded seriously. This is what a subordinate should do. However, you don't need to stay in the Dragon Kingdom any longer. Demiurge will take over here temporarily. Tsuer will return to Nazarick first. Sebastian suddenly became flustered. Master Sig, did I do something wrong? Sig couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was really misunderstood. Sebastian, did you know that Tsuer has a younger sister? Chi suddenly raised her head. Sir, how do you know? Sebastian quickly scolded, Kyer, don't talk too much. It seems like a warning, but in fact it is protection. The relationship between the two is developing very well. Sig raised his hand and decided not to keep the secret any longer. There is an adventurer named Nia in Arantel. She has been looking for her sister who was abducted by a noble to be a concubine. I think she has something to do with you. You actually pay attention to such a small matter and care about a dirty person like me. Kyer lowered her head deeply, her shoulders twitching, and a choking sound came from her throat. It was obvious that she was crying. Stop crying. There was some worry in Sebastian's eyes, but because Sig was still there, he just took out a handkerchief and handed it over. Kyer took a few minutes to calm herself down before replying solemnly. My full name is Kyrania Braun. The adventure you are talking about is most likely my sister, Cecilia. She likes to call me Nia the most. Well, you are too weak now and you don't have any special skills. Go to Nazarick to study for a while and then go directly to Arantel to take up your post. Then you two sisters will be able to meet each other. Chi bowed her head heavily, thank you very much. Sig laughed and joked, looks like I need to learn some etiquette. Please forgive Tsuer's rudeness, Master Sig. Sebastian looked at Tsuer, whose face was red with shame and the softest part of his heart was touched. He didn't understand what this feeling was. But he was very sure of one thing, that apart from his creator, Lord Takumi, the person he respected most was Lord Sig, and now this feeling was even stronger. Sebastian was very grateful for Demiurge's reminder. If he had allowed him to overstep his authority, Lord Ainz and Lord Sig would have become estranged because of his attitude, and then everything would be irreversible. As Tsuer left, Sig started talking about business. He said seriously, "Sebastian, I'm going to hunt the Dragon King. You come with me?" Sebastian was shocked and a childlike excitement appeared on his old face. Sig adults, given Sebastian's appearance, he really can't be called a child, but he is indeed the youngest among the guardians and has the simplest personality. Sig stretched out his hand and then retracted it. He couldn't touch the other person's head like he would a real child. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. He coughed twice and said, "Don't be happy too soon. This mission is very difficult and may put your life in danger." Sebastian's eyes were firm. "It is my honor," Sig smiled helplessly. This was indeed the answer. If Takumi were here, he would probably agree immediately because that guy simply can't refuse a friend's request for help. Most importantly, he is also very combative, and Sebastian also inherited a little bit of that. Sebastian unfolded the map. The area where humans were currently located had been explored, but the area in the center of the continent was still shrouded in fog. Currently, Nazarick needs to guard against the dragons and the theocracy, and has not yet found the time to explore other areas. Due to the lack of relevant documents, they lack intelligence on subhumans. Lord Sig, we are located in the northwest corner of the continent. Based on the distance you described, it will probably take more than 10 days to travel by land, and we will most likely pass through other countries during this time. Sig shook his head. We can't go by land. We will be regarded as food by those subhumans and it will cause unnecessary disputes. Sebastian nodded seriously. Master Sig is right, I will think of other ways. No need to be so troublesome, I like a more efficient way. Sig's eyes were fierce and determined. We will just ride the dragon and catch them by surprise. We will finish the dragon hunt as quickly as possible. He also thought about being more cautious, but the Platinum Dragon King was still watching closely, and he couldn't give the Dragon Clan too much time to react. And now, the seven-colored Dragon King is the breakthrough point. Because of his long-term caution, Sebastian was shocked by Sig's decision. A fire suddenly ignited in his heart, the excitement of fighting. That's right, this is how Nazarick should be. They came here for justice, and all those who stand in their way must be eliminated. Master Sig, I have something to ask you. After getting the permission from his eyes, Sebastian's eyes glowed red. Can you let me deal with this Dragon King? I will complete this mission perfectly in the form of a dragon man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to your performance. Since Sebastian was so enthusiastic, there was no reason for Sig to stop him. He always used encouragement in his education. After discussing the battle plan, Sig and Sebastian left the Dragon Kingdom and came to the northern plains. As for why we came here, it's simple, because Sig is going to summon the strongest ice dragon follower. In terms of strength, Ostara is capable of this mission, but she is currently tied to the Sorceress Kingdom and needs to pay attention to her own image. Secondly, with the traces left by the Ice Dragon, the disappearance of the seven-colored Dragon King can be disguised as a fight between dragons, and the Magic Kingdom will not be suspected. Sebastian gave a brief warning and then retreated. As the MP was drawn away, the skill was successfully activated, and a huge magic circle appeared above Sig. Family members summoned a sharp claw stretched out from the magic circle, followed by another. Accompanied by a tearing sound, the magic circle collapsed instantly, and a crack was torn in the sky. The icy mist slowly spread, the chill spread, and the frost dragon slowly revealed his true form. The huge dragon head slowly lowered, its ice-blue eyes still clear. Master, you finally summoned me. Sig stroked the ice-blue scales and said, please help me this time too. Similar to the undead summoned by Ainz, Sig's dragon companion can actually stay in this world forever. In Yggdrasil, there was a time limit for summoning creatures, but after the time travel, this limit disappeared due to a bug. As long as Sig wanted, he could keep his followers in this world forever, but the daily consumption was too great. The undead do not eat or drink and do not sleep or rest. Not only do they not consume resources, they are also a source of unlimited physical labor. Sig's dragon followers are all money-eating beasts. The NPC will never treat them unfairly for his sake, but for Nazarick, the cost is too great. The Ice Dragon's voice was not harsh, but a refreshing, youthful voice. You are so polite. Sig remembered that the Ice Dragon didn't seem to be very old. According to human standards, it should be only in its 20s. But I think I gave you a name. The Ice Dragon was a follower he always kept with him, and he definitely gave it a name for the sake of convenience, but he couldn't remember it clearly. The ice dragon nodded, "Yes, master, you often call me Ars." Sig slapped his head. How could he forget? For the convenience of calling, he directly named the ice dragon Ice, which means ice cube, and Ars is the transliteration. Well, that's a bit too casual. Ahem, Als, do you want to change your name? The ice dragon's eyes widened and he blew out a breath of cold air. Master, are you going to take away my name? It's not deprivation, never mind, just do what you like. Sig sighed helplessly. How could he reason with a dragon? By the way, from now on, all my followers don't need to call me Master, just call me Lord Sig. I'm used to hearing the Guardians calling me Sig-sama all day long, and it feels awkward to be called Master all the time. It was still Shaltier's fault for insisting on playing games and always shouting like this on the bed, which made him unable to bear to look at this name. As you command, Master Sig. Sebastian stepped forward. Lord Sig, shall we set off now? Are you ready? Ars was very conscious and bent down slightly, submitting to his dragon knight. Sig jumped lightly and leaped onto the dragon's back. Sebastian stood in front of the dragon's back and raised his hand to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Sir Ars. He should be more polite to Ars as he is a direct relative of Lord Sig. Ars said without hesitation, "It is the greatest honor for us to serve Lord Sig." Sebastian nodded. This was what he wanted to say. Their eyes met and they saw similar things in each other's eyes. Unbeknownst to Sig, Sebastian and Ars's relationship was rapidly growing closer, and he felt like he had met a close friend. Set off. The ice dragon spread its wings, and as it flapped, it rolled up a storm of ice crystals. With the help of the wind, it flew high into the sky. Its huge body looked like an iceberg. A black shadow came from nowhere and passed by at a high speed. I was almost sucked into it. Sig's eyes widened, and with his abnormal dynamic vision, he saw the true face of the black shadow. It's a flying dragon. Dragons have 4 legs and 2 wings, while flying dragons have 2 legs and 2 wings, so they are easy to distinguish. Sebastian obviously recognized it. Master Sig, further north is the flying dragon tribe. They should be raising them. Sig looked further north. No problem, we can explore again when we have time. On a high mountain in the central continent, there is a giant colorful dragon perched, with a layer of light glow all around him, combining holiness and beauty perfectly. It's just that what the dragon is doing right now is a bit eye-catching. He is mating with a minotaur. The huge dragon's body formed a sharp contrast with the petite body of the minotaur under it, creating a hellish scene. Get pregnant soon. With a roar, the colorful dragon king lifted the suppressing magic. The minotaur lady was so ashamed and angry that she immediately took up her clothes to cover her body. After mating, the colorful dragon king showed his true nature as a scumbag. He raised his dragon claw and pointed to the distance. Leave on your own when you are done resting. The Minotaur lady wanted to scold the other party, but because the other party was the true Dragon King, she could only grit her teeth and endure it, wiping her body silently. The Minotaur is almost there. The colorful Dragon King has his own plan. He wants to mate with all races to produce the best offspring. Although this was considered abnormal behavior in the eyes of his own people, he felt that he was doing something great. The 7-colored Dragon King thought that the dragons who laughed at him were all stupid guys. Integrating his noble blood into other races could also increase the birth of strong ones and fight against filth. The human had completed it, but the result was not ideal, so he left the Dragon Kingdom and came to the central continent to look for prey. There were a lot of subhumans here. There has been a player among the Tauren called the Tauren Sage, which shows that this race still has potential. The colorful Dragon King has great confidence in this mating. Suddenly, the clear sky was covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain, accompanied by falling ice crystals. The 7-colored Dragon King looked up in confusion. I remember it didn't rain today. A muffled sound was heard in the sky, and the roar of a dragon penetrated the clouds, and more ice crystals appeared. The colorful Dragon King stroked his chin in a very human manner. Is it a frost dragon? Frost Dragon King. No, that guy hasn't even learned the origin magic yet. He wouldn't be so aggressive. I don't know which mountain that guy is hiding in, but I haven't seen my fellow tribesmen for a long time. Do you want to say hello? While he was thinking, a giant dragon larger than his body swooped down at high speed. The flashing ice crystals almost blinded the dragon's eyes. Its target was very clear. The 7-colored Dragon King's expression changed, and colorful light shone on his body. He thought it was passing by, but it turned out to be coming for him. Low-level origin magic colorful rays. The rays of light on the body of the 7-colored Dragon King moved as if they were a real entity, forming a protective barrier around him. From a distance, he looked like a colorful ball. Colorful rays is the original magic he created. Although it is low level, it can be attached to the surface of the skin for a long time, enhancing defense while also being aesthetically pleasing. By injecting more soul power, the second stage of stimulation can be carried out. The defense will be greatly improved, and it can probably exert the effect of the middle origin. This was a magic that he had created on his own, and it was proof of his status as a scholar, and the seven-colored Dragon King was very proud of it. That fellow Baijin couldn't do anything to me, and a frost dragon dares to offend this Dragon King. In fact, the Platinum Dragon King did not take it seriously. As the strongest true Dragon King, he was helpless against the abnormal fellows. The seven-colored Dragon King was full of confidence. As the older true Dragon King, he had to teach this young dragon a lesson. Let the other party know that he cannot come or leave his territory as he pleases. Dragons have a strong sense of territory, so they will naturally use the most primitive methods when dealing with their own kind who come to attack them. What he didn't expect was that the frost dragon that attacked from high altitude did not attack directly. It suddenly stopped dozens of meters above the ground, and then an old man in a butler's uniform jumped down. The seven-colored Dragon King was very confused as to what was going on, but he did not let his guard down. Sebastian slowly took off his gloves and put them in his pocket, then spread his legs and assumed a fighting stance. "I'm Sebastian, are you the seven-colored Dragon King?" The colorful Dragon King said in a deep voice, "Human, what do you want to do? It seems I found the right one." Sebastian muttered to himself and then took action. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he was in front of the seven-colored Dragon King before he could react. High-speed movement, steel skin qigong. After accumulating strength, Sebastian's fist suddenly punched out and the white shock wave seemed to become real. Ultra-explosive fist, just a fist. Just as the colorful Dragon King was about to taunt, he was horrified to find spider web-like cracks appearing on the colorful rays that he was proud of, but fortunately it was still within the tolerable range. But as Sebastian swung his fist again, cracks appeared almost all over the protective shield. The seven-colored Dragon King forgot one thing, which is the important reason why seven-colored rays is the lower origin, because this magic is linked to the user's defense value, but unfortunately he is not specialized in defense. It is normal that he cannot resist the targeted blasting of Sebastian, who is at level 100. Seeing that Sebastian was about to throw a punch, the seven-colored Dragon King became really anxious and suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." It was just a casual roar, but Sebastian actually stopped and looked at the colorful Dragon King with sharp eyes, his raptor-like eyes full of fighting spirit. The frost dragon hovering in the sky slowly descended, and a man in armor came down from the dragon's back. For some reason, the seven-colored Dragon King felt an increasingly bad feeling in his heart, and he seemed to be instinctively afraid of the man in front of him. Riding a giant dragon, could it be a dragon knight? This type of profession would indeed suppress the dragon clan, but it shouldn't be so obvious. Sebastian in front of him was difficult enough to deal with, and with the addition of the frost dragon and the armored man, the colorful Dragon King felt that his chances of winning were terribly low. The seven-colored Dragon King was always very smart. Fighting was very troublesome for him. He directly expressed his intention to negotiate. "Guest from afar, I actually have no intention of fighting with you. Why don't you sit down and have a good chat?" Sig felt a little funny. This seven-colored Dragon King was a little different from what he had imagined. He was also quite sensible. It was a pity that he couldn't let him go now. He is so scheming that if he is not convinced, he will definitely play tricks and refuse to cooperate. "Sebastian, remember to hold on for a breath. As you command, Master Sig." The conversation between the two was heard clearly by the seven-colored Dragon King. Even the dignified Dragon King had shown weakness, but this human was still so aggressive. What on earth was he trying to do? "Are you filthy? Shut up." Sebastian's eyes glowed red. How dare he slander the supreme being in front of him? He was courting death. The seven-colored Dragon King realized that he had said something wrong and was secretly annoyed. He hoped that a dragon would come and save him. If it was really filthy, how could he defeat it with just one dragon? When the Dragon Clan was at its peak, 10 dragons couldn't beat a player, not to mention that he was not the type who was good at fighting. If facing a magic caster, the seven-colored Dragon King can still pull back and bluff to scare the opponent away. After all, the mage has little health and is very cautious, so I don't dare to fight him head-on. You try, I try, but in the end we can't fight. But it's different for warriors. They have thick health and high defense. They just rush forward without thinking twice. No one knows how painful it must be when the iron fist hits their body. Please discuss this again, everyone. Filthy is just an adjective. The seven-colored Dragon King thought that since he had lowered his posture to this extent, there should be a chance for a conversation, but Sebastian began to transform. Transformation. Complete dragon humanization. The bulging muscles made the special butler's uniform bulge out, a thick silver tail grew from the waist, the hands turned into sharp claws, and the head also changed completely, turning into a smaller version of the dragon's skull. The silver dragon's scales sparkled, and at first glance it looked like he was wearing silver armor, which was completely Takami's style. Sig still remembers that in order to make his head fit the world champion's armor, Takami spent money to change his face. In terms of handsomeness, Takami was ahead of his time, and of course Sig also fine-tuned his appearance by adding a pair of wings. In terms of appearance, Sebastian is the purest dragon man. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed throughout the mountain. Sig pulled out a chair, took out a drink, and started drinking. Owls raised the dragon wings to act as a parasol, but there was actually no sunlight. The main focus was on creating a sense of atmosphere. Sebastian's punches hit the flesh, which is the most primitive hand-to-hand combat and also the most effective. The seven-colored Dragon King was still making threats at first, but soon he could only wail. This was complete suppression. What the hell are you? Are you a dragon or a human? The seven-colored Dragon King was completely confused. He had never seen such a weird guy before. Could this be the final form of the hybrid? However, in the filth that has descended since ancient times, there has never been a mixed-blood species, and it is already recognized information that the player is a pure-blooded race. The colorful Dragon King wanted to escape, so he flapped his wings and flew upwards, taking the opportunity to cast a teleportation magic. World legend. Sebastian stepped on the body of the seven-colored Dragon King and quickly ran upwards. He smashed the dragon's head with an iron fist, directly interrupting the spell. Power punch, the colorful Dragon King roared, hiding behind an NPC is nothing, I want to fight you 1v1. Sig silently cast a blessing on her. This victim couldn't die. He also knew the existence of the Minotaur Sage, so keeping him around would still be useful. The colorful Dragon King almost vomited a mouthful of dragon blood. These filthy people were too abominable. They didn't even give him a chance. Sig turned his palm over and a black energy ball slowly condensed. At the moment the skill was activated, the buff of the rare profession Dragon Slayer also took effect. Suddenly, the black light became brighter, and he slowly read out the name of this attack. In Yggdrasil, the selected races are all unique, and there is basically no such thing as hybrids. The Minotaur lady was frightened and fainted at the beginning. She just woke up and fainted again. He had to do this. Even if he couldn't use the origin magic today, he had to save his life first. Sig raised his hand and pretended to think seriously. It's not impossible, but if you lose you will be my slave and obey me completely. Dragon Hybrid. The seven-colored Dragon King was stunned for a moment and finally realized that this was an answer to the previous question. Why? The seven-colored Dragon King had never been so miserable. He finally witnessed the horror of filth. The massive loss of blood caused him to continue to lose blood. If he did not use healing magic, his dragon body would not be able to bear it. For example, humans can interbreed with all races. If mixed-race individuals were allowed, many strange races would be created, and the authorities would not be able to set basic racial data. Sebastian said solemnly, I am a dragon man. Sig stretched out of boredom, so what? Anyway, the seven-colored Dragon King has no chance to pass on the message, so it doesn't matter if he admits it. The colorful Dragon King said firmly, you are the player. The colorful Dragon King didn't care about that anymore. Yes, it's just you and me, Sebastian, and the dragon can't interfere. Sig pointed at himself, are you sure? The giant dragon's body slammed heavily to the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky. A deep pit appeared on the ground and the dragon's blood dyed the soil dark brown. The feeling of uneasiness grew stronger and stronger, and the seven-colored Dragon King suddenly felt that he was being targeted. Could it be that he was in trouble? It turned out to be a sure-hit skill. He immediately drew more soul power and the colorful light around him shot up into the sky, gathering into a more solid barrier. Dragon Kill, Ultimate Death. With one punch, the dragon's scales flew off, one of its horns was broken, and blood was flowing. Sig finally couldn't hold it in anymore and slowly raised his hand. Ha ha ha, I'm going to use my skills, don't die later. This was a rare opportunity, and he just wanted to try out the effect of his strongest skill against dragons. The seven-colored Dragon King was a very good tank. The answer was obvious. Sebastian had always respected him so much, it would be strange if he wasn't exposed. Colorful glow most enhanced, the seven-colored Dragon King's eyes lit up. I swear in the name of the true Dragon King, but if I win you must leave immediately. Now not only Sig but everyone present was stunned. Ars took a step forward and a frosty cold air hit him in the face. Master Sig, you don't have to agree to him, leave it to me. Sig walked over slowly. You can think of it as a dragon in human form. Sebastian walked up to Sig and said respectfully, Master Sig, the seven-colored Dragon King is not honest and his words cannot be trusted. The seven-colored Dragon King saw darkness, endless darkness, like a black hole that could suck in all matter without a trace of light. Maybe it wouldn't be bad to die like this, but it was obviously too good to be true. Boom. The sudden impact caused the seven-colored Dragon King to lose consciousness briefly, and his huge dragon body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and his HP, which had already hit rock bottom, continued to drop. With only 3% health left, his life is already fading away. Hateful. The seven-colored Dragon King pounded the ground unwillingly. He had clearly used his strongest defensive magic, so why did he still almost get killed? Even if Sebastian had reduced his health by 30%, the damage shouldn't be so exaggerated. Sig walked over slowly and was finally relieved to see that the seven-colored Dragon King was still holding on to his breath. Fortunately, I didn't die, otherwise I would have to use resurrection magic. Sig was naturally reluctant to use precious high-level magic items against the colorful Dragon King and only used low-level magic, so of course he could not avoid losing level. The colorful Dragon King dragged his broken body and slowly crawled towards the culprit. To be honest, the seven-colored Dragon King looked really miserable right now, with dark scars all over his body, his wings were tattered and one of his eyes was still bleeding. Don't be too happy too soon, Dragon Emperor. Sig just stood there watching the others struggle with interest. It seems that the blood has also aroused the bloodiness of this veteran Dragon King, and he finally has some will to fight. When the distance was close enough, the seven-colored Dragon King suddenly jumped up, and a look of pain appeared on the dragon's face. Middle-level origin magic world-severing barrier. High-speed movement, Sebastian moved very quickly and rushed forward to protect Sig immediately, but when he was about to get close, he was blocked by an invisible barrier and even bounced back. Ars moved his huge dragon body and found that the barrier in front of him was very solid and there was no blind spot at all. Sig also knocked on the barrier and said with a hint of sarcasm, I thought the previous defense had exhausted your strength. The colorful Dragon King couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of dragon blood. He grinned, even if it costs me my soul, I will keep you here. This is the real 1v1. Sig sighed helplessly, why bother, you can't beat me. The colorful Dragon King angrily crushed the magic item in his hand, and the 6th-level healing magic stored in it took effect directly. His HP increased rapidly and finally stopped at 30%. Don't bluff. You definitely can't use the skill you just used continuously. Sig spread his hands, it's still cooling down so it probably won't be usable today. The seven-colored Dragon King was about to taunt him, but Sig's next words made him dumbfounded. But I don't only know this one move. You don't think I'm a human dragon rider and I have no fighting power without my mount, do you? Ah, you aren't. The seven-colored Dragon King had a good plan. He could simply subdue Sig and command the NPCs outside to allow himself to leave smoothly. But his biggest mistake was that he overestimated his own strength and underestimated his opponent. Even without any props, Sig can kill the seven-colored Dragon King with just melee combat. He disarmed himself and switched directly to the dragon scale black armor. The most convenient thing about this artifact was that it could adapt to the user's body shape and fit the skin perfectly. Actually, I'm a dragon person too. Transformation, complete dragon humanization. Sig's stature also expanded rapidly like Sebastian's, even more exaggeratedly with his height exceeding 2 meters. Obsidian dragon scales covered its skin, a pair of wings emerged from its back. Its eyes turned into golden beast eyes, huge dragon horns coiled on its head with sharp fangs and claws showing its ferocious appearance. Thanks to the paid special effects of the dragon scale black armor, Sig's whole body was shining brightly like a god descending from heaven. The colorful Dragon King was stunned. It's even more gorgeous than me. What on earth is this thing? This is the power of Krypton gold. As soon as he finished speaking, Sig disappeared from the spot, and the seven-colored Dragon King felt a chill on his back. Dragon kill. Left and right uppercuts. Sig threw 2 punches quickly and then followed up with a kick, dragon kill flying kick. What kind of skill is this? The seven-colored Dragon King vomited blood and fell straight to the ground. Sig clasped his fists and flew in the air, shaking his head helplessly. I didn't use any skills, just pure punches and flying kicks. I shouted it out to increase the momentum. The seven-colored Dragon King was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. This guy was just playing tricks on him. Life Essence Sig clapped his hands. It was really refreshing to have such a fight. He felt all his muscles and bones were stretched. Help, Dragon's life is in danger. If you don't obey, I will beat you to death, and then use the lowest level resurrection magic to revive you, and repeat this process until your level is reduced to 0. Alas, your HP is dropping too fast. You'll die if you get hit 3 or 4 more times. Sig laughed evilly and clenched his fist. Sebastian and Ars looked at each other. It seemed that they didn't need to take any action, as Lord Sig could handle it easily. The 7-colored Dragon King showed a kind smile which actually looked a bit flattering on his dragon face. Actually, I still want to resolve it peacefully. We can talk about anything. Of course, facing the powerful Lord Sig, such an outcome is reasonable. The health of the colorful Dragon King finally stopped at 2%. The dazzling dragon became listless, curled up like an old dog, and its eyes became resentful. If it were them, they would definitely admit defeat as soon as they met the god. This is the result of trying to fight with the god. What a foolish Dragon King. After the colorful Dragon King lost his will to fight, the world separation barrier had long been lifted. Sebastian and Ars looked at the colorful Dragon King in silence. If he is killed directly, he still has a chance to be resurrected and become the Overlord in the future. But if his level is wiped out, he is doomed. The anti-dragon's special attack is indeed worthy of its reputation. Every hit causes real damage. Anyway, he is not the Dragon Emperor's son. The son should be held responsible for what his father did. It is all the responsibility of the Platinum Dragon King. This is a great feeling. I thought he was going to fight to the death, but I didn't expect him to just give in. The 7-colored Dragon King suddenly became anxious. I am a true Dragon King, I will never beg for mercy. Sig kicked the dragon head. Who told you to call me master? He couldn't even beat Sebastian, and now there's a stronger one coming. If he still insists on being stubborn, he'd be a fool. The colorful Dragon King held it in for a while, then suddenly said, you are quite handsome, much more handsome than that, Sebastian. I am willing to be your slave, master. The 7-colored Dragon King spoke too quickly, revealing his true thoughts in an instant. He immediately felt a little embarrassed. That's not what I meant. The 7-colored Dragon King regretted it very much. He should have surrendered directly instead of using up his precious healing items and adding blood to let others beat him. After the attack, Sig immediately checked the health of the 7-colored Dragon King and found that its HP had decreased by 10% and was currently 20%. I won't fight back. Can you hit me a little more gently? Sig chuckled, thank you, but don't think I won't do it just because you praise me. As the fight continued, the pleas for mercy grew louder. It is scary to lose all your health in an instant, but being drained away by punches and kicks is hellish pain. If you don't resist, I will be gentle, so that you won't be mocked for your incompetence by other Dragon Kings. After listening to Sig's sinister and threatening words, the 7-colored Dragon King realized that he had really encountered a demon. This guy was even more perverted than he had imagined. Face, dignity, and future generations will all be lost. Humph, I am the noble true Dragon King, don't underestimate me. How could he see through his intentions so easily? He wanted to surrender but was not even given a chance. Now he was being roasted on the fire. Besides, he contributes to the Dragon Clan all day long and has given away all his precious seeds. What's wrong with surrendering? That's right, the 7-colored Dragon King, the true Dragon King, is looking for excuses for his retreat. What exactly do you want to do? The 7-colored Dragon King had been beaten into autism. He was tactful enough not to resist and just showed a state of weakness. Sig mercifully threw a bottle of recovery potion at him. Let me introduce myself. I am Siglis Hrasvelg, the Holy Dragon King of the Sorceress Kingdom. The 7-colored Dragon King said weakly, Boltla Orichlis, the 7-colored Dragon King. Sig silently repeated it and murmured, so you and Daradillan have the same last name. The corner of the 7-colored Dragon King's mouth twitched slightly. Of course he knew about the existence of Daradillan. After all, he was a rare descendant who could use the original magic. But how can a great-grandfather look like his granddaughter? This is pure insult. Yes, the dragon has to bow its head under the eaves. The name is too long, I will call you the 7-colored Dragon King, as for how you call me. The 7-colored Dragon King was silent for a long time, Master Sig. Looking at Sig's meaningful smile, the 7-colored Dragon King confirmed his guess. This guy did it on purpose. His purpose was to force him to submit voluntarily. Among humans, this should be called training. But what's the harm in just saying it? He, the 7-colored Dragon King, can bend and stretch. Sig seemed to have noticed the 7-colored Dragon King's little thoughts and said with a smile, actually, I'm not a bad person. The slave I mentioned before was just a joke. Really. Yes, I just want to invite you to visit Nazarick. Drawdalin and I have a close relationship, and I promised her that I will not kill you. The seven-colored Dragon King was stunned for a moment, then suddenly his eyes widened. Until this moment, he finally understood why he had met with this unexpected disaster. It turned out that his great-granddaughter had betrayed him and got involved with filth. You lied to her, how dare you do this? The seven-colored Dragon King was angry. He looked at Sig with sharp eyes and released the pressure of the true Dragon King. The previous compromise was just a temporary disguise, and he had not truly given in his heart. That's what makes it interesting, otherwise there would be no reason to use deterrence. Sig sneered, it all comes down to you being irresponsible. As a founder, you allowed the Dragon Kingdom to be bullied by the orcs. As a queen, she would cooperate with me. The seven-colored Dragon King was speechless. As a proud true Dragon King, he didn't care about the death of Ainz at all. But as a queen and ruler of a country, Demiurge is dedicated to the people, and her choices cannot be judged as right or wrong. The seven-colored Dragon King said stubbornly, cunning filth. Sebastian's eyes turned cold. Lord Sig, I think it would be safer to kill him directly and then bring him back to Nazarick to revive him. There are too many unexpected events when the seven-colored Dragon King is alive, but it would be foolproof if he turned into a corpse. Of course, this would take time to use resurrection magic, which had both advantages and disadvantages. Don't bother with that. I'll use my skills to make it impossible for him to resist. Total domination, the seven-colored Dragon King was stunned for a moment, but immediately regained his consciousness. Sig's pupils shrank slightly. He was immune to mind control skills. The true Dragon King's resistance was much stronger than he had imagined. In this case, it is impossible to subdue the true Dragon King as a follower. The plan has failed. The seven-colored Dragon King shook his head. What are you doing? Quiet. Sig managed to calm himself down and decided to talk about this matter later. A pitch-black chain emerged from the palm of his hand and wrapped around the neck of the seven-colored Dragon King like a snake, then tightly encircled it. Based on the binding skill, specialization against dragon species is the full picture of this skill. Absolute Dragon Binding Sig kindly reminded, this is a skill specifically designed to suppress dragon species. It has a sealing effect. If you force it to break free, it will trigger self-destruction. It has the power of a 10th order attack magic. When fighting in a team, he would use this skill for control to give his teammates opportunities to attack. The seven-colored Dragon King only felt that his body became extremely heavy and his five senses became blurred. He now really wanted to curse. After being entangled by the chain, he couldn't even move, let alone break free, and his slowly recovering HP also came to a standstill. Soon, the seven-colored Dragon King closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Sig asked Sebastian and Ainz to search for the lair of the seven-colored Dragon King. This guy has lived for hundreds of years and must have a lot of collections. The fact that it went so smoothly this time was unexpected. The seven-colored Dragon King was not prepared at all and did not even bring any props with him. After completing the arrangements, he used the paid items to set up the teleportation coordinates on the spot. In this way, the portal can be opened remotely and directly connected to Nazarick, paving the way for the subsequent conquest of the central continent. Portal, as the teleportation point was successfully marked, the huge black portal slowly opened. Groups of undead emerged. One group carried the body of the seven-colored Dragon King, while another group carried his collections with a clear division of labor. Sebastian was in charge of supervision, while Ainz returned to Nazarick first. He wanted to help the undead transfer the seven-colored Dragon King to the frozen prison on the 5th level of Nazarick. The Minotaur victim had also been transferred to Nazarick and would be transferred to the Sorceress Kingdom a second time before she woke up. Everything was arranged properly, and Sig finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the work, the dragon hunting plan came to an end. Suddenly, a sweet female voice came to my ears. But the ground here was bumpy, so she had to walk carefully to avoid dirtying the shoes she had specially chosen. It's the Minotaur Sage. I wonder if he can be resurrected. The admiration in Shaltyr's eyes grew even stronger. It turned out that nothing could be hidden from Lord Sig. Sig just asked casually, but he actually got something out of it. If you have something to ask, it's most convenient to ask Shaltyr. She won't think too much and will answer whatever you ask. Although it was very comfortable, why did he suddenly spank her butt? Shaltyr blushed and shrank back into his arms. Excuse me, I missed Sig-sama so much, Ainz. That's not the same thing. Of course, with Shaltyr's ability to understand, it would be better for her not to understand. Sig laughed dumbly. What's wrong? The sun will burn your skin. Remember to use shade next time. Shaltir suddenly screamed like a kitten, tears welling up in her eyes. As a result, Shaltir suddenly started to act like a rogue, hugging his neck tightly and refusing to let go, even secretly blowing hot air into his ears. What else? Lord Sig, we haven't tried it in the wild yet. Sig adult. Sig smiled, found a clean stone and wanted to put Shaltir on it. She tied her hair into 2 ponytails with big bows and wore a black and pink miniskirt over the knee stockings and leg rings, which made her look even sexier. Sig went over and picked up Princess Shaltir and covered her with a cloak. This Minotaur is not that Minotaur. Shaltir ran over happily. She had changed into a new look this time, and it was obvious that she had dressed up specially, which was eye-catching. Lord Perorancino said he hated Minotaurs the most, so I hate them too, Ainz. Sig sighed helplessly. It seemed that there was no point in explaining it. This posture is so embarrassing and terrible. Shaltir, you are here to take charge of the portal, right? Albedo said there are signs of player activity here and asked me to protect you at all times. Okay, just this once. I still have to deal with the true Dragon King when I get back. Shaltir pouted, HMPH, I hate this race. In a secluded place, omit 1,000 words. Lord Sig, I miss you so much. Sig sat down and let Shaltir sit on his lap. You can't think about this all day, you need to study more. Faced with Shaltir's constant coquettishness, Sig had no choice but to compromise. He really wanted to relax after the battle. Shaltir didn't listen to Sig at all. She quietly crossed her legs and her eyes turned into hearts. Shaltir pushed Sig with lustful eyes and called out sweetly, Sig sama tilde. Shaltir calmed down a little. Yes, Lord Ainz said to set the coordinates here so that it will be easier to teleport here later. On the 5th level of Nazarick, the wind and snow were still blowing, but an extremely gorgeous aurora appeared in the white sky. The ice prison is where enemies are imprisoned, but from the outside it looks like a fairy tale 2-story house. The surface is covered with a layer of bluish-white ice crystals, but the inside is colder than the outside, and the space is also very large. The captives of the Holy Book of Sunshine are also imprisoned here. The 7-colored Dragon King was transferred to the largest room in the Bingji prison. Special chains locked up his head and limbs, and his wings were nailed firmly to the ground. Incorporeal netherworld undead lurks in the ceiling and walls to keep watch at all times, while the LV-82 ice monster Snow Maiden is in charge of guarding. Ars, the ice dragon, was also temporarily left there to prevent any accidents from happening. The 10th floor of Nazarick, the reception room. After finishing the cleanup work, Sig has returned to Nazarick. He is using a surveillance tool to observe the 7-colored Dragon King with a frown on his face. It still doesn't work. A few minutes ago, Sig used the control skill again on the unconscious 7-colored Dragon King. Although it was successfully activated, the subsequent dependent magic still failed. It is not an easy task to take the true Dragon King as a follower. He had thought it was too simple before. Sig looked up at the clock and said, the president hasn't come yet. We agreed to come in 5 minutes. The undead filled with the breath of death pushed open the door, revealing Ainz who had arrived belatedly. Sig-san, I'm sorry, I'm late. Sig waved his hands lazily. No matter which battle it was, he was now in a state of being drained, exhausted both physically and mentally. Ainz also saw the sleeping 7-colored Dragon King at this time. He asked curiously, is this the real Dragon King? It doesn't look special. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many dragons, but in terms of appearance, Ainz felt that the 7-colored Dragon King was not as good as Sig's followers. Not as beautiful as the Holy Dragon, not as domineering as the Ice Dragon, and somewhat neither high nor low. Sig leaned back in his chair. The main difference is the origin magic. Once you master it, it is equivalent to gaining the protection of the world. Ordinary world-class props with effects will become ineffective. The unconditional mind control of alluring beauty and the instant death effect of Eye of Bearer, these direct effects are ineffective against the true Dragon King. What? Ainz suddenly shouted, no doubt triggering the heart of the sage again, forcing him to calm down. Sig said helplessly, yes, it is equivalent to carrying a world-class prop. Ainz coughed awkwardly and asked impatiently, is origin magic really that powerful? Sig wanted to answer that it was very strong, but in order to take care of his president's little heart, he changed to a more tactful statement. Origin magic is the original magic of this world. It requires souls as raw materials. Only dragons could master it. The only exception is Daradillan. She is the descendant of the true Dragon King. Her innate ability is to imitate the original magic, so she was able to use it successfully. Ainz couldn't help but exclaim, what a powerful innate ability. It would be troublesome if we became enemies. Thanks to you, it is really worth it to win over such a talent just by sacrificing Sig's looks. Sig raised his eyelids. I think you are praising me. Ainz laughed awkwardly twice and continued to talk about business in a serious manner. I have read the intelligence that was sent back recently. It seems that the true Dragon Kings all have special professions. Although Drawdolin can be used, it also requires the sacrifice of souls. This kind of magic seems to be difficult to learn. The level for level 100 players is already full, and there are no extra career levels to be allocated. As for Ainz, he could indeed learn new magic, but only from the corpses of magic casters. The true Dragon King was obviously not within that range. Sig sighed, there is actually another way. I have the skill of copying magic, but it is limited to the dragons of my followers or dragons with a high intimacy. The player and the true Dragon King are naturally antagonistic, so the second condition can only be abandoned, which is why he has been trying to take the 7-colored Dragon King as his follower. Why? Ainz opened his mouth in surprise. I've never heard of you having such a skill. Sig touched his head, thinking that he seemed to have kept it a secret for too long. My ice magic was copied from ours. This is a special skill of the Dragon Priest called Pseudo-Dragon Symbiosis. Ainz finally remembered, is this the job that is difficult to change to? Doesn't it require hidden prerequisites? Sig chuckled, actually it's about mastering the language of dragons. I learned that from the staff of the operation company. I used some adult methods and got it out directly after drinking. The employee complained a lot. In fact, Dragon Priest had been scheduled to be scrapped because of its excessive strength. However, a certain person with great magical powers wanted to play a powerful custom profession, so he directly launched the job transfer quest, Revenge of the True Dragon. Things have come to this point, and in order to improve the balance, they added hidden conditions, making it impossible for most players to change their jobs. Of course, I received a lot of criticism for this, but for the sake of long-term operation, this is the only way. That's why I later switched to the language master profession. This type of non-combat profession is completely unpopular in Yggdrasil, and only a very small number of people will change their profession, and most of them are recreational players. When Sig changed his job, Ainz advised him not to waste precious levels, but he didn't expect it was because of the job change. Ainz ruthlessly complained, Sig-san, you are too sinister. You haven't used it yet because you are afraid of being detected by the GM. That was also the reason. Actually, I couldn't be sure of the truth of the information at that time. I thought if I failed, I would just spend money to reset my points. I didn't expect it to be successful. Looking at Sig's serious face, Ainz was so angry that his teeth were itching. He actually hid such a good thing. He also wanted to play this kind of super-standard profession, but his profession is already well-matched and there is no room for any extra levels. Now he can only complain like this. Sig consoled him, don't be envious, it's not that useful. Because he knew the plot, he had actually already prepared to learn the origin magic, but he deliberately did not learn too many levels of magic because he was worried that the two were incompatible. But if there is no way to recruit followers, the plan to learn the original magic will be ruined and this profession will become useless. Because there is no proper magic profession, even if Sig learns magic, his power is far inferior to that of a magic caster of the mana system, let alone Ainz. The end result is that MP is wasted and the Dragon Priest will become a useless profession that is self-righteous. Ainz suddenly fell silent. He thought for a long time and then said, do you still remember the mirror of the trickster, the world-class item you snatched back? Sig touched his chin, that mirror that can copy everything, but what's the use of that? The ability of that mirror is at the bottom among the world-class props. Although it is possible to copy everything, being able to copy is one thing and perfectly copying is another. Someone once wanted to exploit a bug to copy other world-class items, but ended up only getting a degraded version, which was far less powerful than the original. Also, because he possessed multiple unique world-class items, he was almost banned by the operator. This copying ability has a fatal flaw. Before the degraded product disappears, Mirror of the Strange God cannot be used again and enters an infinite CD state. However, the Mirror of the Strange God is not without its strengths. At least it can copy artifacts and living creatures. It is said that someone copied a world-class boss and finally succeeded, getting a young version that could not be upgraded, but no one has actually seen it, so it is a legendary story. Sig's eyes lit up, you mean? Ainz nodded. Yes, once you use the Mirror of the Trickster on the 7-colored Dragon King, according to the hidden conditions, the user will automatically gain control over the replica, and the effect of Dragon Priest can be successfully activated. Domination does not qualify as a dependent, but it meets the conditions of an intimate relationship. Sig stood up suddenly, President, you are a genius. Faced with the two adults who suddenly appeared, the Snow Maiden knelt down in fear and trepidation. They had not received any news that the Supreme Being was about to arrive. Ainz simply waved his hand domineeringly. Don't worry about it. Continue to guard. The Snow Maidens stood up one after another with surprisingly consistent movements. To show respect, they never looked up from beginning to end, perfectly interpreting the word ice sculpture. Sig smiled and teased, President, it seems that you have become a qualified ruler. You looked very handsome just now. Don't make fun of me, it's too embarrassing. Although he said this, Ainz was actually quite happy. After all, it was a move he had practiced many times in private. Rather, he was actually looking forward to being noticed, and the hardworking old man also needed recognition from his companions to recharge his energy. When the two stood in front of the cell, the sleeping seven-colored Dragon King seemed to notice their arrival and slowly opened his eyes. Here it is. Welcome to the great tomb of Nazarick, seven-colored Dragon King. Sig introduced with a smile, this is my companion Ainz Gown. His occupation is the ruler of death and his race is the skeleton undead. Ainz raised his hand and waved it uncomfortably. They and the true Dragon King should be mortal enemies, right? Was it really okay for the atmosphere to be so relaxed? The seven-colored Dragon King raised his eyelids. Although he wanted to speak, he really couldn't do it. The suppression of the chains, coupled with the loss caused by the burning of his soul, made the ancient true Dragon King extremely weak. Sig hadn't expected a response. He was just testing the seven-colored Dragon King's consciousness to see if he could respond to external stimuli. Mirror of the strange god, it takes a certain amount of time to copy a living body. During this period, the person being copied had better stay awake. I have found a way to learn the origin of magic, and I am going to conduct experiments now. I hope you can cooperate with me. The colorful Dragon King's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils shrank into a vertical line, and his body began to tremble unconsciously with excitement. Absolutely not. The origin of magic is the root of the world and the foundation of the true Dragon King. It must not be tainted by filth. With strong willpower, the seven-colored Dragon King made an unclear sound from his mouth, which could only be barely heard. Stop. Unfortunately, you can only choose to cooperate. Sig took out the world-class props from the treasure hall and faced it to the colorful Dragon King. The appearance of Mirror of the Strange God is just an ordinary mirror. Except for the strange light flashing on it, there is no sign that it is a world-class prop, but after activation, it will change into a completely unrecognizable form. Subject confirmed, copying started. Mirror of the Strange God was instantly activated, the mirror surface decomposed, and the fragments flew in the air, then surrounded the colorful Dragon King in the middle, reflecting his figure from all angles. The colorful Dragon King was stunned for a moment. Every piece of debris reflected his current miserable appearance. Was this a new form of torture? No, he heard the word copy, but what did that mean? Is he trying to copy his original magic? The seven-colored Dragon King began to struggle violently. The chains made a rattling sound and the dragon's roar resounded throughout the prison, but soon it became completely quiet. Dragon Kill targeted destruction. Sig put his hand down and said helplessly, I didn't want to do this. It's all because he always makes noises. Well, destroying the vocal cords and joints is a good idea, but you must not kill him. Ainz silently lit a candle for the seven-colored Dragon King. What a pitiful creature. If he had been more honest, he could have suffered less. The seven-colored Dragon King gave up resistance and could only be forced to wait. This feeling was really torturous. Time passed slowly and Sig and Ainz became more and more nervous. It was almost the critical moment. If you fail, you will die. With a flash of dazzling light, the fragments gathered together again and quickly arranged into a spherical shape. Ainz was the first to notice something was wrong. What's going on? The mirror should be restored after the copy is complete. The pupils of the colorful Dragon King shrank sharply. A young dragon actually possessed the world connector profession of the true Dragon King, but the amazing thing is that the young dragon is in a disposable state. By the way, Sig looked at the colorful Dragon King, raised the dragon's claws and waved them, laughing maliciously. We still have to ask his biological mother for her opinion. Come over. Almost in an instant, the space around him became still. Ainz immediately used identification magic again. The baby dragon's level was 2, its race level was LV1 Dragon, its occupation level was LV1 World Connector, and its special buff was Guardian of the Dual Worlds. Sig waved his hand, and he immediately jumped up quickly, found a comfortable position and hung his body on it. And how can he be the mother? At least he should be the father. Time stands still, low-level origin magic colorful rays. The world-class item mirror of the strange god disappeared, and a silver dragon surrounded by colorful light appeared on the ground, with eyes as crystal clear as glass. Ainz waved his hand quickly. "I'm busy enough right now, you should take care of the child." This young dragon is obviously the latter. Although he is the product of a prop, the source of his data is the seven-colored Dragon King. No one knows what will be born from the combination of the two. Sig was also teasing the young dragon, and he also joked, "If you like, I'll adopt him to you, ha 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 ha." Ainz was also ready to use magic with the Kryptonian item in his hand. The seven-colored Dragon King felt like he had seen a ghost. He must still be dreaming, so he looked in the mirror and suddenly there was a child. Ainz lifted the time magic and said to Sig, "Hiss, this baby dragon seems to be the mirror of the strange god. Try to copy it with magic." The colorful Dragon King's expression froze, with disbelief all over his face. This wasn't his unique original magic, so how could it be stolen? World-class items plus the original magic of the true Dragon King are undoubtedly the fusion product of YGGDRASI and the current world. This phenomenon cannot be explained at all. Sig nodded and activated the pseudo-dragon symbiosis skill, and replicable options really appeared on the baby dragon. Just wait and see, but be ready to fight at any time. What is this, born Dragon King? Losing a not-so-important world-class item doesn't seem to be a big deal, as the baby dragon is obviously more valuable. Dad, Yggdrasil is completely the opposite. Players get a profession first and then learn skills. The atmosphere was tense and the mirror changes were completed. Ever since the 8 Desire Kings polluted the original magic and cut off the learning path, such an example has never appeared among the new generation of dragons. As the user of the prop, Sig has the right to control it, but his orders were simply ignored. Ainz poked the young dragon curiously. "It actually worked. You even got a dragon son." At this time, the domination took effect automatically, and the dragon baby's loyalty was raised to the highest level. Perhaps because he was just born, he immediately started to cry. The rule of this world is that you must learn skills before you can get a profession. After people were unable to learn the original magic, the number of true Dragon Kings became fewer and fewer. Sig armed himself in an instant and stood in front. After all, he was half a tank. Because of the touch of the cold and hard bones, the young dragon cried out in dissatisfaction just like a puppy. The 6th floor of Nazarick. The circular arena was deserted, with only 2 petite dark elves standing there, seemingly waiting for something. As the light of the teleportation flashed, smiles immediately appeared on Aura and Mare's faces. The two said in unison, "Greetings to the Supreme Being." The people who came were Ainz and Sig. They used the guild rings to teleport here from the frozen prison. As for why Aura and Mare were waiting here, it was obvious. They had been specifically instructed to do so, but they themselves did not know why they were here. No need to be polite. After receiving permission, Aura and Mare stepped aside, and Ainz followed them to sit in the viewing stand. Sig was the only one left in the huge arena, which seemed like a performance stage prepared for him. "Ainz-sama, what does Sig-sama want to show us?" Aura couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "He wants to experiment with the new magic he has learned, and you will be the first to witness it." Ainz raised his hand and ruffled Aura's soft hair. Mare on the other side did the same. The two children had to be treated equally. After saying this, there were undoubtedly 2 exclamations and sparkling eyes. The 2 of them clenched their fists and quietly cheered for Master Sig. Sig looked over here with a sense of something, smiled, and said nothing. The young dragon on his body whined in dissatisfaction, and the tip of its tail covered with tiny scales rubbed against his skin, bringing a slight coolness. Sig lifted it up with 2 fingers. "I am your dominant, don't let me down." Daddy Tilda, the young dragon, hung his head and started calling Dad again. Apart from its unconscious barking, the young dragon can only make sounds like this, similar to that of a newborn animal. Sig sighed helplessly. What was the point of threatening a young dragon? This little thing might not even understand what he was saying. "I want to use the origin magic without sacrifice. Can you help me?" He did successfully copy the original magic, but considering that he did not have the world connector profession, his situation was the same as Draudelin's, and he could only obtain souls through sacrifice. If the young dragon could share the energy of his soul river with him, he would be able to use it freely. Sig looked expectant, and the young dragon seemed to understand, and the little dragon head actually nodded. "Papa, good boy." Sig placed the young dragon back on his shoulder and scratched his chin with his fingers. The young dragon enjoyed this affectionate gesture so much that he made gurgling sounds from his mouth. Sig no longer hesitated, raised his hand, used a skill, and read out the name of the magic low-level origin magic colorful rays. As a dazzling light flashed by, the colorful light did not condense into shape but spread out like water waves. Started and failed. Sig lowered his head in silence and the young dragon on his shoulder fell into his hands. Ainz walked over anxiously, his speed almost like running, and Aura and Mare couldn't catch up with him. How was it, didn't it work? Sig shook his head but a very happy expression appeared on his face. It succeeded but it also failed. He didn't beat around the bush and explained the reason right away. The origin magic had indeed been successful, but because the young dragon's level was too low, it had very little ability to mobilize the river of souls. Colorful rays, the amount of soul energy consumed is determined by its intensity and coverage area. Currently, the young dragon can only create a barrier to cover its own body, as Sig is too big. Ainz understood and he heaved a sigh of relief. This is really great, we have mastered the power of origin magic. Sig also laughed, thanks to this little guy, do you want to give him a name? Ainz quickly waved his hand to refuse. You know my naming skills, Pandora's name was given by Albert. Forget it. If you give me another ugly name, I won't be able to call you by it in the future. Sig remembered this and quickly withdrew the request. You don't have to be so disgusted. Master Sig, Master Ainz. Aura happened to run over at this moment and slammed on the brakes again, stopping right next to Sig. Sig did the same as Ainz and rubbed her head. It was soft and warm and just as nice as he had imagined. Aura, don't run too fast. Aura's little face was flushed, and it was unclear whether she was tired or shy. Sister, wait for me. Mare ran very slowly holding the shadow of the World Tree staff while pulling at his skirt. He was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Hurry up, hurry up. Yes. Aura pinched her waist and ruthlessly scolded Mare, who was still breathing heavily. You still need my help for such a small matter. I really don't know when you will improve. Normally, Aura would not be so strong, but now she is in front of the Supreme Being and must be in the best condition. Sig fixed Mare's hair and dusted him off. It's okay. After all, Mare's staff is very heavy, so it's normal for him to run slowly. Mare twisted his fingers, appearing to be being scolded, but in fact he secretly curled the corners of his mouth, feeling that he was being particularly cared for. Ainz also tried to smooth things over. Let's go sit down and talk first. I have something to ask of you. As the story unfolds, Du Yulong's origins also come to light. He is the embodiment of a world-class prop. Aura's reaction was particularly big. She was a little shocked. Huh, so it wasn't Albedo's child. Sig, who was drinking water, spat it out and Ainz also triggered the forced calming effect. Mare said weakly, after all, Shaltir can't have children. Undead beings are generally infertile, they are essentially corpses, unable to give birth to new life. Sig quickly ended the topic. Actually, I want you to take this baby dragon and help him level up. Aura has the ability to increase the experience gained by her partners, and the world-class item Greed and No Desire, equipped by Mare, also stores a lot of experience. It is very appropriate to give this task to the two of them. Aura and Mare looked at each other and nodded at the same time. We understand. Sig nodded in agreement. Not only that, the training of the seven-colored Dragon King will also be in the hands of you two for the time being. Aura tilted her head. Master Sig, what exactly are we going to do? Aura, make the seven-colored Dragon King completely surrender, and also make the young dragon copy the other origin magics. Aura touched the queen's whip at her waist and nodded seriously. I understand. Mare must help his sister suppress the seven-colored Dragon King and not give him a chance to resist. Mare clenched the shadow of the World Tree staff in his hand. He understood that disobedient dragons must be beaten. I will try my best. Aura and Mare looked extremely serious. The most important thing now was to remember every word Sig said. As for breeding, forget it. Children can't listen to it. After taming the colorful Dragon King, the breeding plan will begin, and this matter can be left to Xiaodi. Ainz sighed quietly, hoping that this would not lead the child astray. Sig placed the unconscious dragonet in Aura's hands. He's in your care, you can give him a name. Aura held the baby dragon in her hands carefully as if she were holding a treasure. I want to call him Mirror Color because he is very shiny. After the dark elf siblings left, Ainz and Sig looked at each other in silence. Maybe I had just solved a problem and was too relaxed for a moment, and suddenly I didn't know what to do. Ainz then remembered something important. Come to think of it, Albedo said she missed you a lot, don't let her down. Sig suddenly had a bad feeling, he seemed to have really forgotten. She didn't say anything else. I just bought some clothes, talked to myself in the mirror, and then I suddenly laughed. It should be okay. Sig drank a bottle of potion to boost his energy and said with a forced smile, it's okay, you open the portal. Albedo, who was far away in the Sorceress Kingdom, suddenly opened her eyes. Her golden pupils radiated a captivating light. She hugged the man's clothes tighter while completely naked. It's the aura of Lord Sig. The former capital of the kingdom is now the capital of the sorceress kingdom. Not only has it become more prosperous, its name has also become simpler. Its name is Center, which means the residence of various ethnic groups, the underground kingdom of God, and can also be interpreted as the center of the world. The royal city that separated commoners and nobles was also demolished. There was no longer a distinction between nobles and commoners in the Magic Kingdom. As long as you had talent, you would be valued. The residences of the two kings were set up in the original royal palace. In order to save financial resources, only simple renovations were carried out without large-scale construction. The people had no objection to this, because the king was supposed to be a special being and all races lived in peace. They were very sure that they were living in the kingdom of God. Squeak! Sig slowly opened the door to his bedroom. This was his first time in this room and he felt inexplicably nervous. Ainz left him behind, using the excuse of attending to official business without any regard for brotherhood. There was a pale yellow light on in the house, and incense slowly drifted out from the incense burner, gradually gathering into the shape of a heart. The seemingly ordinary stove is actually a magic prop. Albedo ruffled her raven feather-like hair, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she showed a standard smile. Master Sig, you are back. Sig opened his mouth in surprise. If one ignores her clothes, Albedo's behavior is undoubtedly that of a lady among ladies, but he simply couldn't ignore it. Albedo, aren't you cold like this? What a cute question. Lord Sig can be childish sometimes. Albedo raised a finger and rubbed her red lips with the tip of her finger, but her face remained innocent, and her beauty flashed as she twisted her waist. The highest etiquette for a wife to welcome her husband is a naked apron. Don't you like it, Lord Sig? Of course I do. At this point, Sig couldn't just say he didn't like it, because he came back so late he thought Albedo would be a little angry, but she was just waiting. So would you like to eat first or eat first? Having said that, Albedo could no longer pretend to be a lady. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were filled with desire that was difficult to conceal. The next day, sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating most of the room. It was obvious that the sun had already risen. Yuri stood in front of the door for a while before knocking gently. 5 minutes later, Albedo's voice came, "Come in." After entering the room, Yuri didn't even raise her head. She immediately bent down to apologize. "Excuse me, I have something important to ask you." Albedo was familiar with Yuri, so she knew her limits. At this moment, she had already returned to her proper form as a pure white devil, except that her face was unusually red. There was no change on Sig's part. He was still as meticulous as ever, and you couldn't tell at all that he had just finished a fight. Ever since Albedo awakened her succubus nature, her appetite has been so huge that Sig can only barely satisfy it. Albedo looked over with a big smile on her face, her eyes like hooks, full of charm. Sig looked away uncomfortably and spoke directly. "Yuri, report now." "Yes." The church sent a secret letter through a spy. They handed it to Blue Rose and expressed their desire to meet with Master Sig again. The entire atrium is under Negrito's surveillance, and the little actions of the theocracy will naturally not escape her eyes. Sig's only subordinate in public is Blue Rose. Their courageous resistance against the Sorcerer King demonstrated their identity as the guardians of humanity, which led the theocracy to finally choose them as messengers. Sig thought for a moment and understood. He smiled and said, "It seems that the church is in a hurry. Albedo, what did you do?" Albedo pursed her lips and smiled. "Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Lord Sig. Taking advantage of the defeat of the theocracy and the Elven Kingdom, the spy you planted, Queen Ainz, successfully aroused public resentment. This is what a religious country is like. It is easy to be swayed by public opinion. To ordinary people, the top leaders of the church were too weak. They possessed the legacy of God, but why didn't they launch a just counterattack but instead watch their loved ones die? Well, try not to reveal your identity. As for the candidates." Albedo frowned slightly. "As a guardian, obeying orders is the most basic thing. You don't need to take care of him like this. If Lord Sig needs it, she will offer this body without hesitation. It is a great honor. Sig is a warrior profession, and he can also summon followers to act as vanguards. In many cases, it is more convenient for him to act alone, so it is naturally no problem not to bring guards." Yuri even showed a look of contempt. She had a high sense of justice and could not tolerate such evil behavior. Sig had a faint smile on his face and looked calm as if he was talking about something insignificant. Yuri's race is the Dullahan, so she has no ability to cry, but her eyes are just as fiery. Sig was feeling a little embarrassed at this point. He had just returned from a business trip and now he had to go on another business trip. As a boss, he was really too much, but there were no other good candidates now. Sig thought about several male guardians who had no mission, had to look acceptable, and were stronger than the Elf King. Yuri opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything to stop him. Sig smiled and explained, "Because I cherish everyone, the president thinks so too, so don't say such things in the future." Thinking of the Elf King's character, Sig hurriedly instructed, "One more thing, don't send Aura and Mare to contact the elves and don't send women either. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, in terms of race alone, how can humans be compared with the elves? Lord Sig, I suggest that you only provide the most basic assistance. Too much help will not do any good." Albedo was indeed the chief guardian. She knew all the guardians' movements. Sebastian is in charge of the guard work in Nazarick. Cherish. That being said, we are all living beings and should have lives outside of work. It can't be too rigid. Maybe he heard the news of the Dragon Kingdom and the Empire's surrender, so he can't sit still. Yuri pushed her glasses and gave her own explanation. If they had not been able to vent their anger on the elf slaves, they would probably have caused even greater chaos. Why not help the elves? Faced with such intense emotions, Sig was really powerless to resist. He was also afraid of being pestered to do it all night long, so he slipped away under the pretext of going to find Kang Kaiengwei. Yuri nodded seriously. "I understand." Yes, he is a precious person. Albedo's heart skipped a beat. They actually had the same idea again. This must be the legendary telepathy. Albedo gently stroked her belly, but her eyes became much colder. That plan still needs to be implemented. Where is Sebastian? Sig had no choice but to explain. The Elf King is a pervert who likes to have children. He treats women as reproductive tools. Thinking of the supreme beings who had abandoned them, Albedo burst into tears. "Lord Sig, you are so kind. I am honored to be your woman. It was Ainz Sama and Sig Sama who worked so hard to get to the current results. We must not let some random person get involved, even if he is the supreme being." Albedo and Yuri both showed confused expressions, but they certainly didn't know why. Albedo snorted, "So they are uncivilized barbarians." After screening, he thought of a familiar figure. "Albedo, after this mission is completed, give Sebastian a long vacation and let him and Suer move freely outside for a while. There is no need to deliberately spread rumors, just a little guidance will immediately make public resentment boil over." Aura and Mare, as well as Yuri's creator Yameko's sister Akemi, they are all real elves. Inside the restaurant, the Blue Rose team, who had finished a day's mission, was enjoying dinner. They ordered a table full of dishes, many of which were foods they had never tried before. The Magic Kingdom improved the treatment of adventurers, and they enjoyed subsidies for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Many people began to actively join the ranks of adventurers, and even a number of workers from other countries came. As members of the Blue Rose team, who are elite steel rank adventurers, they earn more than twice as much as before, so it's natural for them to indulge themselves a little. Jejilan drank a glass of beer, his expression somewhat intoxicated, refreshing. "Why is Lord Sig so handsome, Tilda?" Lagis burped, holding her cheek with her hands, looking like a young girl in love. She only drank fruit wine, but she was obviously drunk as she had a very low alcohol tolerance. With a helpful attitude, Jejilan filled Lacassie's cup directly and put his arm around her shoulders. "You must get drunk today." Tia and Tina both moved away at the same time. They didn't want to be bothered by the drunkard. Iberioy lifted a corner of his mask, held the glass in both hands, and took small sips of the dark red liquid in the glass. "This looks a lot like blood, but it's just a fruity drink with a similar taste." Even if the undead were common here, selling blood in a restaurant was still too advanced. "It tastes good." Iberioy murmured in surprise, rubbing the rim of the cup quietly, hesitating whether to order another one. After all, she said at the beginning that she definitely wouldn't drink it. Now she is taking the initiative to ask for it. Isn't it too embarrassing? Haha, it seems I came at a really bad time. A man in a cloak suddenly sat down in the empty seat with a cold air coming from his body, obviously having just come in from outside. Iberioy frowned. "Who are you?" Sig raised his head slightly, revealing half of his angular face. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" "It's you?" Iberioy was not as excited as expected and looked like she had known it for a long time. Sig asked curiously, "You knew I was coming?" Iberioy shook her head and crossed her arms proudly. "No, I'm just immune to your name. The leader always calls your name all day long." "Why?" On the other side, Lagis was completely drunk and was mumbling unclear words. Sig did hear his name. "It seems that I have captured the heart of another beautiful woman. Again, you really are a scumbag." Iberioy drank the drink in the cup depressedly and said in a resentful voice, "Because I have been doing missions all day, I almost forgot what Master Feifei looks like." If we haven't seen each other for a long time, the love will fade away a lot if it is just memories. Sig secretly complained, you have never seen its true appearance. However, the current Feifei seems to be played by a double phantom, which is exactly the same as his fake identity Eli. Sure enough, I am still at the age where I loved adventure and I am unwilling to waste time doing useless things. That's not right. Haven't you met Mammon or the Sorcerer King? Ibrioi tilted her head in confusion. Why should I see the Sorcerer King? Sig finally realized one thing, that is, Ibrioi only liked Feifei unilaterally and Ainz had no intention of developing any feelings for her. It seems I misunderstood. Sig coughed lightly. I came here for a serious matter. The church sent a letter, right? Ibrioi looked around nervously and found that no one noticed them, so she whispered, how did you know? Sig took his time because that's for me. On a hillside not far outside the city, a wave of teleportation magic flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, two figures, one big and one small, appeared there. Ibrioi put his hands on his waist and introduced proudly, this is my secret base. You can see the entire sky just by sitting here. I specially set the teleportation coordinates. Sig looked up and saw the night sky dotted with stars, dotted with wisps of sunset glow. I haven't seen such a beautiful night sky in a long time. Whether in the first life or after the first time traveling, there was no such unpolluted sky. Sig took off his cloak and put it on the ground, then sat down directly on the grass. Ms. Ibrioi, come and sit down. Let me sit. Ibrioi stood there awkwardly. She was not used to Sig being so gentlemanly. It felt really strange, but she finally sat on it, leaving a mark on her small buttocks. Thank you then. Sig smiled and said, now let's get down to business. The people from the theocracy have contacted me before. They want me to betray the Sorcerer King and join the human camp. This letter should also be intended to persuade me. I see. Ibrioi listened carefully. She took out the letter that needed to be delivered from her cloak and said, when the person gave it to me, he didn't specify who it was for. He just said that we would meet each other when the time came. Sig took the letter. The envelope was sealed with special magic. It took him some time to untie it, and then he opened it right in front of Ibrioi. Dear Holy Dragon King. Ibrioi cried out in surprise, can you please keep it a secret and not read it out loud? There are only two of us here. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will kill you? Sig happened to be close to Ibrioi when he spoke, and his deep voice went straight into her ears. Ibrioi was startled and got goosebumps all over her body. She subconsciously reached out to push him away. Don't talk in other people's ears. Sig shrugged his shoulders, not caring about this little episode, and silently read the contents of the letter with a very serious expression. Ibrioi became curious again and looked over quietly, only to discover an inconspicuous detail. Ah, this kind of paper is very rare. It absorbs the surrounding fragrance, so it smells close to the user's body odor. Sig lifted his nose and indeed smelled a light and elegant fragrance. He thought it was the scent of Ibrioi. He put the letter away. Maybe it's because the writer is a woman. I don't know if it was the order of the priest or Jusajiming's own idea, but it was obviously a beauty trap. Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beautiful women. For the church, even if they fail to win over Jusajiming, it would be a good deal if Jusajiming can give birth to a child with player blood. As for the content of the letter, it seemed quite ordinary, mostly words of enticement, and vaguely a bit anxious, wanting him to make a decision quickly. Sig naturally would not make a decision immediately. He wanted to give the church some time to make them even more anxious. After all, it is easier to make mistakes when you are in a hurry, and it is also easier to expose your cards. Seeing Sig in deep thought, Ibrioi pursed his lips secretly under the mask. There is a beautiful woman in front of you, but you are still fantasizing about someone else. It feels a bit hurtful to your self-esteem. Message, Pandora's voice suddenly came. Sir Sig, the Platinum Dragon King wants to go deep into the Sorceress Kingdom to gather intelligence. I have informed Lord Ainz. Please go and discuss this with him immediately. I see. After closing the message, Ibrioi was still sitting there. She couldn't hear what Pandora said, but only heard Sig's reply. Sig stood up and complained helplessly. 2 waves of guests suddenly came, and I can't handle them all. Ibrioi brushed off the grass debris on her body. She was still worried about her figure and replied, why don't we meet together? Sig's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly held Ibrioi's hand. Someone from the church will come to ask for a reply soon. Just tell him that I need to negotiate in person and Celia must come. Ibrioi was so surprised that she forgot to take her hand back. What are you suddenly talking about? Sig smiled meaningfully. The encounter between the Platinum Dragon King and Jusajiming would definitely be a good show. At the border between the Council Kingdom and the Sorceress Kingdom. The platinum-colored armor stood in the cold wind, and the unique dragon-shaped decoration made him look more domineering, but his voice was very soft with a sense of elegance. Azes, what did you do? People have three urgent needs. Azes or Pandora to be exact. The original master is still in Nazarick. Since he is still useful, he has been spared. However, after being baptized by the Terror Prince, his mind has become abnormal and he is currently in the recovery stage. Pandora lied very smoothly at this time, and he was obviously there to tip off someone. The platinum armor said in a muffled voice, "Haha, don't use such boring excuses next time." If you listen carefully, you will find that the tone of the platinum armor has a special non-human texture, which makes people curious about the true appearance under the armor. But Pandora knew that there was nothing under the armor and her true self was thousands of miles away. The other 13 heroes had also fantasized countless times about whether they were handsome or ugly or had a pair of buck teeth. This lasted until the end of the journey. Until the moment the answer was revealed, everyone was furious. Because there was nothing inside the armor, just a giant dragon named Platinum Dragon King who became their partner out of curiosity. The sweat and hardship along the way forged the lie called the Silver Knight. Sorry, we are in a cooperative relationship, don't be so serious. Pandora's accent is a bit weird, and the character he plays as Aziz is more like the real person, and the frivolous tone is also perfectly reproduced. However, he did this on purpose, wanting to provoke the Platinum Dragon King to take action so that he could test his true strength. But the Platinum Dragon King didn't care. We are about to enter the territory of the Sorceress Kingdom. Be prepared for battle at any time. Pandora nodded, and her equipment of bright red reinforced armor was completed. The Platinum Dragon King observed through the platinum armor with a complicated look in his eyes. Reinforced armor is a really good item. If someone else drives it, it will probably be more powerful. So should we take this opportunity to recycle it directly? This isn't the first time this has been done, so there's no need to be nervous. Just backstab and rob him like they did to leader Rick 100 years ago. All he had to do was to put the blame on the enemy, the Sorceress Kingdom, and he could legitimately take possession of the item as someone who had been entrusted with the task. It was a despicable but effective method. Sensing the Platinum Dragon King's gaze, Pandora turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just keep going." The platinum armor shook his head and flew out first. Pandora felt a little disappointed. He had even exposed his back on purpose, but she still didn't fall for it. A cunning dragon. One day later, the church, Juicy Juming received the urgent message. She sat by the window, pinching a leaf out of boredom, muttering to herself, could it be a trap? Kuro gave a bitter smile and said, I can't accompany you this time. The elves' attack has suddenly become fierce. I have to go to the battlefield. As the captain of the Dark Scripture, he would naturally step forward in times of crisis for the church. Juicy Juming sneered, if you had sent me, the war would have ended long ago. She really wanted to kill the beastly Elf King with her own hands to relieve the hatred in her heart. The Elf King was indeed her father, but her birth was not blessed at all because her mother was unwilling to give birth to a R*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************œ and forcibly impregnated. This child is a complete symbol of shame. If the priest had not tried hard to persuade him, saying that the Elf King had a special bloodline and that he was the descendant of the 8 Desire Kings, this child might have inherited the powerful bloodlines of both parties. Now that things have come to this, it would be better to give birth to the child and consider it as a contribution to the church. And just like that, Jusujuming was born, but her childhood was complete hell. Her mother tortured her constantly in the name of exercise and used healing magic to recover when she was seriously injured. Until her mother died, she still could not forget that experience. As people she was familiar with passed away one after another, Juicy Juming's mentality became distorted, and she became more and more hateful towards the culprit, the Elf King, and she had to kill him. Kuro had heard a little bit about what happened in the past, but the risk was still too great. You also know that this won't work. The Platinum Dragon King has been eyeing us covetously. I'm not as strong as you, so it won't cause any big problems if I'm discovered. But if your existence were known, the theocracy would face catastrophic destruction. The Platinum Dragon King hates players and cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. The leader of the 13 heroes is a player. When he traveled through time, his level was very low. He and his companions went through untold hardships to upgrade, and together they defeated the demon. He can be said to be a brave man. But the Platinum Dragon King did not hesitate at all. He took advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and stabbed him in the back, destroyed the corpse and snatched the props, completely solving this hidden danger. The Platinum Dragon King has implemented the concept of protecting the world. He is so kind to his companions, and he will be even more ruthless to the powerful descendants of the players. As long as it is related to the players, any threatening existence will be ruthlessly wiped out. The two fell into a brief silence. This was an unavoidable problem in reality. They had no way of fighting against the Platinum Dragon King. If Lord Death had not been killed by the 8 Desire Kings, there might have been room for recovery. There was a gentle knock on the door. Ainz walked in. "Excuse me, the priest asked me to accompany you to the Sorceress Kingdom." Kuro's expression froze, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed reasonable. Ainz is now doing very well thanks to his eloquence. All external negotiations have been given to him, and his fame is tending to surpass that of the genius captain. But in terms of strength, Kuro is still confident that he can beat him. After all, there is a gap of dozens of levels. The young dragon turned around and stared at me with a pair of big round eyes. "Mama. Well, if things go well, we can also take possession of the legacy of the 6 gods." Shaltir let out a cry of surprise, pointing at the young dragon with a look of disbelief. Seeing her agitation, Aura beside her quickly grabbed her. As for the Platinum Dragon King, he will obviously pay more attention to the theocracy, and will mainly test the Sorceress Kingdom, whose details he does not know and will not dare to act rashly. It is easier to gain experience in the early stages and levels increase faster, but the experience required in the later stages will increase exponentially. Sig smiled and said, "This is what we call a friend's death rather than a poor fellow's." After the two sides meet, most of the Platinum Dragon King's attention will be diverted to the church. I have already sent Sebastian to the Elf Kingdom to provide assistance, so that the church will be attacked from both sides. Shaltir raised her hand. "Why did you let the two sides meet, Sig-sama? That's the battle plan. Does anyone want to add anything?" Ainz and Sig sat at the head of the table, Albedo presided over the meeting, and Shaltir, Cocytus, Aura, and Mare were all present. Thinking of this, Albedo subconsciously stretched out her hand. Ainz had underestimated Sig's insidiousness. What had already happened, and even if both sides had doubts, it would be of no avail. Her child with Lord Sig should be in that position. Jinkai is just a replica of the 7-colored Dragon King. What qualifications does she have to stay in that embrace? Almost at the moment it saw Sig, the young dragon pounced into his arms, rubbing its body against him and asking for caress. In the meeting room, everyone in Nazarick had gathered. Of course, the young dragon named Jinkai was also brought here. He has now reached level 20, but his size has not changed much. "Don't bark, I am your master." Ainz's pupils shrank. He noticed that the leaf emitted a faint glow under the sunlight. It was actually a magic prop. "Dad, young Master Long is also the young master. He can finally become an old man." Ainz pointed at himself in disbelief. What did this have to do with him? It was all Sig's fault. Albedo smiled triumphantly. "Haha, it seems that it is clear who the real queen is." Shaltir was about to burst into tears. "Wow, Ainz-sama, why don't you just do something about it?" "What do I care?" Jusajiming's expression was unclear. She put the leaf she had been holding to her lips. A cold light flashed in her eyes. "I can only succeed this time. Failure is not allowed." Albedo began to preside over the meeting with ease. This plan was proposed by Lord Sig. "The purpose is to make the Platinum Dragon King and the theocracy meet. Now we have spies on both sides. We can do it with just a little guidance." The Platinum Dragon King and the theocracy have always been in an antagonistic relationship, and it is impossible for them to cooperate. Sig raised his hand and stroked the young dragon, saying gently, "Whether it's lies or deception, as long as it achieves the goal, it will be a victory for Nazarick." "Why?" Cocytus spoke in a domineering manner and finally brought the meeting back to normal, but the prerequisite was that one had to ignore the burning look he gave Jinkai. "How can you behave in front of the Supreme Being?" If the theocracy is truly desperate, it may even seek help from the Sorceress Kingdom, which is also a player force. That would be the time for reaping the rewards. Albedo had known about the existence of this young dragon for a long time, but when she saw Jinkai's actions, she couldn't help feeling jealous. Ainz had a vague guess, but he still couldn't be sure, so he decided to listen to what Sig had to say. Shaltir suddenly realized, that means we can take advantage of this opportunity to seize the theocracy. As for the probability of encountering a wild platinum armor in the wild, the answer is very small. The probability of encountering someone from the church and this person being doomed to die is even smaller. The probability of the two meeting by chance is infinitely close to 0. But it happened today in the suburbs of the Sorceress Kingdom's capital, Midgard. The two people who were least likely to meet miraculously met. The two sides were dozens of meters apart and the atmosphere became tense. Alert! Jusajiming immediately retreated with a scythe in his hand, which was the weapon left by the god of death Charon's guidance. Fortunately, she almost rushed directly in front of the enemy, which really made her break out in a cold sweat. Because she had been shrouded in the shadow of the Platinum Dragon King for so many years, Jusajiming subconsciously exposed her inner fear and had a stress response like a kitten. They are from the Theocracy, Pandora explained at the right time. The Platinum Dragon King could tell at a glance that Jusajiming's sickle was a high-level weapon, at least at the Holy Relic level, and ordinary humans had no way of equipping it. Godman, Jusajiming bit her lip and said nothing. She was already panicking at this moment. Ainz stood in front and said, "Sir, is there any misunderstanding? We are just here to look for someone and have no intention of provoking a dispute." The speaker has intention and the listener also has intention. A bad thought suddenly emerged in the Platinum Dragon King's mind. Could it be that the Theocracy had already established contact with the Sorceress Kingdom and the two were about to form a united front? There is an inexplicable closeness between the filthy people and they are likely to collude with each other. Who are you going to see? Holy. Shut up! Jusajiming snorted coldly and immediately removed his disguise, revealing his black and white hair. At this point, a battle is inevitable, so there is no need to say any more nonsense. The Platinum Dragon King sensed a powerful aura, and he became more certain of his guess, with the weapons around him ready to go. Original Magic World Separation Barrier. The HP of the Platinum armor decreased instantly, and an invisible barrier separated this place. The Platinum armor is the product of the original magic, and HP is the stored soul energy, so it has no blue bar and each time it releases the original magic, it uses blood instead. In any case, we must first ensure that the opponent cannot escape. As the Platinum Dragon King thought so, the weapons around him slowly turned. The spear, sword, hammer, and greatsword were all extremely lethal weapons. With the control of the main body, 4 weapons flew out with a whoosh. Don't resist, it will save you some pain. Super ability increase. Evasion, ultra avoidance, super sense of possibility. Absolute death unleashes several martial arts in an instant. Increasing various attribute abilities, improving reaction speed, strengthening the body, and sharpening the sixth sense. She swung her scythe, the sound of metal clashing came one after another, and all the weapons were bounced away in an instant. The man in the platinum armor let out a light exclamation. He was also surprised by the result. It's really unexpected that this elf girl has extremely powerful strength in her body. The Theocracy already has most of the information on the platinum armor. Ordinary magic is useless, and the only way is to reduce its HP to 0. Jusajiming had rehearsed this move in her mind many times, so she was not going to hold back and revealed her trump card directly. Summon the Spartans. She used the special ability sealed in her scythe to summon 5 undead to stand in front of her as her vanguard. She did not wear the full body armor left by the god of wind because it was inconvenient to hide, but lacking protective gear in battle would be very dangerous. Since Ainz couldn't help, she could only settle for the next best thing. The origin of Magic World Teleport. The attack from the platinum armor came immediately. He flashed behind Jusajiming and swung the sword in his hand from top to bottom. Water flow super acceleration, strong wrist attack super enhanced defense. Jusajiming seemed to sense something and instantly activated his martial arts. He stepped on the undead in front of him, did a beautiful backflip, and stabbed the helmet of the platinum armor with his sickle. Original magic light cloth. The platinum armor glowed, and the fatal attack was easily resolved. He then swung his sword again. Jusajiming let out a cry of pain, and a bloody mark appeared on his back. If she hadn't activated her defense-enhancing martial arts in advance, she would probably have been seriously injured. The gap in combat experience has already become apparent. Jusajiming did not hesitate any longer and used one of his trump cards. Heroic Warrior, taking advantage of this opportunity, Jusajiming immediately used Heal Severe Injuries to suppress the spread of the injury. On the battlefield on the other side, the battle between Jusajiming and Platinum Armor has entered a white-hot stage. Her abilities are degraded, and her profession should be a secondary Valkyrie. It is totally incomparable to my Valkyrie profession, Ainz. The cooperation between Jedi and Einherjar was quite good, and the number of people made up for her lack of combat experience. I acknowledge your strength, the god of the church. The smoke dissipated, and Jusajiming was unharmed. The leaves of the world tree became dim, and their durability was obviously consumed a lot. High-level origin magic world annihilation, but the platinum armor is chasing him relentlessly. Even if he can leave the barrier, he will probably be hunted down. It is better to give it a try now. That's true, Sig laughed secretly, hoping that Ainz wouldn't be too surprised when he saw the same skill as himself. The platinum armor distanced himself and controlled his body to fly into the air. If the battle is prolonged, there is no doubt that platinum armor will be defeated. The heroic Einherjar was disintegrated and turned into spots of light the moment it came into contact with the beam of light. The platinum armor was not at a disadvantage when fighting two people at the same time and was even slightly suppressed. She gritted her teeth and didn't want to use this trick. The two sides fought hard. Their paddling operations formed a sharp contrast with the fierce fighting over there. The world-class item Leaves of the World Tree is a pure defensive item that grants immunity to all physical and magical attacks during activation. Accept your fate of death. The special skill of the Valkyrie class is to create a servant with the same numerical value as herself. The combat power will be slightly weaker than the original body, but the attributes in all aspects are the same. The platinum armor showed no signs of injury, but his HP had been reduced to half, and he could not be healed with healing magic. The former deliberately did not participate, while the latter was too low in level to intervene, so the two could only be matched together to fight each other. Even when facing an irresistible attack, it will be forcibly offset at the cost of consuming durability. However, the platinum armor would not give Jusajiming this opportunity. He raised his hand, and white energy condensed in his hand, and his HP was quickly reduced by 40%. Pandora couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and the people of Nazarick who were watching the live battle were also genuinely shocked. Zezabai looked badly injured, but she was able to keep fighting with the help of her healing magic. But the two people in the same camp couldn't really fight, so they could only act out loud. Shaltir explained thoughtfully, puffing out her chest with pride, she was much better in this area. Death is the end of all life. A beam of white energy gushed out, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything. Ainz added, if you don't specialize in one weapon, the strength of the heroic Einherjar will be greatly reduced. It's just a skill that looks intimidating. Jusajiming raised his sickle, and a golden clock shadow appeared behind him. Destroy the filth of the Dragon Emperor. Pandora and Queen Ainz were wandering on the edge of the battlefield. Both of them had no sense of existence. At the critical moment, a green light appeared on Jusajiming's body, green leaves emerged from her chest, and a triangular transparent barrier completely wrapped her. Ainz opened his mouth in surprise. What's going on? Death is the end of all life is a special skill that can only be learned by the profession Eclipse when it reaches the highest level LV5, with a cooldown time of 100 hours. Ruler of Death is an advanced racial profession unique to the skeleton undead, and is also a prerequisite for obtaining the special profession Eclipse. The race of Jusajiming is half-elves, a subhuman race, and has no racial professions at all, so how can they be the rulers of death? First there was the race Ruler of Death, then the job changed to Eclipse, and finally the special skill Death is the end of all life was acquired. These three links are indispensable. The first step of Jusajiming is wrong, how to release specific skills. Albedo expressed her guess. Perhaps a special item was used to seal this skill. The theocracy once had a god of death called Sulshana. He is of the same species as Ainz Sama, so it's not surprising that he can use this skill. The answer is very close. Sig nodded in agreement. As expected of Albedo, she quickly got such a reasonable explanation. If he didn't know the plot, he would believe this explanation. Ainz nodded slowly. He couldn't think of a better explanation, but he felt that things were not that simple. Seeing that they were still guessing, Sig gave them a hint. In this world, there are many humans who are born with supernatural powers. There must be more than one person as powerful as Draudolin. Ainz understood instantly, that sickle should be the weapon of the god of death. She may be able to use the weapon to unleash the user's skills. Sig made a final addition, it should be the skill of the ace. Jusajiming's innate ability is contact sensing, the strongest skill among the top 10 in the continent. It has the ability to read the original owner's ace skills from the item. After the copy is completed, it can be used regardless of restrictions. It is the rarest and most powerful ability. Sig patted Jinkai's dragon head and said firmly, it looks like Jusajiming is about to lose. I have to make my debut as well. Going to win? After using his last trump card, Jusajiming was extremely sure of this. The moment the skill was activated, she immediately released another skill in her scythe Death. The pointer made a clicking sound and slowly moved. Death is an instant death skill. After releasing a special skill, it will be delayed for 12 seconds and the effect will be strengthened to 100% activation. Even if the target has complete instant death resistance, it can break through and take effect. 1361012, the platinum armor asked coldly, "Who are you?" She spat out a mouthful of blood foam with a look of reluctance in her eyes. "Everything is possible. Why, things shouldn't have turned out this way." The voice of the man in the platinum armor was cold. He gave absolute certainty. "If you were more cautious, I might not be able to defeat you." "How is that possible?" "Winner." The platinum armor stood motionless in the air as if it had given up resistance. Origin of magic world. The man in platinum armor just raised his hand slightly, and the 4 weapons were useless, directly knocking the deadly ones away. Another brand new platinum armor slowly walked over from a distance. "It looks like I won." On paper, Jusajiming is indeed stronger, but the messy job assignments prevent her from specializing, and her lack of combat experience causes her to suffer frequent setbacks. As for the theocracy that did not keep its word, he would personally purge them and the previous contracts could be annulled. Judging from the level, there is not much difference in strength between the two. Platinum Armor LV85 only has basic attributes, and using Origin magic also consumes HP. A figure flashed in the air as smoke filled the air. A shallow pit and several spiderweb cracks appeared on the ground. Jusajiming tried hard to smile, and all she had to do now was wait quietly. Platinum Armor's victory was a matter of course. The man in Platinum Armor raised his hand indifferently. He was going to give the final fatal blow. She raised her scythe and rushed forward, while releasing her martial arts to increase her own strength. Just when Jusajiming was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the nightmare-like voice sounded again. "What will happen to the church if she dies? What will happen to the people?" Jusajiming felt great pain in his body, and a fishy-sweet taste surged in his throat. This technique can kill the undead and grem, and even inanimate objects. Jusajiming clenched his teeth tightly, making a clicking sound. Jusajiming released the skill of the world-class item, and death directly hit the platinum armor. The guardian of the theocracy should never fail, and it should be so. At this time, leaves of the world tree are still being activated, and the absolute defense is still there. The first armor has little health left, so just wear it down and save the last trump card to use it directly on the second armor. The sound of something breaking through the air at high speed came from the direction of the city and finally fell like a meteor. Jusajiming LV88 not only has rare skills, but can also be equipped with powerful weapons and props. "I won't give up here." The platinum armor paused for a moment, then its HP was reduced to 0, and it fell from a high altitude with the armor and weapons shattered to the ground. Jusajiming's eyes turned dim. She really couldn't believe that the Platinum Dragon King actually brought spare armor. The Platinum Dragon King's voice came clearly. "Who are you?" "I am the Holy Dragon King of the Sorceress Kingdom. Please stop your violence immediately." Sig, wearing silver armor, revealed his true face. In order to prove his identity, he did not wear a helmet, revealing his overly handsome face. Although he said words of warning, his expression remained decent. This is the composure of a king. With armor of similar colors and the same dragon element decorations, it is indeed easy to mistake the two sides for each other to a certain extent. The Platinum Dragon King narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a brief recollection, he now remembered who the smiling young man in front of him was. "Is the title of Silver Knight still convenient to use, Siglees?" Sig was slightly surprised. "The famous Silver Knight actually knows my name." The Platinum Dragon King actually took the initiative to talk, which was a good sign. In the original book, Pandora had to spend a lot of effort to get the other party to speak. Perhaps it was because he stopped the Sorcerer King from killing innocent people, and this righteous act made the other party feel that he could communicate. The Platinum Armor replied calmly, "I have always been very concerned about the existence of something that might be filthy. Of course, thanks to the message conveyed by Ligurit, the necromancer who was one of the 13 heroes, he was able to obtain information about the Sorceress Kingdom as quickly as possible." "Filthy? I don't know what you mean by that." The head of the Platinum Armor flashed red. "Can I explain it more clearly? Are you a player?" This question is too direct, but why should he answer it? Sig asked directly, "So what if it is, and so what if it isn't?" Considering the chaotic state of the 7-colored Dragon King at that time, he discovered a fact. That is, the dragon race has never appeared among previous players, which made the real dragons confused. In Yggdrasil, human and subhuman players have always been the majority, which is actually not surprising. Because of the difference in intelligence, the first thing people in this world think of when they see a dragon man is that he is a native dragon. After seeing Sig in person, the Platinum Dragon King was also confused. He felt the breath of a dragon, but it was different from that of an ordinary true Dragon King. "Is it a special race?" NPCs are also possible. Players will have more freedom in setting them, so it's not surprising that they come up with strange things. Or maybe he is the descendant of a player, which is more in line with the speculation of being a dragon descendant, but he really doesn't believe that the real Dragon King would get involved with a player. This is really troublesome. Is this intentionally misleading? The Dragonborn identity that Sig created for himself had a great confusing effect, and the ancient true Dragon King had obviously been led astray. As for why he needs to figure out his identity, the reason is very simple. It determines the extent of power he will use. In the battle against the filth, the player must first snipe. NPCs obey the player's orders and have a weak sense of self, so there is no need to fight to the death. For example, NPCs still exist in the Sky City stronghold of the 8 Desire Kings. The offspring pose the lowest threat. The weak ones do not need to be taken care of at all, but the powerful ones must be intervened if they are desperate. But no matter how you judge it, as long as it's related to the players, there's no way to resolve it peacefully. The white gold armor was filled with murderous intent, and he pointed a sword in his hand. Then there is no need to waste words, let's answer with a fight. Sig sighed, his eyes cold, what a shame. The man in platinum armor raised his hand and used the high-level origin magic again, destroy everything. World annihilation is a simple energy aggregation shock wave, second only to the highest origin original Big Bang as a powerful killing weapon. How arrogant. Jusajiming once again activated the world-class item Leaves of the World Tree, and an indestructible emerald green barrier enveloped the two of them. Sig turned around and asked in surprise, Celia, are you okay? Jusajiming finally came to her senses. She raised her head with an indescribable expression. I didn't expect it would be you who came to save me. There's too much noise here, so I naturally have to come over to take a look. Sig held out his hand, motioning for the other to grab it. Jusajiming bit her lip, supported by the sickle, and slowly stood up. She said stubbornly, Humph, I can handle it myself. Leaves of the World Tree actually have a hidden feature that automatically restores durability, although the speed is not very fast. Before, Jusajiming just pretended that the durability was too worn out and could not be used anymore. She had originally planned to wait for the Platinum Dragon King to get closer before launching a sneak attack. Even if the chances of success were slim, she would not sit and wait for death. I know you're strong. Sig pulled his hand back without any embarrassment, his voice clearly apologetic. I'm sorry, it's my fault that such a dangerous existence has appeared in the Sorceress Kingdom. Jusajiming suddenly reacted. She was about to question, but when she thought that it was most likely a coincidence, she lowered her head and kept silent. She looked a little cute, as if she was sulking, and she was wearing casual, everyday clothes. Sig couldn't help but think of a little girl throwing a tantrum. Although this description is not quite accurate for Jusajiming, a girl over 100 years old cannot be considered a young girl. Don't worry, leave everything to me. You. With just one strike, I can end the fight. There was a strange look in Jusajiming's eyes, and suddenly a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Of course I believe you, dear Holy Dragon King. Sig looked at Jusajiming deeply and asked through his mind, Jinkai, is the copying complete? Jinkai huddled in Sig's armor and whimpered quietly. World annihilation copying completed. Jinkai inherited the ability of Mirror of the Strange God and possessed a very powerful copying talent, which is even more powerful than Sig's special profession. The conditions for copying skills are not harsh. One is to see the skill being released, and the other is that it takes a certain amount of time. This is also the reason why Sig deliberately delayed time. Instant armament, then there's no need to waste time. Sig smiled slightly and a spear appeared in his hand. It seems that he can't even stand steadily and looks very pitiful. The world-class item Gungnir, also known as the Meteor Spear, has the power to penetrate everything. The platinum armor immediately used the teleportation skill to increase the distance by 100 meters. Use different world-class props in different situations. If there is only one enemy in front of you, you naturally have to use Gungnir. Sig did not push away and only asked after they separated, is this a reward? Sig raised his hand and the spear flew back, and the 2 remaining platinum armors also had to be recovered. Seeing the platinum armor defeated, Pandora immediately controlled the enhanced armor to escape. Gungnir's attack destroyed the last bit of durability, and it will take a long time for the Leaves of the World Tree to repair. The Platinum Dragon King only felt a black screen before his eyes, and the connection with the armor was immediately cut off, which meant that his HP was reduced to 0 in an instant. So Sig picked her up, is that so? In terms of single-point destructiveness, Gungnir is the strongest among the world-class items, and the 20 strongest ones are mostly mechanical items. Ainz was knocked unconscious and got away with it. 2 world-class props were destroyed at Sig's hands, and she suspected that he did it on purpose. The golden spear, with the momentum to destroy everything, easily penetrated the barrier formed by the leaves of the world tree, and pierced directly into the platinum armor with its long golden tail. It was difficult to catch up with him at that flying speed, so we could only let him go. World teleport, go through meteor spear. Jusujuming held the leaves that had turned dark gray in his hands and stood there in a daze. This was God's last legacy. But the spear did not lose its target. It stabbed faster and faster, and the tip of the spear was soon in front of his eyes. No, this is a certification. I acknowledge that you are someone who can mate. But Sig did not use any healing skills. He preferred to be half dead and dying. The tip of Jusujuming's red and tender tongue has not been retracted yet, with a strand of crystal silk hanging on it, and a pair of heterochromatic pupils are full of cunning. Sig's whole body was tense, the ground beneath his feet couldn't bear the pressure and cracked inch by inch. He made a standard javelin-throwing posture. Sig looked at Jusujuming in surprise. This divine girl was indeed in a very miserable state. Her clothes were torn in many places, and even the fair skin around her waist was exposed. The Platinum Dragon King's pupils shrank. We must avoid this move. Jusujuming put away the leaves and pouted, carry me away. Damn it, cunning filth. In terms of group attack range damage, the Eye of Bearer, which can add instant death attributes, is also one of the top batches and is a powerful weapon for clearing the field. It wasn't a kiss at all, it was more like having your lips licked by a naughty kitten. This is a sure-hit sniper skill. If it were his real body, a quarter of his health would be lost instantly. This is how defensive items are. There will always be durability anxiety. This isn't some special fetish, it's simply out of caution and not wanting to be backstabbed. Jusujuming suddenly moved his lips closer and intertwined them in a random manner. I said one hit was enough. The sun rose as usual, and the residents of the Sorceress Kingdom welcomed a new day. The noise of the battle that took place last night was indeed quite loud, and the residents living outside the atrium were slightly affected, but they did not care. With the holy dragon hovering in the sky, the undead standing firm at their posts, and 2 powerful kings, there is no place safer than here. Inside the palace, Jusujuming woke up slowly. Her injuries had been properly treated, the minor wounds were completely healed, and the deep wounds were wrapped with bandages to assist recovery. Looking at the technique, it seems that the therapist is a very professional one. The door slowly opened, and the blonde young man showed surprise. Lord Jusujuming, you are finally awake. Jusujuming touched his head and frowned slightly. Ainz, where is this place? How long have I been unconscious? It was really strange. Her memory froze at the end of the battle, and she had no recollection of how she got here. A strange look flashed across Ainz's face. He really had forgotten that he was almost killed by Shaltir. If Lord Sig hadn't saved her and deleted that memory, how could she still be alive? What a lucky woman. Ainz. When the other party saw him, Ainz quickly returned to normal and showed just the right amount of worry. In order to prevent you from being embarrassed by the Sorcerer King, His Majesty the Holy Dragon King took you back to his palace. It is already noon the next day. Is it noon already? Jusujuming muttered to himself, and after confirming that the world-class props were still there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, this is that man's bedroom. Does that mean he also slept in this bed? Jusujuming clutched the quilt tightly and finally experienced the feeling called shyness. Once upon a time, in her eyes, there was no difference between men and women. They were all weak, like ants that could be trampled underfoot. The strongest man in the church, Captain Shenron, was also defeated by her. It cannot be said that there was a battle between the two of them. It was just her one-sided education, and she even forced the other to wash his face with horse urine. Over the past 100 years, Jusujuming has never had any feelings of appreciation for any man, let alone falling in love with him. But after Sig easily defeated the platinum armor last night, her long silent heart suddenly started beating, and when she got emotional, she even forced a kiss on him. It is really hard to imagine that I can do that, and I can even brazenly talk about mating. Ainz reminded him, Lord Jusujuming, how should we respond to the church? Jusujuming was suddenly startled, the beauty in his heart was shattered, and his mood became particularly bad. Such a big thing happened and she didn't know how to report it. Regarding the theocracy's future course of action, we must be more cautious. I'll report it, you go get the information first. Understood. Ainz closed the door and walked out. When he turned around, he saw Albedo standing at the door. He immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Lord Albedo, what do you want from me?" Albedo remained dignified and elegant without showing any emotion. "As the wife, isn't it normal for me to care about my husband's concubines?" Cold sweat broke out on Ainz's forehead. The powerful aura oppressed him to the point of suffocation, but his loyalty to his master overcame his fear. "Lord Sig still has some use for juicy juming, you can't kill her." Albedo pursed her lips and smiled. "I came to see you. How is the infiltration plan going? Have you leaked the information about the church in time?" Ainz breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were asking about his work situation. He had a lot to say about this. The infiltration plan went smoothly. Low-level humans are easily deceived. With verbal induction, I have brainwashed a group of loyal servants. Also, do we need to capture some more humans and send them over? Albedo narrowed her eyes slightly. Not for now. These humans are different from ordinary two-legged sheep. They all have faith in the 6 great gods and are good materials for faith experiments. Demiurge used it very carefully, so the loss was very low and he didn't need to restock it in the short term. There was a flash of disappointment in Ainz's eyes. No matter what, he wanted to be more loyal to Lord Sig. "I have spread the intelligence of the church to all countries. The Elf Kingdom has won several battles with this intelligence. The priests of the church are very anxious and have sent captains of gods to provide support." "Oh, another player's offspring." Albedo ordered in a cold voice, "From now on, you will focus on intelligence and assist the Elven Kingdom in secret. Nazarick has already sent helpers, and their goal is to strike at the theocracy and capture the God-man." Ainz bowed his head deeply. "As you command. Office, Sigson, you're taking a risk. Besides, you can't get rid of the platinum armor so quickly. You should at least test it out first and have a back and forth. You can just pretend you can't win and run away." Ainz has been complaining non-stop since he came back. Sig was forced to listen to him chanting here, and Pandora did not escape either. After all, they were the only 2 people actually participating in this plan, so Ainz called them all together. "President, I have also thought about it carefully, and Pandora has also discussed it with me." Sig winked at Pandora, hoping he would understand his hint. Ainz is a cautious person. When he first entered the other world, he avoided a lot of trouble by relying on this caution. "Pandora, do you have anything else to say?" Ainz sighed deeply. "However, you should first manage your harem. It doesn't matter how many women you have, but you must not disappoint Shaltir and Albedo." Ainz was a little confused. Wouldn't it be better to be more cautious? Ainz suddenly remembered something. "I heard from Albedo that Sebastian was sent to the Elf Kingdom. In what capacity do you plan to have him assist the Elf King?" Sig didn't think too much about it at the time. He stroked his chin and thought for a few seconds, and suddenly he had a good idea. "Yes, sir." Pandora touched her feet together, bowed briefly, and sat down reluctantly. But the key point is that Sig knows the plot and can even roughly estimate the strength of the enemy, so he naturally acts more casually, or to put it more seriously, radically. "Okay, Pandora, stop talking." "I get it." Pandora stood up suddenly and her boiled egg-like head was shining. "How is Jaldabaoth's dragon steward?" Sig gritted his teeth and said, "Just do it." I didn't. Even if it was someone he admired, he would kill them without hesitation as long as they were an enemy of Nazarick. "Please forgive my impoliteness, my creator." Sig picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Having held power for a long time, his actions had a sense of dominance. To this world, players are foreign viruses and the true Dragon King is the immune cell. Ainz became angry again when he saw this. He really wanted to take a hammer and knock it open. Why on earth did he design Pandora like this? After laying the groundwork for so long, it's time for the demon Lord Jaldabaoth to play his part. For enemies that pose a greater threat, he will be more aggressive. "You are still so evil." Sig chuckled. "President, you are worried that the true Dragon King is on guard. The most important thing right now is to take down the theocracy. That way the human nations will be in our hands and the Holy Kingdom will be powerless and unable to make any waves." The Platinum Dragon King is not a cowardly type. He inherited the blood of the Dragon Emperor and is committed to destroying the players. Those players who are playing badly can be considered harmless viruses, but Nazarick can be considered the king of viruses. Fighting is inevitable. "President, don't be too angry. I always think carefully before doing anything." Ainz suddenly realized, "You mean to force him to act on purpose, to force all the enemies in the dark out so that we can defeat them one by one?" "That's right. Hey. Hey. If Sig didn't know the plot, he might agree with Ainz's approach and choose to move forward steadily. Ainz thought carefully about Sig's words. It's a very apt metaphor, but isn't it a bit inappropriate to reveal your strength too early? Ainz was not a weak person after all, he was just cautious. Sig was amused by the father and son. With Pandora as a funny creature, why would Ainz need to adopt a child? We will run into the true Dragon King sooner or later. You have seen their attitude towards players. They even want to wipe out their offspring. Their hatred cannot be adjusted. This shameless B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh How dare that yin-yang-haired woman put her filthy mouth in front of Lord Sig? How disgusting. Aura could only helplessly advise, Sig-sama is so perfect, he will definitely have more women in the future. Shaltir, you should relax. But how could she suddenly force a kiss? Shaltir sniffed and said, I've been preparing for months before I dared to do this, Ainz. Aura's mouth twitched, so this is what you care about. You are so impulsive, Shaltir, you need to learn how to think. Albedo walked over slowly, lifted her skirt elegantly and sat down. As Sig-sama's woman, don't you understand his intentions? Shaltir's expression turned serious. What's your intention? Aura also looked over curiously. Albedo, please stop keeping us in suspense. Albedo said seriously, Lord Sig's goal is to use that woman. All these appearances are to extract information. If you kill her, it will be a disaster. Is that so? Shaltir nodded blankly, with red at the corners of her eyes, looking not very smart. Aura covered her face helplessly. With Shaltir's intelligence, how could she compete with Albedo for the position of the first wife? She should just be a fool. Did Lord Sig say what to do with her? Albedo curled her lips and sneered, of course, we squeeze out all the value and throw it away like a rag. Shameless B**************************************** this is what you deserve. It was only the second time they met, but Jusajiming forcefully kissed Lord Sig in front of them, which was even more excessive than Daradilan's behavior. What are you guys talking about when you get together? Hearing her lover's voice, Shaltir immediately ran over and threw herself into his warm embrace. Lord Sig, I was wrong. Please punish me well, Tilda. Veins popped out on Albedo's forehead, and she used her height advantage to lift Shaltir up in one go, and then she fell into Sig's arms. Her cheeks flushed and she looked delicate. Lord Sig, I am being rude. Shaltir used her petite body to occupy the other side and pressed her body against him. Her padded breasts were very elastic. Sig-sama Tilda. Sig was hugging one of them and looked like a winner in life, but he really didn't know which way to look. On one side is a sweet little cake, and on the other side is a pure white succubus. It's really hard to choose. Sig tried to keep his gaze straight and suggested, there are children here, why don't we go to my chambers and talk? Aura realized the kid was talking about her and puffed up her cheeks in anger. Sig-sama is biased. There were only 3 female guardians, and the other 2 were Lord Sig's women, which made her feel isolated. Sig smiled helplessly, raised his hand and rubbed Aura's head. Be good, go and train with Jinkai. The young dragon had just acquired a new skill and was worried that no one wanted to play with him. Watching the 3 people leaving, Aura felt the remaining warmth on her head and couldn't help but wonder if she would be able to join them when she grew up. The bedroom of the Holy Dragon King. Sig finally breathed a sigh of relief as he led Albedo and Shaltir into the room. There is no one else here. Jusajiming's room is a spare guest room and is not usually occupied. He is not so perverted as to let people sleep in his bed. Albedo's breath was as sweet as orchid, her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were captivating. Shaltir was bold and passionate, and her high, sweet voice seemed to have a hook. Sig remembered a saying, there is no problem that can't be solved by a good night's sleep. If it doesn't work, try again. If it still doesn't work, try again. A day and a night passed. Thanks to Sig's unremitting efforts, Albedo and Shaltir were satisfied, and of course he himself was satisfied too. Seeing that they were calm, he decided to talk about something serious. Jusajiming is still useful, don't do anything to her, her bloodline is very rare. Shaltir nodded obediently and sincerely admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, I will definitely hold back next time. Albedo smiled, of course I understand. Humph gorilla, why are you imitating me? I won't learn from a fool. Sig smiled and hugged the 2 of them. Okay, you 2 are my wings. In the northwest corner of the continent, south of the Abelian Hills in the Ivansha forest. After a long journey, Sebastian finally arrived at his destination. To be precise, it is the Dragon Butler. I heard that it was a name that Lord Sig gave him specially. He likes this name full of contrast very much. To unify his style, he wore a ferocious dragon head mask. The maid, the butler, and the demon king, it seems like they are indeed in the same group. Sebastian had sharp senses and easily avoided the main battlefield, galloping along the path through the woods. According to the existing intelligence, the capital of the Elf Kingdom is located near Crescent Lake in the forest, and the target is very clear. Sebastian had an unimpeded journey and gradually went deeper into the Ivansha forest. Just as he was concentrating, he suddenly heard suppressed crying sounds in his ears. Next to the big tree was a little forest elf girl, younger than Aura and Mare, and looked only about 8 years old. She was carrying a huge bow and arrow on her back, and there was a deep sword wound in her abdomen which was bleeding profusely. With such a secret thought in mind, Luki agreed to the request. To express my gratitude, I will take you there. Sebastian took a deep breath and calmed down. He couldn't let this beast delay his plan. No, I am the butler of the evil dragon, a subordinate of the demon Lord Jaldabaoth. Sebastian was confused. Giving birth to a child is a reward. The childhood of forest elves is very long. This little girl is probably in her 60s or 70s, but her mind is still immature, similar to that of an ordinary child. Thinking of this, the little girl stopped resisting and struggling and prepared to die calmly. The forest elf girl was startled. She subconsciously thought it was an enemy and instinctively pulled the bowstring and shot. The war has caused her so much pain. Will she finally be free today? Sebastian asked sincerely, can you please take me to see the Elf King? It seems that the Forest Elf King is really a scumbag for letting such a child go to the battlefield. Why? The person in front of him feels more powerful than his father and may be able to kill him. Sebastian seemed very friendly, and she didn't want him to misunderstand that she wanted to have a child with her biological father. Sebastian hesitated for a long time but finally came out. However, this person is so strong, and I must have angered him by attacking him without permission. Well, this is the mercy bestowed by that adult. This was the method of applying skills he had learned from Lord Sig, making rational use of his physical abilities. The little girl took the potion blankly and said, my name is Luki, the child of the Elf King. Going to the battlefield is our father's way of training us. If we perform well, our mother will be rewarded with the opportunity to give birth again. Luki's eyes were full of doubt. Do you really want to be an enemy of the theocracy? Don't be afraid. I came here to seek cooperation because my master, the demon Lord Jaldabaoth, also wants to conquer the theocracy. Massacre or war, I believe more people will choose the latter, at least there is hope of winning. Produced in Khan Village and carefully developed by Enfira. Hello, do you need any help? Why does everyone want to go to war? Isn't peace good? Sebastian walked over slowly and took out a bottle of healing potion. What is your name? Sebastian did not dodge or evade. He transformed his arms into dragon claws and caught all the arrows in his hands at once, crushing them with a slight force of his palms. The little forest elf girl was very surprised, as she had never heard of this person before. That would end the suffering for everyone. An arrow shot out at high speed and split into 3 out of thin air, similar to the skill of split arrow. Luki nodded timidly. My father's lifelong wish is to form an army composed entirely of his own blood to prove that the forest elves are the most powerful race. Are you an assistant of the theocracy? Sebastian was surprised for a moment. The children of the Elf King were the royal family of this country, and the Luki in front of him was actually a princess. What Luki didn't say was that as long as they were strong female individuals, the Elf King would take their daughters into his harem. The struggle between the Elf Kingdom and the theocracy has lasted for 100 years. War numbs people and many people forget why they are fighting. Territory, population resources, or a power struggle, it seems like neither is the case. Why is that? Once upon a time, the Elf Kingdom and the theocracy had a cooperative relationship. Although the two sides were not very close, they could always live in peace. Everything changed after the Elf King kidnapped a young girl. The girl named Finn is the secret trump card of the theocracy and possesses the coveted blood of a god. The Elf King has always wanted to have powerful offspring, so he chose Finn, or to be more precise, he chose this excellent mother. So the Elf King kidnapped her and forced her into pregnancy. Even though the child was destined to have only half-elf blood, the Elf King did not care. This is not difficult to solve. You just need to continue to have S*X with your children to dilute the human bloodline, and eventually only the elven characteristics will remain. But no one expected that the church would be so quick to send out the most powerful black scripture directly, carrying the props of God. The Elf King backed off. He watched Finn being rescued and the baby in her belly disappeared as well. From then on, the theocracy and the Elf Kingdom broke off completely and the war began. Even though he brought disaster to his people, the Elf King did not regret what he did. He was just upset that he had gone to great lengths but failed to obtain a powerful offspring. But soon he discovered the benefits of war. The battle makes the forest elves stronger and their levels are greatly improved. In order to obtain a powerful mother body, he sent all the female forest elves to the battlefield. He did the same to his own children, hoping to stimulate their potential. In the eyes of the Elf King, the theocracy is not an enemy, but a catalyst for awakening the power of the people. So when Sebastian came to seek cooperation, the Elf King, Dekem Hogan, directly rejected the proposal. The blonde elf sitting on the throne has a stern face and an attitude of looking down on everyone. He also has a pair of heterochromatic pupils. Sebastian noticed that Decem was only wearing a set of light armor and seemed to be a light warrior, but he did not give the impression of a pure warrior. He hadn't expected to meet the Elf King so soon, but Luki brought him here easily, and basically no one stopped him. The Elf King was very confident in his own strength, and he did not even build up defenses for the palace where he lived. Perhaps the forest elves were unwilling to guard a king who acted recklessly. Your people are being slaughtered by humans, and you are totally unwilling to do anything about it. However, Decem had his own reasoning. The king exists to be served, not to take care of the people. They should pray to me, but even if I do not show mercy, they should be satisfied. I beg to differ. Being seriously refuted, Decem was in a bad mood and he stared at Sebastian coldly. Evil Dragon Butler, what a childish name. Your master has really poor taste. Sebastian originally wanted to talk calmly, but his tone immediately changed when he heard this. Please take back this comment. It was as if the murderous aura was tangible in the air. Luki, who was kneeling on the side, could not help but shiver. It was the first time that she felt the same pressure as her father. Are you strong? Decem stared at Sebastian, and a sense of oppression began to emanate from his body. Sebastian was completely unmoved, standing there as steady as a piece of steel. Wow, you can actually stand it. It seems like this is the first time this has happened. Luki was sandwiched between two strong men. Her breathing gradually became difficult and her body trembled slightly, but she didn't dare to make any other movements. Sebastian noticed her situation and took the initiative to end the duel. If you want to prove your strength, I can spar with you. Let the weak one leave first. Decem was still unsatisfied and licked his lips perversely. It would be great if you were a woman. Our child would definitely be very powerful. Or this, the child is a little young and looks like he needs some time to grow up, but that's okay, he should be old enough to give birth to a child. Sebastian frowned. What do you mean by that? Decem said casually, it's very simple. You just need to have a child with my daughter. I think you like her very much. By the way, what's your name? Luki replied timidly, Father, my name is Luki. You are so weak that I can't even remember your name, but you should be happier to have the blood of a strong man. Luki forced a smile and responded respectfully. Facing the Elf King, the forest elves have learned to obey and dare not say a word even if they have complaints in their hearts. Sebastian raised his fist and surging power gathered in his hand. His voice was filled with anger. Luki, you can leave now. A child like you shouldn't listen to such dirty talk. You really don't understand the importance of the bloodline of the king. The forest elves are a race with infinite possibilities. My father is one of the 8 Desire Kings, an existence standing at the top of the world. A man in a striped suit walked over slowly, holding a forest elf in his hand. The Elf King did not let his guard down. As long as he wanted, Behemoth would be able to stand in front of him in the next second. He came back from the Dragon Kingdom and arrived at the Elf Kingdom before he had even rested. This sense of fulfillment made him feel relaxed both physically and mentally, and his heart was filled with the joy of conquering the world for the Supreme Being. Decem was very tempted by the price of his life, and for the sake of face, he said he would think about it. However, he also prepared luxurious rooms for Sebastian and Demiurge, and even offered to have his concubines serve them. Demiurge smiled slightly. Don't you think Sigsama has not considered the current situation? He really wanted to know where all these powerful people came from and why they were so powerful. The Elf King can summon a higher-level LV-87 Earth Elf, which is named Behemoth, but it is not certain that the same one is summoned every time. In every aspect, Decameron did not look like a king and was even worse than an uncivilized primitive tribal chief. The corners of Demiurge's mouth curled up under his mask. Now we can talk about cooperation. Sebastian suddenly realized, you mean this is Lord Sig's deliberate arrangement? He wants me to intimidate the Elf King. I am Jaldabaoth, the resurrected Demon King. Sebastian couldn't bear it any longer and immediately activated his skill. The war is about to begin. That's enough of the farce. Summon the root Earth Spirit. Don't you want a powerful offspring? The god of the church once gave birth to a child for you. That girl has grown up. Her code name is Juicy Juming. She should be stronger than you. Decem spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew straight backwards. Even the throne he had been sitting on was smashed into 2 pieces. Decem propped himself up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and the sand and stones on the ground began to flow towards him. Decem made up his mind that if Jaldabaoth threatened his life, he would immediately summon Behemoth and fight to the death. He asked in return, what benefit do I get? Who are you? The slightly flattering behavior has already shown that the matter has actually been accomplished. Please be careful. Taking this opportunity, Luki quietly retreated. He instantly moved in front of the Elf King and slapped him with one palm, and a loud sonic boom resounded throughout the hall. It looks like it was some servant who wanted to stop him. What an unlucky guy. High-speed movement plus puppet palm, Dickham opened his mouth in surprise. It took him a long time to remember the name of the divine girl he had R*****D. Is it Finn's child? When talking about his proudest father, Dickham showed a smug expression. There were only two of them left in the room. Sebastian was silent for a while, but he finally thanked him sincerely. Demiurge, thanks to your timely arrival, I almost ruined the plan. You are indeed very strong, as you can make me bleed. But your attitude towards the king is really terrible. I should teach you a lesson. Dickham wanted to curse, but it was a 1-on-2 situation and he was not sure of winning. Demiurge said in an evil voice, I need a powerful sacrifice, so I invite your country to attack the theocracy together. The Elf King will not disagree. Demiurge nodded. He was not too stupid. He had just figured this out, the headquarters of the theocracy's army. The Supreme Commander, Marshal Valeria Ainz, is holding secret talks. Facing the young man who was less than 20 years old, Valeria, who was over 50 years old, showed great respect. It's great that you can come as reinforcement. Sir, you don't have to do that. Just call me Kuro, this is my common pseudonym. The godly Captain Kuro did not put on airs at all towards the hardworking marshal. He used to be a proud and arrogant person, but after being taught by Jusujiming, he finally learned to be humble. He became more polite in his dealings with others and no longer said things like, I alone am the black scripture. Overall, Kuro skipped puberty and became a mature person. Valeria pondered for a moment before finally asking, does our country intend to end the war? Kuro neither shook his head nor nodded, he just stated it calmly. I can't kill the Elf King by myself, he has other things to do right now. My main task is to investigate the information leak. Support is just a side job. The top leaders of the church have noticed that their country's secrets are being leaked, and the defeat on the battlefield is also related to this. There is a tendency to upset the balance, so they sent Kuro to the front line. After understanding what Kuro meant, Valeria's eyes became serious. We don't have any so-called leakers here. I know, but this is my job. I understand, you should go and rest first. Valeria sighed deeply, called his staff officer and asked him to take Kuro out. He hoped that this divine man would see the miserable plight of the soldiers and say a few words to the top leaders to end the war quickly. Hey, do the higher-ups really not care about the lives of the soldiers? Maintaining the status quo is not only what the Elf King wants, the theocracy also does not want to end the war. Even though they have the secret weapon, the death-defying scripture, which is invincible in forest battles, the theocracy has been slow to send support. The ultimate reason is to make soldiers stronger, accumulate combat experience, get used to death, and use this as an opportunity to learn the guerrilla soldier profession. It is necessary to incur casualties during this period so that the soldiers can become stronger more urgently. Ultimately, the needs of the theocracy and the Elf King are the same, which is why this war lasted for 100 years. Valeria could understand such an idea, but it was really hard to accept, and she even developed a disgust towards the higher-ups. The soldiers' pain and wailing lingered in my ears all the time. They were all living people with flesh and blood, relatives and friends. Valeria, who knew everything, understood clearly that every time she ordered an attack, she was sending them to their deaths. Boom. At this moment, a roar that resounded through the sky exploded in her ears, and Valeria felt like she was almost going deaf. Enemy attack. The place where their troops were stationed was very close to the king of the Elf Kingdom. Could it be that man, the Elf King, had taken action? Valeria immediately ran out of the tent, looked up, and was stunned by the scene in front of her. It was a huge object made of earth, but it moved freely like a living thing. A root earth elemental spirit up to LV-87 can take away several lives with just a simple move. Is this the church's camp? It's so close. It seems like they really don't take me seriously. A lazy male voice came from the front, and a male elf with heterochromatic eyes walked out slowly. Valeria would never admit his mistake, and he shouted, Elf King. Dickham's attention was drawn to him, and he seemed to not understand why the other party suddenly shouted. Seeing that it was an old man, he yawned in boredom. Behemoth, kill him. The earth element raised his fist and smashed it down extremely quickly. It was hard to imagine that such a large body could make such a quick movement. Careful. A white figure rushed out from the side, brandishing a worn-out spear and colliding with the earth element's fist. If you try to win big with a small amount, you will naturally lose completely. But he took advantage of the moment when he was knocked away to take Valeria away. Mr. Kuro nodded and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his long hair, his ruby eyes shaking wildly. He pretended to be calm and said, "Please leave quickly, leave this to me." Valeria nodded heavily. As a marshal, he had more important tasks and could not die here. At this time, several guards also ran over and escorted Valeria to escape quickly. Dicum did not stop him. He looked at Kuro with interest and asked, "There really is a god here, but it's a pity that he's a man." Kuro had no good expression at all towards the culprit who polluted the divine blood. His face was just grim. "Elf King, you shouldn't show up at this time. Do you want to upset the balance?" Regarding this brutal war, both sides actually had a tacit understanding and neither of them used their strongest trump cards. Now that the Elf King has intervened forcefully, the situation has changed immediately. But Decum didn't care. He spread his hands and said, "I don't know of any scales, that's just the church's wishful thinking." The church thought it was sure to win, and Decum also had the inheritance left by his father, the 8 Desire Kings. If they really fight hard in the end, it is still uncertain who will win or lose. Kuro frowned and couldn't help but feel physically disgusted. Was their enemy such a despicable person? If he were a woman, his fate would certainly be the same as that of the former divine girl. No wonder Jusajiming wanted to kill his biological father with his own hands. What do you want to do? Decum thought for a while and muttered to himself, "Even if they want a god, it won't hurt for me to use him first." Albedo ordered the capture of the godman, and Zyodi sent the task back to the Elf King to test his sincerity and cooperation. The earth element followed its master's orders and blocked Kuro's escape route. Dicum warned with a smile, "You'd better not resist. I don't want to bring back only a corpse." The earth element physical defense expertise is the nemesis of warriors, and with level suppression, the level of the Elf King is also above Kuro. But why should he care, because this is the fact? So you must occupy the high ground of public opinion in the name of aiding the church. If the Sorcerer King wants to stop you, he will only gain a bad reputation and become a legitimate excuse for you to leave. Zesajiming gave a dangerous smile. "Your Majesty, you really like being a hero." She couldn't understand what this person was thinking. He had clearly saved her and protected her from being discovered by the Sorcerer King, but he was reluctant to cooperate. Sorceress Kingdom Midgard. Sig smiled and held out his hand. "I'll get my own payment. Now is not the time. The more perfect something is, the more false it is. How can there be so-called righteous partners in the world? Everyone has desires and weaknesses in human nature." Sig raised his hand and grasped her fingers, the sincerity in his eyes not seeming fake. "So you want to escape with me? Elf King, I must kill you." This battle was destined to end one-sidedly. Jusajiming had just asked when he was suddenly awakened, "You have been monitoring me." Jusajiming suddenly turned his head, and his dark eyes were fixed on the smiling man in front of him. "He keeps saying that the time is not right yet. Is he deliberately playing a trick on her?" "How do you know?" Sig smiled slightly. It seemed that the other party was suspecting that he was putting on a show in front of the residents of the kingdom, which was why he had such a good reputation. After Jusajiming finished his analysis, he jokingly raised his hand and poked Sig in the heart. This man is much more scheming than she imagined, which is really interesting. As long as it is used well, even a strong person can be controlled. Jusajiming's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to touch his rosy lips. "Your Majesty, do you need me to pay you in advance?" She was shocked and panicked for a moment. Did she guess wrong? The other party was not interested in her. Sig happened to walk in at this moment and raised his hand to hand over a handkerchief. "What happened, Celia?" Sig raised his hand to stop her from continuing. "The church is in crisis and now is a good time. I'll ask you one last time." When Jusajiming received news from the theocracy again, news of Kuro's capture had already arrived from the Elf Kingdom. He simply asked, "Celia, are you going to refuse?" Kuro's strength is second only to hers, and he is the closest to her. The church also trains him as the next ace. How could he be captured suddenly? Fame, heroism, and beauty. No, I agree. Sig smiled and sat down next to Jusajiming. "I just need a suitable opportunity to leave the Sorceress Kingdom. The Sorcerer King and I have different philosophies, and a conflict will break out eventually. It's better to leave early." She had only rested here for 2 days, and such bad news came from the battlefield. How could she stay calm? No need. Sig gently pushed her away, rejecting the suggestive proposal. A name suddenly popped up in Jusajiming's mind. She crushed the teacup in her hand with hatred in her eyes. "Huh." Jusajiming was stunned for a moment. The Abelian Hills are located in the north of the Elven Kingdom. This place is mainly a gathering place for subhumans, and there are also a small number of alien species living underground. They divide tribes by race, And there are also races that coexist like goblins and trolls, and of course there are also slave relationships between superiors and subordinates. There used to be a kingdom of hill dwarves here, but it was soon destroyed and it has since become a chaotic area of constant conflict. But this situation ended a few months ago because the demon Emperor Jaldabaoth appeared. He was powerful and ruthless, and soon unified the territory and became the leader of all subhumans. Recently, leaders of various races have successively received news that the war is about to begin. After active preparations, they finally pieced together an army of 100,000. Jaldabaoth, also known as Demiurge, was very pleased with this. He originally entered this area in order to establish a ranch. After subsequent investigations, he found that there was no powerful existence, so he directly unified the area. The Abelian Hills has a good geographical location, sandwiched between 4 countries, so occupying it in advance is a great advantage. Demiurge had intended to use the demi-human army to attack the Holy Kingdom, and he had even planted spies there long before. As long as he waits for the 2 supreme beings to give orders, he will order an attack and offer the fruits of victory with both hands. But now that the order of attack has changed, it doesn't matter anything, it's just a change of target. When Decum saw the mighty army of demihumans, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually conquered this group of demihumans." The theocracy also wanted to occupy that area and organized a large-scale expedition, but in the end they returned empty-handed and only reduced the number of invaders. It is hard to imagine that these words, which were obviously meant to flatter, came from the mouth of the arrogant elf king. But Demiurge didn't buy it and asked coldly, "Have you memorized the attack plan?" The tone was really bad and there was absolutely no respect for the king. Decum was secretly dissatisfied. He was still not used to being treated as a subordinate, but he had no choice. The person in front of him was indeed much stronger than him. At least he couldn't tame this group of subhumans. The gap in strength was obvious. If he doesn't cooperate with this guy, he won't be able to achieve his goal, so he'd better just bear with it for now. I remember. The forest elves and the demi-human army will join forces to launch an attack together, crushing the theocracy's western defense line in one fell swoop. A simple and clear battle plan that even a fool can understand. Demiurge nodded and then asked, "Where is the kami I asked you to capture?" "I caught him and arranged for him to have a child with my concubine." As if worried about being misunderstood, Decum added, "Of course, you can take it away anytime if you want. I'm only using it temporarily." It's really interesting. The God-man is being used as a stud. It seems that the Elf King has fully realized the importance of the God-man's bloodline. Demiurge suddenly became curious. Don't you doubt the existence of Juicy Juming? After all, if someone suddenly breaks into your house and tells you the news directly, most people would doubt the truth of the words. I've always known that the theocracy had a secret weapon, but I didn't know what it was. If it's my daughter, then everything makes sense. Decum smiled complacently. It is normal for someone who has inherited the blood of a king to reach such a high level. Demiurge also laughed along with him. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a pure fool. The Elf King only thinks about giving birth to powerful offspring. He is fine for simple communication, but in fact he has completely lost the ability to think. The atmosphere in the theocracy's meeting hall was heavy. All 6 chief priests were present, as were the heads of the judicial, legislative, and executive organs. The topic of discussion this time was the war, so the Grand Marshal, the chief of the military agency, was naturally invited. As the person in charge of the battlefield in the Elf Kingdom, Valeria cannot escape the blame for the capture of the God-man and has been dismissed from his post. The Grand Marshal had a gloomy expression on his face. Valeria was his right-hand man, and this made him feel very bad. Behind him stood a man named Gale Lazars Balgery, the new marshal who replaced Valeria. Gale also had a serious expression. He and Valeria were old acquaintances. The two were known as the left and right arms of the Grand Marshal, and they were also good friends in private. His former colleague was abandoned after serving his purpose, and he strongly suspected that he would become the next scapegoat. The chief priest coughed lightly and announced the start of the meeting. So many things have happened recently. First, the Platinum Dragon King discovered the existence of Juicejiming, and then the Elf King appeared and the Divine Man was captured. It was as if someone was deliberately targeting them. Things had come to this point, so he had to cut to the chase and say, "It's time to send out the Juicy Juming." Everyone looked at each other and talked in low voices. Has she returned home yet? Well, she also brought back reinforcements. The player who had been in contact with the theocracy agreed to help the theocracy. The chief Earth Priest was surprised and asked impatiently, "Really? The fire god officer was the only female present. She had a plump figure, kind eyes, and an exceptionally delicate mind. Can we really trust each other? The old voice of the highest priest sounded. No matter what race he is, the church must treat him as a dragonborn. The Grand Marshal said in a deep voice, have you forgotten one thing? What price will we have to pay if we seek help from other players? This is a gamble with small odds but big stakes. After the discussion meeting, the group of senior officials from the church went to the VIP reception room. Not to mention that they would have to fight the Sorcerer King later on. The secret weapon would only be effective when used for the first time. The door slowly opened, revealing a handsome man who sipped tea in an extremely elegant manner. The golden sunlight sprinkled on his body, which looked like a layer of golden light, just like a god descending to earth. We should not underestimate the ideas that have been deeply rooted for hundreds of years. When governing a country with religion, we must pay more attention to public opinion. The church believes in the supremacy of humanity, and even for external aid, it cannot invite undead or demihumans. Sig put down the cup he was holding and smiled appropriately. Have you all discussed this? Let him hear what kind of decision the church, which has been forced into a desperate situation, will make. At this time, a strong foreign aid is necessary, and Sig's arrival is simply too timely. Given the church's current situation, helping them just once is obviously not enough, and they must completely win them over. The chief priest did not explain further, but simply used magic to project the demihuman army that he had observed. But once the subhumans unite, they can attack any country, as they are naturally good at fighting. Except for the Holy Kingdom, all other human countries are controlled by the Sorceress Kingdom, and the theocracy is actually isolated and helpless. The 6 priests looked at each other and finally focused their gazes on the chief priest. I have made a decision on this matter. But it was obviously unrealistic for just one person to face the Elf King and Jaldabaoth at the same time. As long as you join the theocracy, you will become the 7th god, the Holy Dragon God. But that person is on the same level as a god. How could such small favors possibly impress him? Not only that, they also have potential enemies, the Platinum Dragon King and the Sorcerer King. The highest priest stepped forward, looked at Juicy Juming, who was sitting on the windowsill looking at the scenery, and finally spoke out. The Elf King and the Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth have joined forces. The theocracy will face attacks from forest elves, demihumans, and demons. Otherwise, as soon as people show up, riots might break out. Dragonborn have human blood and human appearance, so they can barely be considered human, and people are more likely to accept them. At present, the only strongest trump card of the church is the ultimate death. We have to believe that the theocracy has no other choice but to take a gamble. The theocracy is the remaining power of the 6 great gods. They know more about the players, and they know that there is an alien species in the form of a dragon, which is completely different from the dragonborn. I always feel that things are becoming more and more wrong and gradually beyond my expectations. After all, at this juncture, it's too much of a coincidence. Neither the captain of the divine realm nor the 6-colored scripture were as important as her, and their strengths were far inferior to hers. It has been too long since the 6 gods passed away, and the power of the church has gradually weakened, and is no longer as strong as it was in the early days of its founding. The chief earth priest still had some concerns, but his race should not be the so-called dragonborn. It would be fine if it were just the forest elves, and the scattered demi-humans are nothing to be afraid of either. I didn't expect you to agree so easily. Jusajiming casually kicked off his leg protectors, shook his long legs wrapped in black stockings, and played with a strand of silver thread with his fingers. Back to the familiar place, she felt much more at ease. Although she is over 100 years old, according to the age of elves, Jusajiming is still a young girl, and it is not at all inappropriate for her to make cute movements. So it's normal for Sig to think she's a little cute. Why not? In the Sorceress Kingdom, I was only a king, but now I have become a god. Holy Dragon God and Holy Dragon King, just by hearing the names you can tell that the former is more domineering. Jusajiming chuckled softly with a malicious arc on the corner of his mouth. Don't joke around, it's not too late for you to regret it now. The belief in the 6 gods is the foundation of rule. Adding another one would be a serious blasphemy. She knew very well that the fact that the chief priest could set the conditions for deification meant that the church was now in a state on the brink of destruction. I'm not kidding, Celia. Sig had come to the side of Juicy Juming without knowing when and said seriously, I will do my best to help the church overcome this crisis. Although you may not believe it, I can empathize with humans. Jusajiming was slightly stunned and asked curiously, what is the relationship between players and humans? The six gods only brought the concept of players and the information that the world would encounter turmoil every 100 years, but they never explained where they came from. She once wondered why the six gods only helped humans. Was it simply because their race was also human? But Lord Sershana, the god of death, is immortal, so why should he do that? You just need to remember what I said, the rest is a secret. Sig won't say more if there's more because that's the secret of all the players. Only the unknown is more awe-inspiring, and revealing that players were once human is not a wise move. Simply put, it's a loss of style. Jusajiming pursed his lips and said, "Forget it if you don't tell me." Sig raised his hand and pinched her face. "Can a justice partner like a good reputation? You can trust me." Faced with the teasing of the player, Jusajiming could only endure it. She dared not offend the savior of the church. The top leaders of the church have basically confirmed that Sig is a player, but neither side has made it clear. Facing a being of the same level as the six gods, she also felt a sense of awe in her heart. She once said that she would only marry someone stronger than herself, with the original intention of rejecting marriage because no such person had ever appeared. Now that I have really met that person, I feel a little itchy in my heart, but before she dealt with the Elf King, she would definitely not consider love. Why don't you resist? Jusajiming covered his red cheek and said in a muffled voice, "It hurts." Sig couldn't help laughing. He also saw another side of this half-elf god. She seemed like just an ordinary girl. There are actually many factors that led to Jusajiming's distorted personality, including the burden of the church, his childhood experiences, his beastly father. Under the pressure of various environments, it is impossible to cultivate a sunny and cheerful person. From every angle, she can be described as pitiful, because she was unfortunately standing on the opposite side of Nazarick and met Sig, who was full of evil intentions. "After the war, what do you want to do? I can try my best to fulfill your wish. Anything is fine." The breeze blew her hair, revealing her pointed ears, but she didn't rush to cover them. "Then please stay by my side and become a god." Jusajiming was too lonely, and the happy memories of the past gradually faded away, leaving only resentment towards the Elf King. After her revenge, it's time for her to start a new life. A girl who is full of hope for the future is truly a beautiful thing. Sig felt sorry for a moment, but he would not change his mind easily. He will do his best to realize this wish and will also destroy the theocracy, which is his final mercy. It's a deal. The Supreme Commander Marshal Gale is busy deploying the army. The theocracy can barely muster 200,000 soldiers at most, so naturally the troops have to be allocated well for the two battlefields. The chief Earth Priest was also on the sidelines directing the troops. The six-colored Holy Scripture did not belong to the army, so he was in charge of it personally. The six-colored scriptures are Sunlight Scripture, Wind and Flower Scripture, Black Scripture, Water and Bright Scripture, Fire Extinguishment Scripture, and Eternal Earth Scripture, corresponding to the six great gods respectively. God of Light, God of Wind, God of Darkness, God of Water, God of Fire, God of Earth. The duties of the Holy Scriptures are different. Fuka and Shuiming are more inclined to intelligence gathering. Hengtu is only responsible for guarding the capital, and there are only three who are responsible for combat: Black, Fire, and Sunshine. At present, the Sunshine Scripture has been completely destroyed, and there is no time to reorganize it, so its fighting power has been greatly reduced. Gale asked, "Sir, will the Fire Extinguishing Scripture deal with the Forest Elves as originally planned?" The Fire Extinguishing Scripture excels at guerrilla warfare and fire suppression, and is always invincible in dense forests. The Chief Priest of Earth is a middle-aged man in his 40s, much younger than the other Chief Priests. Because he is full of energy, he does not look decadent. Well, the Black Scripture will also be sent to the Forest Elf battlefield, including the Absolute Death. At the forefront of the fight against the demihumans, Sig sat alone at the highest point, looking into the distance. Jaldabaoth is coming. Jusajiming and Sig separated and went to the battlefield separately. Sig didn't really care. It doesn't matter, they don't have many days left to live. Sig waited quietly, and when he saw Demiurge's figure, a smile appeared on his face. Time waits for no one, and the war will soon begin. Everyone on alert. The plan for the seventh god was first proposed by Ainz. As soon as the report was submitted, it was met with strong opposition, and he himself was severely reprimanded. Soon, earth-shaking footsteps were heard in the distance, and the demon dancing in the air first appeared in sight. Sig already has a rough plan for the future development of the church. Ainz nodded vigorously and said devoutly, "The church will be reborn from destruction. The six gods will become history, and only the one and only holy dragon god can grant happiness to people." The dragon-scale black armor was equipped successfully, and a pair of huge wings broke out of his body, carrying him high into the sky. Demon Emperor versus God, this is a great opportunity to prove our strength. I hope the Holy Dragon God will not let us down. Let everything go according to plan. The person in charge of the investigation immediately blew the horn. After a long period of brainwashing, Ainz has grown into a qualified charlatan and can utter words of praise fluently. The six gods are heroes who saved humanity, and no matter what happens in later generations, no one will be able to surpass this. This is a deeply rooted belief. The chief earth god was indifferent. Creating a god is not such a simple matter. He must show great strength so that the believers can be convinced. The subhumans are attacking. Master Sig, the high priest, sent me to monitor you. They are probably suspicious of me. Gale frowned. Then will Jaldabaoth only have that one person to resist? Sig no longer felt embarrassed after hearing it so many times. He just felt that the words were very familiar. Clementine seemed to often say similar words. The people of the theocratic country already have a foundation of faith, which makes it a natural faith experiment field. Ainz's face flushed with excitement, and he clenched his fists tightly. Great, you are finally going to destroy the theocracy. The one he referred to was naturally Sig. Considering that he would become a new god in the future, they didn't know how to call him and could only use a nickname. Instant armament. Sig stood up, stretched his body, and a blinding light flashed by. Ainz stood behind and reported respectfully. We can implement it once we have destroyed the theocracy. But the times are different now. The church is facing the crisis of national extinction, and the chief priests have no choice but to pass this resolution. These two siblings can be considered missionary saints, and it would be a shame if we don't make good use of them. Get ready for a big battle. Considering Ainz's talent, the top management did not punish him directly. Sig smiled helplessly. He was so excited. It seemed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The sun was setting and the sky was already turning dark. As the formation was deployed, the true appearance of the demi-human army gradually revealed itself. It was roughly estimated that there were about 70,000 to 80,000 of them. Snake-bodied people, iron rat people, cave people. Almost all subhuman races have appeared, even blue maggots. Even the battle-hardened soldiers of the theocracy had never seen such a battle. The fear hidden deep in the soul was aroused, and humans remembered the fear of being dominated by demihumans. A long time ago, the world was ruled by dragons. Subhumans also dominated this land, and humans were at the bottom of the food chain. Weak humans simply do not have the ability to establish a country and can only survive as slaves and livestock. It is normal for them to be used as food. The turning point of fate was the appearance of the six gods. 600 years ago, the savior of mankind arrived. They destroyed countless subhuman countries, continuously massacred subhuman races, and won precious living space for humans. The gods established the first human nation, which was the predecessor of the Silan theocracy. Even though most of the world's land is still in the hands of the subhumans, humans have their own resting place in the northwest corner of the continent. The surviving subhumans were not so lucky. Even if there were still strong individuals, it was difficult for them to unite due to racial issues. They fell into endless infighting and have not been able to make any big waves since then. The Abelian Hills is a typical example. The subhumans are like a pile of scattered sand, and they are powerless to fight back against the regular encirclement and suppression by the theocracy. But at the same time, the theocracy can do nothing about this group of demihumans. After realizing that their strength was not enough to exterminate the subhumans, they abandoned their plan for a large-scale suppression and chose to maintain the status quo. The fundamental reason is the fear of pushing the demihumans too hard and forcing them to unite. There are many strong people among the demihumans, including the 10 strongest people known as the 10 elites, and there are also many races with special skills. Except for the theocracy and the elf kingdom, which have top combat power, the demi-human coalition has the strength to invade most human countries. With such a powerful army under the command of Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth, conquering these two countries might be a piece of cake. Without any entourage, the devil in a suit walked out slowly. His voice was soft and pleasant, reaching the ears of every theocracy soldier clearly. Nice to meet you, everyone from the theocracy. I am Jaldabaoth. I believe you have received the declaration of war. Everyone then realized that this unremarkable guy was the legendary Demon Emperor. The soldiers were on standby, but no one responded. Everyone was waiting. The Grand Marshal has issued a death order. They must obey the command of that adult and must not disobey. With tens of thousands of eyes focused on him, Sig knew it was time for him to make his debut. He flew down and stood alone in front of the formation, forming an opposition with the terrifying Demon Emperor. Hello again, Jaldabaoth. Demiurge understood what he meant and immediately replied, "It is a pity that you and that terrible warrior ruined my plan during the kingdom." Sig advised kindly, "Since you know you will fail in the end, leave now to avoid this war. I may not be able to defeat you in a one-on-one fight, but I have allies and an army." The soldiers of the theocracy seemed to be trembling in fear. Perhaps out of passion, a young soldier shouted angrily, "Jaldabaoth, what on earth do you want to do? There are reasons to attack the kingdom, but what about the theocracy?" There was no warning for this attack, as if it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Why should they suffer such an unexpected disaster? Demiurge opened his arms. "Of course it is to bring despair to the theocracy. You wantonly slaughtered subhumans, but can't you accept being slaughtered yourself? Look, they can't wait to tear your flesh apart. Your wailing and pain will become the perfect nourishment, and your souls will become the most delicious sacrifice. Let me admire your ugly struggles in the face of death." Hellfire, the blazing flames wrapped around Demiurge, and a strong evil aura filled his face. The soldiers who were closer had already felt the burning sensation. It was a high temperature that was unbearable for humans, and even the demihumans showed expressions of pain. No need to be afraid. Group protection. With Sig as the center, all soldiers within a 10-meter radius gained the protection effect, and a layer of golden light appeared on their bodies. Not only did the pain completely disappear, but I also felt full of strength and fighting spirit. Group enhancement skills usually have the effect of increasing energy and boosting morale. They are very common additional effects in Yggdrasil and have very limited effect on improving attributes. But in reality, especially in war, morale is very important. Although the skill range is limited, the soldiers who received the protection were like being given an injection of chicken blood, and the soldiers behind them were also motivated, and their morale soared for a time. Most of the subhumans are bloodthirsty and regard humans as food, so they are not afraid at all when seeing this scene. The two sides immediately started fighting. Sig flew into the sky, holding a simple big sword in his hand, with complicated runes engraved on the sword. The holy demonic sword Gurem can be called a holy sword or a demonic sword. For a weapon that takes life, its name cannot be determined solely by its attributes. Relic level, the words on the sword body are variations of glory and destruction. This is a dragon-slaying sword that specializes in attacking dragons. It has a bonus to magic of holy attributes and can convert input magic power into sword energy. All in all, this sword looks very cool and is actually quite powerful. The holy aura emanating from his body made Demiurge feel uncomfortable, and he praised sincerely. "Too beautiful. Could this be the legendary holy sword?" Such straightforward praise is somewhat embarrassing. No matter how much inner drama there is, Sig's acting skills are still on point. Thinking about what he is going to do next, he silently said sorry and then raised his sword to point at Demiurge. "Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth, let me crush your conspiracy. It's an honor to be your opponent." The soldiers were stunned. Could it be that this war was about to end just as it had begun? Jaldabaoth took off his elegant suit, and his entire body was covered in a dark, hard substance. His hair turned into flying flames, and his body seemed to be flowing with lava. The weapons of both sides were intact, but Demiurge was clearly at a disadvantage. He struggled to block the sword with his hands and bent his legs slightly in an effort to resist. He raised his hand and grabbed the holy sword. 8 tentacles emerged from his back, tied up Sig and tightened him tightly. Things are obviously not that simple, and the Demon King is far from using his full strength. This was something the two of them had discussed privately. In order to demonstrate the power of the players, they had to make a big splash at the beginning. Sig's attack followed closely, the sword emitting an extremely exaggerated sword energy, and a simple and unpretentious slash came towards him. Demiurge's nails quickly mutated, becoming long and sharp, emitting a cold light. Similar to a snake's strangulation, once caught by the tentacles, the internal organs will be shattered directly under the huge force of squeezing. Sig did feel a huge force, but that was all. Sig smiled helplessly. It seemed that he still had some shortcomings in acting skills. Devil's aspects, sharp broken claws. Now that we are in a fixed acting stage, these advantages cannot be brought into play. The Asians were well aware of the lethality of this move. Anyone hit by it would be crippled if not killed, with no exception. He thought it would turn into a sports car. Never mind, no more jokes. However, Xiaodai is definitely not a fighting type. His physical ability is the weakest except for Wictum. He is better at using strategies and winning by relying on his multiple transformation abilities. I thought he was going to be killed by Jaldabaoth, but unexpectedly there was a sudden turn of events and he gained the upper hand again. Complete demonization. He just hacked and chopped at random, causing Jaldabaoth to retreat again and again, followed by a relentless pursuit. He swung his sword and cut off all the tentacles, then used the star-shattering move to strike back. The sharp claws and the holy sword collided with each other, causing a loud clanging sound of metal collision. Just when the theocracy thought they were sure to win, a column of fire suddenly appeared in the distance and shot straight into the sky, and a hoarse and low voice came from the sky above. Devil's aspects, purgatory robe, devil's aspects, the speed of 8 limbs. Demiurge used 2 skills in succession. A coat of fire wrapped around his body, and his body maintained an extremely high temperature, almost melting anything that came close to it. This is my true appearance, human. Do you think you won? The originally slender figure swelled several times, with just the right amount of muscle bulge combining strength and ferocity. Sword of the Holy Judgment, but he's really handsome. This was also the first time Sig saw Demiurge's original form, which has the title of the strongest romantic form for men. Give up, Jaldabaoth, you are no match for me. What a great power. Demiurge immediately raised his hands to block, and although he blocked the attack, he was blown several meters away by the aftermath of the sword energy. Dragon black armor is between hard armor and soft armor. Because it adapts to the wearer's body shape, it sacrifices some hardness. It has poor defense against high-burst attacks, and is very good at dealing with continuous attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, Sig continued to inject a large amount of magic power, and the sword energy of the holy sword became more dazzling, like a second sun, illuminating the entire world. Jaldabaoth revealed his true identity, pushing the war to a climax. Long live Jaldabaoth. The demi-human shouted with all his might, his face full of reverence, his eyes looking up at the sky becoming increasingly fiery. Some of them surrendered sincerely, but many of them just followed orders because their lives were threatened. But at this very moment, Jaldabaoth, displaying unparalleled strength, was fighting a life-and-death battle with the mortal enemy of the demihumans, the people of the Scythian theocracy. It was at this time that the demihumans began to want to follow the demon emperor from the bottom of their hearts. If it were Jaldabaoth, he would have led them to conquer the theocracy and establish a nation for the demihumans. Unlimited food, fertile land, and powerful power, all of these will be at your fingertips. Similar thoughts emerged in the minds of many demihumans. Their eyes were red, veins bulged, and they couldn't wait to fight with the soldiers of the theocracy. Demiurge waved his hand and said coldly and cruelly, "Everyone attack, tear the humans apart. Kill." To the soldiers of the theocracy, this scene seemed like the end of the world. They swallowed unconsciously, and their hands trembled unconsciously. The theocracy's soldiers do outnumber the demihuman army, but a human soldier needs the assistance of his companions to kill a demihuman of the same level. The gap in natural physical fitness is difficult to make up with skills, not to mention the fact that there are subhumans with special skills. Many people were afraid. Even though they had been on the battlefield, the forest elves were not as oppressive as the demihumans. The former is like a mysterious assassin, giving people a more psychological sense of oppression, but you will get used to it over time. The demihumans are true berserkers, as if they are facing their deepest fears and will tear apart everything that stands in their way. Maximum number of lower-level followers summoned. Sig raised his hand and several magic circles immediately appeared around him. Dozens of medium-sized dragons flew out from the magic circle, their wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and several streams of breath poured down. Many demihumans were killed by the dragon's breath before they could even react. The soldiers of the church seemed to have seen their savior, their eyes lit up. Could this be the power of God? As expected of Lord Sig, the title of Deathwing is well-deserved. Demiurge chuckled and didn't care much about the minor casualties. To be precise, this was exactly the effect he wanted. There is certainly a reason why the Asians are so excited. This was related to the domination he unleashed, which forced a morale boost and allowed them to launch a death charge. The demihumans didn't even know they were dying. The demon king who brought them victory in their fantasy just wanted them to die. Demiurge did not feel any guilt about this. Firstly, it was related to his sadistic desire, and most importantly, it is the greatest honor to be able to give my life for Lord Sig. And he, Demiurge, will be killed instantly by Lord Sig in his complete demon form, becoming a key link in the creation of God. The corners of his mouth rose and he laughed out loud. With such power, even human gods cannot compare to you. Although the words were meant to praise Sig, the blatant denigration of the 6 great gods almost made the chief priests who were remotely monitoring him curse out loud. The wind god slammed the table angrily. "Damn demon, this is blasphemy." He has an honest image, but he used to be a member of the Sunshine Scripture, has exterminated countless alien races, and has a very violent personality. Although the others did not speak, their expressions showed agreement. The chief priest was very old and started coughing just as he was about to speak. Everyone looked at him and the servants quickly handed him a glass of water. Everyone, demons often use language to mislead humans. Don't let their words affect your mind. And Lord Holy Dragon God is also a god of mankind. Don't forget this. The chief priests looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. This was not the original plan. If Sig succeeds in dealing with Jaldabaoth and the demi-human army, they will carry out the plan to create a god. If both sides suffer losses, they will use some means to directly wipe out both of them. Although the chief priests have not expressed their views collectively, most of them hope to eliminate the two threats. They still do not want their beliefs to be polluted. Meow Tilda, a red bobtail cat, appeared on the table at some point, its golden vertical pupils emitting a strange glow. Great job, loves. This cat that looks like the Egyptian cat god is the first follower left by the god of death, and its race is zombie undead. Since the death of Lord Death, he has become the guardian of the church, and Juicy and Juming are both his disciples. Don't act rashly. An obscure voice came out of the cat's mouth. Rufus seemed to have not spoken for a long time. He spoke very slowly, but every word was clear. The chief priest said seriously, I have discussed with Lord Rufus that the holy dragon god will become the seventh god, and the doctrine will be changed to the seven great gods. Yes. The chief priests bowed their heads and responded in unison. At this point, there is no need to argue anymore. Rufus took light steps, scanned the screen that monitored magic, and fixed his eyes on another battlefield. As the integrator of the Holy Scripture, the chief earth priest took the initiative to say, the fire-extinguishing Holy Scripture is progressing very smoothly, and the rest of the members of the Black Holy Scripture are assisting. What about the death and death? Juicy Juming is fighting the Elf King alone. The surveillance magic cannot accurately capture her figure. Rufus' pupils shrank into a vertical line when he heard this, and he only ordered, use communication magic to let the Holy Dragon God solve it as soon as possible and immediately support Juicy Juming. This probably can't be done quickly. Don't underestimate the power of the players. Watch carefully from now on. After leaving this sentence, the red cat nimbly jumped off the table and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Lord Sig, they asked you to resolve it as soon as possible. It seems that Juicy Juming is in trouble. Quinn Ainz's message came quickly, and Sig smiled slightly after receiving it. He realized the situation so quickly. It seems that the six gods really have some relics left. Then let's not waste time and complete the last step of showing your divine power in front of others. He loosened his grip on the sword, and the holy sword floated quietly to one side. He stretched his hands forward, and a pitch-black magic circle filled with an ominous aura appeared in front of him. This is an ultra-large-scale annihilation skill that can only be learned when a race reaches a certain level. It is a degraded version of Dragon's Breath. By sacrificing HP, the power can be greatly increased, and even power beyond Dragon Breath can be obtained. Although the power would decrease as the range increased, it was still enough to deal with demihumans whose average level was less than 20, and it would not really hurt Demiurge. He shouted, I have no time to play with you. It is not too late to surrender Jaldabaoth. Demiurge understood what he meant and immediately used Wall of Hellfire, and a wall of fire rose up in front of him. Just use your moves. Sig's HP dropped to 5% instantly, and a huge blood-red dragon shadow appeared in the magic circle. Its mouth slowly opened, and it emitted several different dragon roars, the sound piercing its soul. Dissipate with the sound of dragon roar. Dragon soul, the dragon's ghost exploded with a loud bang, creating a death shock wave with Sig as the center. No matter if they were demihumans or humans, all those within the attack range were killed, without exception. Jaldabaoth was also severely injured and turned back into his original form, falling into the dense forest, and his life or death was unknown. The surviving Theocracy soldier had a dull look in his eyes and his cracked lips kept trembling. 1 meter in front of him was the death zone, and his companions who had fought side by side with him were already dead. Dead, all dead. The battlefield fell into a brief silence and then broke into huge cheers. Although some Theocracy soldiers were affected, this attack directly killed nearly 70,000 demihumans, and victory in the war was already certain. Long live the Holy Dragon God. Quinn Ainz stood on the city wall and knelt down devoutly. This shout woke the soldiers up from their dreams. This gentleman was actually a god. Various cheers mixed together, and many people were indeed shouting, Long live the Holy Dragon God. After learning about the end of the Theocracy, Quinn Ainz no longer pretended and expressed his loyalty openly. Sig stroked his chin and chuckled, but this should be considered a success. Behind him were piles of demi-human corpses, and in front of him were humans shouting, "Long live the Lord." Stepping on the stairs made of corpses and blood, a new god was born. In the Ivantia forest, two figures passed by at high speed. The blonde elf in the front is naturally Dickem. Due to his profession as a forest priest, he can move freely in the dense forest and even leave the pursuers behind for a distance. With a smile on his face, he said, "My daughter, please don't lose me." "Shut up, a beast like you is not worthy of being my father," Jusajiming roared angrily. She gave up her defense, spread out her light blue wings behind her, and her speed suddenly increased to the fastest. At this moment, Jusajiming was like a tank. The branches and vines blocking her way were directly smashed. Nothing could stop her from moving forward. She was able to ignore the obstacles and move forward at full speed thanks to the dazzling platinum armor she was wearing. This is the armor left by the god of wind. Not only does it have excellent defensive properties, it can also greatly enhance speed. It is a genuine artifact. So fast, Dickem's pupils shrank. In just a blink of an eye, Jusajiming appeared in front of him and raised his sickle high. Double aerial slash. A fierce slash came from above, with murderous intent heading straight for his face. Dickem realized that Jusajiming was here to kill him, and her actions were smooth and without any hesitation. With such an attitude towards his father, it seems he needs some proper teaching. He leaned back and fell down, and at the moment of dodging the attack, he instantly activated the summoning magic. The huge root earth elemental spirit rose from the ground, caught Dickem with one hand, and hammered out with the other hand. Jusajiming immediately tightened his body to resist, and activated super avoidance and pain dulling to reduce the damage. Even so, her petite body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and she only managed to stabilize herself with the help of the reverse thrust of the light wings. Dickem stood on the earth elf's hand, his eyes showing undisguised arrogance. "This is a discipline. You should understand the difference in strength between us. You should have a baby with me." In order to control Behemoth, who is stronger than himself, he specialized in summoning. With the help of magic props, he can summon instantly and catch the enemy off guard. "Shut up, you filthy beast." Jusajiming gritted her teeth and swallowed the blood that flowed from her throat. She underestimated the other party who could actually summon such a monster. Inquisition. Conviction of heresy, these two are skills that can only be learned when Inquisitor reaches the maximum level. The former can slightly increase the MP consumption of priest-type magic casters of different beliefs, while the latter increases the probability of failure of magic activation. However, these skills are not effective immediately. They will make the enemy feel increasingly exhausted after using powerful magic multiple times and are suitable for long-term combat. Dickem seemed to have noticed something and said with a smile, "Oh, is it a skill that speeds up MP loss?" "You really surprised me." Jusajiming was slightly stunned. He clearly didn't use any skills, so he shouldn't have felt it so quickly. "No, it's not that no skills were used, because summoning itself is also a kind of skill." She laughed. "I see. Your summoning magic requires MP to maintain, right? So what?" Dickem sounded annoyed, as if his secret had been discovered, and his tone turned unfriendly. His personality is extremely bad, and he was not good enough in playing the role of a kind father, which was quickly ruined. Under normal circumstances, no one can enslave a being stronger than themselves. The profession that Dickem studied allowed him to break this limitation, but there was also a corresponding punishment mechanism. During the battle with Behemoth, Decameron's MP will be gradually consumed, and he will not be able to use magic at will, which also limits the summoning time in disguise. Jusajiming snorted coldly. "What a stupid guy, he doesn't even know that his biggest weakness has been exposed." Knowing this key information, all she had to do was to fight a protracted war. But under the attack of the elemental elves, whether we can delay time is a big problem. The opponent is very strong, stronger than expected. The blow just now was so painful that several ribs must have been broken, and it felt like all my internal organs were displaced. In fact, there is a simpler way, which is to directly get rid of the summoner. Jusajiming did not hesitate any longer and immediately used his trump card skill. Degraded Heroic Warrior, a white version exactly like her slowly appeared, with her equipment and weapons perfectly replicated. This was the terrifying aspect of the Valkyrie. "I'll deal with the main body, you hold back the Earth Elf." After issuing such an order, Jusajiming and Yingling rushed forward directly with a very clear target. Dickem frowned. He had never seen this type of skill before. But if you think that his original body is weak, you are making a wrong calculation. The 10th stage, the compassion of the twin solid trees. It may seem like there is no reaction, but this is actually a very practical resurrection magic and is loved by forest priests. During the duration of the magic, it can be triggered when HP reaches 0. After resurrection, HP will be reduced, but the level will not be reduced. Of course, there are limitations. The scope of effect is limited to death due to injury, and natural deaths cannot be resurrected. It cannot be resurrected infinitely, can only be effective once, and consumes a lot of magic power. Go to hell, you beast. A fatal attack came the next moment, with fierce blows coming one after another. Behemoth was entangled by the heroic Einherjar and had no time to pay attention to both sides. Behemoth, quick victory. Dickum dodged the attack in a panic, not caring about saving magic power at this moment, and raised his hand to release attack magic. Sunshine burst. The 7th level magic was successfully released, and the sun-like light suddenly exploded, and the hemispherical explosion range emitted a dazzling white light. Although Jusajiming quickly retreated to avoid the attack, he was still affected and felt a burning pain all over his body. She could only use the 3rd-tier heal serious injuries to relieve her injuries and look for the next opportunity to attack. Dickum's attainments in magic were not very deep. He was only able to use magic of the 10th tier, which was far from being proficient. However, when he fought in conjunction with the highly defensive Earth Elves, his combat effectiveness was quite impressive. Jusajiming's profession is disorganized, and her so-called trump cards are copied by reading her innate supernatural powers. She herself only knows magic that can heal and remove abnormal conditions up to the 3rd level. Most of her combat skills rely on martial arts, and she does not have any offensive skills that suit her. So even though Jusajiming's level is higher than the Elf King and higher than Behemoth, it is still difficult for her to fight against him. Bang, bang, bang. The Earth Elf kept hammering with both fists, and the heroic Einherjar's attacks were just tickling. It completely gave up on defense and focused only on attacking. The heroic warrior was able to dodge at first, but there were always mistakes. After a heavy blow, cracks appeared on its body, and its patience was almost at its limit. Jusajiming called him back to his side and retreated to a safe place. He could not wait any longer and had to use his last trump card. She turned the sickle over, and a golden clock disc appeared behind her, which read death is the end of all life. But at this critical moment, a figure stood in front of her. The skill in progress was forced to stop, and Jusajiming was shocked and angry. Shouldn't you be on the demi-human battlefield? Why are you here? The person who suddenly appeared was Sig. He said in a relaxed tone, I have already dealt with Jaldabaoth and the demi-humans. Why? The Elf King and Jusajiming made strange noises at the same time. This was the most synchronized time between father and daughter. Sig spread his hands, so I'll come to support you when I'm done. There shouldn't be any problem. No problem, that's a big problem. Stop your bluffing, you nobody. Deckham's brain worked rapidly and he finally came to the most reasonable conclusion. He didn't know much about Jaldabaoth, but since he could command a large army of demihumans and had subordinates like the Dragon Butler, his strength was at least on the same level as his. How is it possible that a person suddenly appears and can defeat the enemy directly and even destroy the demihuman army? The church definitely does not have such a person. He concluded that the other party must be lying and trying to disturb his mind. It must be like this. How embarrassing, this guy is not an unknown person. Jusajiming chuckled and moved closer to Sig. Lord Holy Dragon God, you must teach him a lesson. Well, do you want me to take action to solve it? Sig took Jusajiming into his arms and placed his hands on the girl's slender waist with ease. Jusajiming curled his lips. Although he couldn't feel it because he was wearing armor, this was too much of an advantage. Thinking this in her mind, she did not struggle to break free, but instead quietly raised her butt to make her figure look more curvy. The intimate posture of the two made Dickum so angry that his eyes turned red. Jusajiming is his daughter and will give birth to his child in the future. How can she be so intimate with other men? That would pollute the king's bloodline. Daughter, as long as you come back to me, I can forgive your previous rude behavior. Ha. Okay, stop making trouble and let me give birth to a life. Our child will definitely be very strong. The string of rationality in Jusajiming's mind suddenly broke, and he immediately rushed up to teach a lesson to the beast who only had giving birth to a child in his mind. Although she only had hatred for her father, having such a father was really unbearable. Calm down. Sig quickly reached out to stop her and held her in his arms. Let go, don't stop me. Jusajiming was really angry. She struggled frantically like an angry child, using both her hands and feet. Sig inevitably got hit with a few punches, but to him it was just like a tickle, and he even took the time to comfort Jusajiming. I just used magic to observe. He should have used resurrection magic. It's useless to use instant death magic directly. You must kill him first. After hearing this explanation, Jusajiming calmed down, turned around and asked, Really? Mercy of the Twin Solitaries is a life-saving magic that forest priests particularly like to use. Sig naturally knows it, so he came out to stop Jusajiming when he was about to use Death End. So what if you know, can you defeat Behemoth? Desem sneered. In his subconscious, Behemoth is the strongest, and the only one who can defeat him in this world is the Dragon King. Earth Elemental Elves above level 80 are indeed good, but Earth Elves are defensive players. Their speed and accuracy are indeed good, and they are more threatening to defenders. The weaknesses are also obvious. He has no special abilities or even a killer move. Most of the time, he's just a big punching bag. Desem was stunned. It turned out that the other party knew Behemoth so well. There were many things that his master didn't know. Who are you? Are you stupid? I've said this before. Jusajiming snorted coldly. She had explained it before, but this guy didn't take it into consideration at all. Sig smiled and patted her head, condensing a black energy ball in his hand. I'm a player. Ultimate Death, with the anti-dragon special attack bonus removed, Ultimate Death is simply a single target locking skill that can be used alone. Its power will be reduced, but its locking feature is very useful. Behemoth, faced with such a terrifying energy wave, Dickum immediately called on his Earth Elves to help resist it, but he really underestimated the locking skill. The attack bypassed the Earth Elf and hit Dickum accurately. Dickum spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was charred black, most of his golden hair was burned off, and his scalp was exposed in some places. He had never been injured so badly before. The pain of his internal organs being crushed became more and more intense. This arrogant elf king even cried, "Behemoth, protect me." Sig retracted his hand. I didn't kill it. Its power has dropped a lot, but it can't be ruled out that it's because of the defensive items. Deckham's father is one of the 8 Desire Kings, so he must have a lot of props on him. Jusajiming looked at the scene in surprise. She only thought that Sig's trump card was the spear, but she didn't expect that there was such a killing move. It seemed that what the other party said about having resolved the war was true, but she had never dared to believe it. Celia, yes. Sig called out twice repeatedly, and Jusajiming finally realized that he was calling him and quickly responded. Go and kill the Elf King. He is currently at low health. Wait for him to revive before using Death's End. I will hold back the Earth Elf. Jusajiming nodded blankly. Why give it to me? Isn't this what you wanted? Jusajiming wanted to ask him why he knew that, but Sig had already gone to deal with the Earth Elves, leaving her alone there. Her breathing became rapid, her cheeks felt hot, and her heart was beating violently in her chest. My real name is not Celia, you must tell him. After being killed by a sickle, Deckham was resurrected as expected, and the disadvantages of Mercy of the Twin Solitaries were also revealed. Although his level will not drop, his HP has been greatly reduced and is only 10% of his peak state. If he is not treated quickly, he will die. Jusajiming naturally would not give him the chance to heal and directly kicked him to the ground and punched and kicked him wildly. The king's bloodline should not end here. Do you really understand? Please spare me, I am your father. Please. The Elf King kept wailing, but it did not arouse Jusajiming's sympathy. Instead, she hated him even more in her heart. She raised her foot and stepped on Deckham's head, crushing it hard. You are so dirty. Dickum cried bitterly and struggled to crawl out, trying to escape from here, still muttering to himself. Father is the strongest, and the forest elves are the strongest bloodline. Jusajiming suddenly felt that it was very boring. Torturing such a scum would only dirty her hands. She raised her sickle and the shadow of a clock appeared behind her. Thank you, I will give you a painless death. Death is the end of all life level 8 deaths. Hit by a spell powerful enough to kill inorganic matter, Deckham immediately stopped struggling and lay on the ground, not breathing. The Elf King died, and the Earth Elves turned into a pile of yellow earth. Generally speaking, the more you say nothing is wrong, the more likely it is that there is something wrong. After they separated, she stuck out her tongue and said, It tastes like blood. Careful. I am Jaldabaoth's subordinate, the dragon steward. The two of them were in such a state that they were really not suitable to fight the enemy anymore. Jusajiming was very alert. What is your purpose? Jusajiming straightened Sig's face and said, My full name is Anteline Holland Fauché. Don't make a mistake next time. You have it in your mouth too. Okay, let's get out of here first. Sig smiled. I'm fine. I'm sorry I didn't bring back the Elf King's body. Jusajiming stood beside the corpse, not knowing what to say for a moment. She finally completed her revenge. She gnashed her teeth desperately. She would never let such a beast be resurrected again, even if it cost her life. Sig smiled. Even though he achieved his goal and deceived an innocent girl, he still felt a little guilty. Then let's fight. Sebastian looked at Sig unconsciously, and after getting the affirmation, he also took a fighting stance. Jusajiming turned around and was about to ask why, but suddenly she understood and quickly put away the sickle. Sig coughed, Celia, let him take it away and leave it alone. Jusajiming was caught off guard and was knocked away, but the other party seemed to have no intention of hurting anyone, so she was not injured. The two men were on the verge of fighting. In order to avoid being discovered by the Elf King, he must have been disguising himself before. Sebastian walked deeper into the forest, while Sig and Zesajiming walked towards the periphery. But when I thought that all this was for Nazarick, it didn't matter. I packed up and continued with the next plan. You want to revive him? Sig also took off his blood-stained helmet, revealing his pale face. They have to kiss after every battle, probably more to vent their desires, but Sig actually likes it. Puppet palm. She should have thought about it earlier. How could he not be hurt at all when he fought Jaldabaoth alone and annihilated the demi-human army? Sebastian said succinctly, I have no intention of fighting. I am only here to retrieve the body of the Elf King. After reaching a safe place, Jusajiming hurriedly took off his helmet and ran over to check Sig's injuries. Sebastian stood there straight, with one hand behind his back, and introduced himself in a very gentlemanly manner. Jusajiming was very depressed, with worry in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. So you were injured and I didn't even notice. Antilione, it sounds good, I won't remember it wrongly. Jusajiming gently touched Sig's face, stood on tiptoes and put his lips close to his, and they stayed like that for a while. He was hurt, but he was faking it. As soon as Sig shouted the warning, a black figure rushed out. All that could be seen was that the other person seemed to be wearing a dragon-shaped mask. Although the Elf King is dead, the war continues. Because the Elf King doesn't care about the lives of the people and can't be relied upon to command, the forest elves all fight independently. The advantage of this is that it is easy to hide and can use the terrain advantage to surprise attack the soldiers of the church. Of course, there are disadvantages, which is that it is difficult to transmit information, and everyone works on their own without coordination. The fire-extinguishing scripture relies on this point, using powerful magical power to suppress and defeat the forest elves one by one. The black scripture really only needs assistance. Although their individual strength is strong, their numbers are too small, and this is all they can do. The Ivansha forest, known as the Great Sea of Trees, was once the only habitat for the forest elves, but now it is completely engulfed by war. Faced with the powerful theocracy, the forest elves showed despair, and many of them laid down their weapons and stopped resisting. Between being killed and being captured alive and made into a slave, any forest elf with a bit of pride would choose the former. Really? I can never kill them all. The woman who spoke had a lazy tone. She was sitting on a suspended magic ball and was wearing very strange clothes that did not fit in with this forest. From a modern perspective, this is standard stay-at-home girl attire. The suspenders hung loosely on her shoulders, her shorts were half removed, revealing her black panties underneath, and even her socks were not put on properly. This outfit is of course fine at home, as few girls who stay at home know how to dress properly. But if you wear it outside, it would be a bit too embarrassing. Infinite magic power, don't damage morale, and don't forget our mission. The person who spoke was a blonde woman dressed as a priestess. She was the fourth seed of the black scripture, the holy mantra. Yes, Tilda, infinite magic power, who was in the 11th seat, responded lazily. She was not afraid of the other party because the ranking did not represent strength, but the top three were still very obvious. The strongest one is Captain God, the 10th one is the strongest one in the world, and then the last one is Heaven and Earth at the 12th place. By the way, can we really find the captain? The one who spoke this time was a man with magic chains wrapped around his body. He was the 9th seat of God's chains, replacing the original 9th seat Clementine. The 2nd seat, Time Luan Liu, frowned and said unhappily, "This is an order from the head priest. We must find it." Because she had been using magic all the time, she felt like she was going to collapse from the infinite magic power. She was like mud. It's too hard, who knows if I'm still alive. Tian Shang Tianxia showed up, and he immediately covered the mouth of the person who was talking nonsense with infinite magic, and his skillful move made people feel distressed. Although everyone thinks so, it is not okay to say it directly. There are 12 seats in total in the Black Scripture, plus an extra seat for death and life. There are 9 people here now. Captain Shenron has been captured, Astrology Kyanli is in the capital, and the one-man division is in another battlefield. It is too difficult for just a few of them to complete the rescue. Hey, what are you guys standing there for? Hearing the familiar voice, infinite magic power shuddered with fear. She jumped down from the magic ball anxiously, with her hands behind her back, like a primary school student ready to be lectured. Hey, Master Juicy Juming, why are you here? Jusajiming was still wearing that dazzling armor, with wings of light spread out behind him, looking down at everyone condescendingly. I have dealt with the Elf King. Go help the soldiers deal with the forest elves that are still resisting. What about the captain? You don't need to look for it anymore. There is already a more suitable candidate. Just at this moment, a shadow dragon emerged from the bushes, staring at everyone with a pair of round eyes. The pupils of the 8th seat giant shield Wanbai shrank. This was the dragon that appeared on the day when the most beautiful was lost. Could that man be here too? It is enough to leave the search task to my followers. You are too slow. Sig walked out slowly, raising his hand to comfort the shadow dragon while explaining to everyone. Giant shield Wanbai's pupils shrank. Even if he changed into black armor, he would not make a mistake. This person was the one who attacked them that day. He raised his huge shield, his voice filled with anger. How dare you show up here? Sig was a little confused. You are the most beautiful woman in the country, and Lord Carey, have you forgotten? Sig slapped his head and remembered that it was that incident. Because it happened so long ago, he almost forgot about it, and he had already casually given endless beauty to Shaltir. Juicy Juming frowned. Don't be rude. This person will be the new god of the church. You can't discuss this casually. Because they wanted to win over Sig, both she and the church were deliberately avoiding this matter, so they would naturally feel uncomfortable when it was suddenly brought up. Giant Shield Thousand Arms wanted to say more but was stopped by the others. Infinite Magic winked at her even more frantically. She was scared by the lesson taught by Juicy Juming, and she knew the other party's strength best, so she must not make her angry. Master Juicy Juming, we will leave first then. Juicy Juming subconsciously glanced at Sig as if asking him if he had anything else to say. Sig then instructed, when you deal with the forest elves, you can spread the news of the death of the Elf King. Their resistance should be much smaller. There are a lot of forest elves, and it takes a lot of cost to defeat them, and it is also difficult to wipe them out directly. The Ivansha forest is not suitable for human habitation, so the theocracy cannot gain much advantage. Anyway, the forest elves didn't want to fight. They were just forced to do so by the order of the Elf King. It would be better to spread the news and try to negotiate, so that the war can be won quickly at the lowest cost. Infinite Magic Power nodded respectfully and quickly left with the other members of the Black Scripture. You don't have to talk to them nicely. These guys are bullies. Her daily routine is to teach the arrogant members of the Black Scripture a lesson, and frustrating their enthusiasm is also part of her job. Especially the one with infinite magic power, relying on his heroic level strength. He was particularly arrogant, but he became obedient after being beaten. Sig smiled and explained, first impressions are important too. Juicy Juming sighed imperceptibly and murmured, forget it, you won't suffer any loss if you have my help. Thank you very much, Ms. Andy. Juicy Juming took 2 seconds to react, then angrily said, who told you to give me a nickname? My name is Antolini and you said you wouldn't make a mistake. Sig just waved his hand and turned away. I gave in on my own initiative. Doesn't this sound pretty good? Hello? As expected, the war here will end soon. When the news of victory reached the theocracy, the whole country was in an uproar. From the priests to the common people, everyone was overwhelmed by the sudden news. The Forest Elf King died, the 100 Years' War with the Forest Elves ended, and the theocracy achieved a complete victory. The life and death of Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth was unknown, but the demi-human army was completely repelled, no city was lost, and the number of casualties was only a few thousand. The triumphant soldiers walked on the familiar streets, like birds returning home, and threw themselves into the arms of their loved ones. People cried and knelt down to thank the 6 gods for allowing their loved ones to survive the battlefield. But the soldiers' faces were full of longing, as if the god was right before their eyes and a new name was spoken from their mouths. No, all this is thanks to the blessing of the holy dragon god. Naturally, everything that happened in the city could not escape the eyes of the top leaders. Although they had clearly won, the faces of those present were all very interesting. Grand Marshal, what do you think of this war? The Grand Marshal's face was solemn. Complete victory, even I can't achieve it. This is not a level that tactics can achieve. Yes, that's just the purest power. As long as one is strong enough, one person can decide the outcome of a battle. No matter how much they resisted, they could not deny that this was the power of God. The Grand Marshal felt deeply frustrated, but he was also completely conquered by that existence that no one could reach. The corner of the Wind Priest's mouth twitched. What kind of complete victory is this? The war was won, but the gods were not saved. He even suspected that the holy dragon god had not searched seriously at all. With so many followers, how could he find nothing? In fact, this is indeed the case. The The godly Captain Kuro, who had become a stud, and his elf harem were all packed up and taken back to Nazarick by Sebastian, including the corpse of Decame. The fire god said quietly, "Victory is an inevitable result. The people will not blame the god for such a small matter. What's more, the existence of gods is still a secret of the church, and ordinary people don't know it at all. The balance of public opinion has tilted, which has caused panic among the top leaders." The High Priest of Light looked very angry, with a dark cloud covering his bony face. "As a leader, shouldn't you explain yourself to your subordinates?" The chief Earth Priest choked, wondering why they were suddenly targeting him. This should have been a commendation meeting after the victory, but it turned into a criticism scene. "Is it necessary to find someone to take the blame?" His voice was hoarse. "Quinn Azer was a spy, I failed to notice it." The Dark Priest pushed up his glasses and said, "It's just a negligence, but it can't offset the guilt." What else could the Earth Priest say? He was not a prophet, and it was not his idea alone to use Quinn Ainz. At this point, the man's master has become a god, so what's the point in pursuing the matter further? He finally sighed and turned his gaze to the person sitting in the first seat. The highest priest coughed lightly and said, "Let's get back to business. What do you think of public opinion?" The chief water priest was the oldest, and when he mentioned this question, his face became more wrinkled. "Young people are not so firm in their faith. The deeds of the 6 gods are too far away. When new gods appear, they will naturally respect them more. After all, ancient legends passed down by word of mouth are far less shocking than seeing them with your own eyes." The soldiers came from all over the country, and almost all the young and middle-aged men in the church. Many of them witnessed the miracle and would tell the news to their relatives, friends, and even those close to them after returning home. The news spread like wildfire throughout the church in no time. The deification process has been mostly successful, and only the final stage is left: public recognition from the top leaders of the church. Of course, the top leaders can choose not to admit it, but that will inevitably backfire against the surging public opinion. Saving one soldier means saving a family, but what about saving tens of thousands of soldiers? The public's favorable impression of the holy dragon god has already reached its highest point, and singing a different tune at this time might even shake the foundation of their rule. The church has been carried away by public opinion for a long time, and everyone is well aware of this. The chief priest looked around at everyone and made a decision. Since this is the inevitable trend, everyone should prepare to welcome the new god and prepare the ceremony as soon as possible. Although the war has been won, many people have lost their lives, and not everyone is so lucky. Holding large-scale celebrations at this time is the best way to stabilize people's hearts. But what about the Sorceress Kingdom? This question hits the nail on the head. Sig is still one of the 2 kings of the Sorceress Kingdom. It is hard to explain why he was crowned as a king in the Magic Kingdom and a god in the Kingdom of Religion at the same time, because the similarity of the names cannot be used to replace one with the other. The safest way to deal with this would be to sever ties with the Sorceress Kingdom first, and then carry out the subsequent deification ceremony. The chief priest raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. "I know your concerns, but the crisis of the theocracy has not been resolved yet. Don't forget that there is still the Platinum Dragon King. We don't have many options left. We can only cut the Gordian knot." "You mean we don't need to worry about it and just keep the person here first?" The highest priest nodded slightly. "That's right. Ever since the death of the god of death, the church has become passive. The Platinum Dragon King's surveillance has become increasingly strict. In the final analysis, it is because we are not strong enough. The theocracy is now lacking gods, and that person wants to break away from the Sorceress Kingdom. The interests of both parties are aligned, which is why we have the current situation. To perish or become great again depends on the choice you make today." Although the priests still had doubts, they all saw desire in each other's eyes. Those present had never seen the situation when Lord Death was still around, but they had heard from their elders that the church was far more powerful at that time than it is now, and there was no need to hide the emergence of powerful gods. Having a god in charge is the real confidence. Ultimately, it was decided that the ceremony would go ahead as planned, with the Sorceress Kingdom settling for mediation later. The round and white shoulders and neck are exposed, and the leather collar around the neck adds a different flavor. The reunion of the brother and sister, one a missionary leader and the other a false saint, seemed like fate. The girl's body fragrance is mixed with the scent of high-end perfume, which is a perfect match. Preparations for the celebration were in full swing, and the results of the meeting soon reached Sig's ears. He did not react much to it, as the surrender of the theocracy was expected. Sig noticed that although Jusajiming was still wearing black stockings, this one was obviously thinner and had a hint of flesh color. Ahem, I'm here to invite you to the celebration. Would you please do me the honor, my lord god? Jusajiming lifted a strand of hair with a faint smile on his face. How about it? Ainz nodded, his eyes sparkling. It's her honor. Sig was very satisfied with his understanding. Among his native subordinates, Ainz was the most capable, so he did not keep him in suspense. It was really interesting, and Sig couldn't wait to see the two of them working together. Sig naturally followed her wishes. It looks good, I like it very much. That being said, it was actually originally scheduled for that time period, so it could be during or after the celebration. Can you please explain to me why that person came to the theocracy in secret? Darling, Sig smiled and said, this name is too long. I thought about it and thought, how about changing it to Darling? However, this is also a crucial step, connecting the previous and the next. There were 2 knocks on the door. Ainz served respectfully at the side. He no longer needed to hide his true colors and was like a loyal follower of the holy dragon god. The president is the main force in destroying the country, so we must treat him well. Sig thought, the new faith is still in its early stages. Clementine has been preaching in Irantal. Maybe calling her here can help. Jusajiming opened her red lips slightly and blinked. Now she couldn't be tricked. Just as Ainz was about to open the door, Sig raised his hand to stop him, then stood up and walked over slowly. Ainz nodded seriously. Yes, I will do a good job of facilitating the reception and will never make His Majesty the Sorcerer King unhappy. Sig chuckled, it seems that we can't live up to this invitation. The plan will be officially implemented after the celebration. She looked gentle, but the expression in her eyes conveyed the exact opposite. Jusajiming left these words and walked away. Sig naturally did not miss the blush that quickly flashed across the other's face. After opening the door, the first thing that hits you is the fragrance. I'm leaving first. It means dear beloved. It probably means that if you dare to say it's not good looking, you're dead. This cold-blooded human guardian actually blushed and Ainz was stunned. He had never seen such a thing in his life. Bang. In that case, he will fulfill his wish of dying. Jusajiming changed into another set of clothes. The well-cut white dress outlined her slender yet voluptuous body curves. 3 days later, the celebration was held as scheduled. After a short period of preparation, although the preparations were not very complete, this did not affect people's enthusiasm at all. People came from all directions and gathered in the capital of the theocracy, Shekel Sandex. Their purpose of coming here was to see the holy face. However, many people were disappointed to hear that Lord Holy Dragon God was still injured and would not appear on the day of the celebration. In fact, the top leaders did not want Sig's reputation to expand further. They were worried that it would shake the foundation of their rule and threaten the faith of the 6 gods, so they made checks and balances. But even so, every household hung brightly colored flags with dragon patterns. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. Because of the large flow of people, the hotel has long been in short supply, and even the hotels that are usually deserted are now full of people. Many people simply sat on the ground and took a rest on the street. Although such a lively scene is great, it also hides unknown dangers, such as uninvited guests who follow the crowd into the city. A mysterious man in a black cloak stood in the corner. He looked at the scene and couldn't help but sneer. Humans are still as stupid as ever. That fellow Platinum is really making a fuss out of nothing. The man exuded a terrifying aura, and his body was surrounded by a gloomy and dull aura of death, making people dare not approach him easily. The hand he stretched out further confirmed his non-human identity. The back of his hand was covered with raised scales, and his fingertips were like claws, ink black in color. Hey, what does that person over there do? The patrolling soldier noticed the unusual situation here and shouted from more than 10 meters away. Tusk, trouble. As the man waved his hand, darkness suddenly spread and completely engulfed his figure. When the soldier ran over, he saw nothing and couldn't help scratching his head. Strange, did I see it wrong? At this time, at another street corner, a figure appeared from the darkness. The cat that was lying there cried out in dissatisfaction, jumped onto the wall and left. The man didn't care about such a trivial matter and walked towards the noisy street. The theocracy is so lively. Ainz sighed while wearing armor. Because his main body is a skeleton, he only needs to use armor to cover himself. After all, many powerful warriors always wear armor, so this is not a very strange outfit. The blonde elf walking in front turned around, her aquamarine eyes calm and composed. Forest elves are slender and tall, and they look particularly elegant even when wearing simple clothes. The only flaw was that part of her pointed elf ears had been cut off, which was a symbol of slavery in the theocracy. She leaned over and hugged Ainz's arm, her soft part making intimate contact with the armor. A mixture of coldness and lust, even though Ainz couldn't feel it at all, he was already beginning to feel uneasy. "Sir, don't you want to eat something?" Considering the purpose of arranging the beauty, Ainz couldn't help but trigger the forced calmness, and then he said, I don't need to eat, maybe you need to eat a little." He then bought something similar to a salad from a stall nearby and handed it to the other party. The female elf was flattered and took it and began to eat it in small bites. "What's your name? What's your identity?" Ainz felt that he needed to know more about his guide. "My name is Lancia, and I am a devout believer of the holy dragon god." There was a gleam in Lancia's eyes, completely different from the lifeless look she had at the beginning. Ainz felt a little embarrassed. The power of religion was truly terrifying. However, it is also a default rule to start preaching to people of lower status. While the two were chatting, a black figure passed by them. Lancia was frightened by the opponent's momentum. She was bumped while she was distracted and almost fell down due to her unsteady steps. Fortunately, Ainz helped her up, but the food in his hands was not so lucky and it all fell to the ground. The man turned his head, gave him a cold look, then turned and left. "Wait." Before Ainz could finish his words, Lancia apologized to him. "I'm very sorry, please don't cause you any trouble because of me." Ainz sighed, but how could the undead appear in the theocracy? Although he tried to cover it up, the opponent's camouflage skills were so poor that the breath of death was about to smoke into his eyes. But he was very sure that it was definitely not an ordinary undead, perhaps a controlled corpse. Ainz is a senior undead magician who also has the job of necromancer, and is quite knowledgeable about magic that he has not learned. There is a special type of necromancy, which is to directly manipulate the bodies of the dead. Unlike using corpses to summon the undead, using this magic can retain some of the deceased's abilities and preserve their original appearance. Regardless, it's worth paying attention to. Message: Niculade, pay attention to the man in black robe just now. Yes, sir. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of this plan and to ensure the safety of the two supremes, Niguld has been monitoring the theocracy. So after receiving the order, she can execute it immediately. That should be enough. Ainz closed the message and continued to stroll with the beautiful elf. He is just scouting the place now and will use magic tomorrow morning. For now, just having fun is enough. But he felt a little uneasy seeing him so leisurely. Sigson must be busy. "Darling, I want to eat that. Darling, I want to play this. Darling, darling." Sig covered his head with his hands. He really regretted letting Jusajiming call him like that. Jusajiming was wearing a white dress with her hands behind her back. When she saw Sig's troubled look, she laughed with a playful yet vicious look. If this is revenge, it is so childish and cute. In order to avoid being recognized, both of them used magic props to conceal their faces and had a great time at the celebration. So Sig pinched the soft flesh on Jusajiming's waist and moved his hands up and down while curling them into claws. Alas, Jusajiming hurriedly covered her mouth. It was hard to imagine that such a sound could come from her mouth. It was too embarrassing. "Miss Andy, it turns out you are ticklish." "Hey, stop it, you be asterisk asterisk D." Jusajiming was about to return it but was stopped by the meow of a cat. Meow tilde teacher. The red cat walked out from the shadows, and its mouth opened and closed, actually uttering human words. "Talk to me, player." Two people and a cat came to a secluded tavern. It is so difficult to find such a place in such a busy day. The red cat jumped onto the table and said, "Let me introduce myself, I'm Rufus. This is a resting place provided exclusively by the church. No outsiders will disturb us." Jusajiming rarely restrained herself and became like a good girl, perhaps because she was worried about being scolded. She explained, "This is the follower of Lord Death." Sig smiled and nodded. "Do I need to introduce myself?" "No need." Rufus' eyes were sharp. "I called you here for one thing. There are enemies infiltrating the church. You need to be more vigilant." "What?" Sig was very shocked. "Is this true?" Ainz was discovered as soon as he arrived. Rufus looked strange. "Yes, I feel the breath of the Dragon King." "It turns out to be the Dragon King. That's all right." Sig immediately asked, "Can you confirm which Dragon King it is?" Rufus shook his head. To be honest, he wasn't sure. However, the other party exudes a dark aura. Perhaps he is the legendary Dark Dragon King. The Dark Dragon King, who has killed players before and still holds a 20 in his hand, is indeed worthy of vigilance. As a new god, you must take on the responsibility of protecting humanity. Rufus finished his monologue and then jumped into the night and disappeared. Sig said helplessly, "Your cat teacher is really elusive." Jusajiming sighed slightly. Teacher is good at hiding his tracks and is an expert in intelligence. Sig's eyes lit up and he murmured, "So he's not the fighting type." Not yet at level 100 nor good at fighting, the theocracy is easier to deal with than he thought. It looks like it's time to take action. What's on your mind? Jiusajiming tilted his head, looking curious. Nothing, I just feel the pressure of protecting humans is a bit too much. It's a bit boring with tests coming one after another. A normal person would have given up long ago. Good people are treated like slaves. Sig thought so in his mind, but he didn't really say it out loud. Compared to the excessive things that will be done later, there is naturally no problem in agreeing to such a small request. I have also been given such a mission. You won't be alone, darling Tilda. Her eyebrows were curved with a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Sig felt a little more relaxed and smiled back. When the day comes when you are free of this burden, will you be willing to leave with me? After Jiusajiming reacted, a layer of red instantly appeared on his cheeks. She rushed over, looking up at Sig with a slightly morbid smile on her face. Now, so this is a confession? I guess I can understand it that way. Well, I guess so. Sig suddenly felt something was wrong. He didn't want anything else to happen. He still had important things to do tomorrow. Jiusajiming touched her lower abdomen. The restlessness in her heart surged out wildly. She licked her lips, released the magic props, and began to tear off her clothes. Really? I can't bear it anymore. I might as well just do it right here. Hey. In the end, despite Sig's strenuous resistance, the two still did not reach the last step and simply helped each other. It's not that Sig doesn't like desperate efforts, but the time and place are not right now, and he doesn't want to do such a thing under complete deception. There was obvious resentment in Jiusajiming's eyes. She kept her head down and said nothing, but just wrapped Sig's clothes tighter. Sig held the girl's face helplessly. You need to calm down. If you still want to be with me after tomorrow, then continue. After leaving these words, he left, which was quite decisive. As Jiusajiming sniffed the scent remaining on his clothes, his mood gradually became calm and there was anticipation in his eyes. Tomorrow, early morning, when the first ray of sunshine shines on this land, it brings not only warmth but also blood and killing. Enemy, how is this possible? How could there be demi-humans in the city? People shouted loudly and ran hard, but most of them could not escape the fate of death. Many soldiers were beheaded, torn apart, and their limbs were eaten before they had time to put on their armor. The sudden attack was like a loud slap in the face, waking up the theocracy that was intoxicated with victory. The demi-humans seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The guards guarding the city did not notice them at all. There was not even a simple notice. They were as quiet as if they were dead. In fact, it is true that they were dealt with long ago. Hey, finally the cleaning is done. I want to join those guys too. On the city wall, Lupus Regina was carrying a huge holy staff, her voice full of obvious excitement, and she was obviously eager to try. Nabe calmly poured a basin of cold water on him. No, that will make the Supreme One angry. Hey, Sig-sama won't be angry, and Ainz-sama probably won't be angry either, probably. No means no. Nabe-chan tilde, the same scene was happening in another city. After many days, Edom finally got to eat delicious meat. He jumped for joy, holding a half-eaten thigh in his hand. Yuri, sister, do you want to try some? This tastes better than bugs. Yuri pushed up her glasses. I'm the Dullahan, I don't need to eat. You should finish your meal quickly and don't delay important matters. Okay, crunch. Compared to those two groups, Xiuluxiang and Ziz were much quieter. They dealt with the guards very quickly. Heath raised his gun and pointed it at the crowd below and went into alert mode. Xiuluxiang suppressed his desire very well and just used a little trick when killing them to make them die slowly. Haha, I hope they can hold on a little longer. The demi-humans can no longer be considered a large army with less than 30,000 of them. They can only use surprise attacks and disperse their forces so that they can cover more cities. Important cities are led by the maids, while the rest are led by tribal leaders. They are the demi-humans known as the 10 outstanding ones. Almost all of them have reached the heroic realm and are capable of fighting against the dark scriptures of the same level. The King of Destruction, the King of the Goatmen, looks like a goat that walks upright and specializes in destructive weapons. Bing Yanlei, the Queen of the Demons, has 4 arms and is a subhuman race that is close to human form and is good at using magic. Bai Lao, the King of the Stone-Eating Apes, is a pure white ape that can eat stones and use stone-spitting attacks. Demon Claw, the King of the Four-Legged Beasts, has the upper body of an orc and the lower body of a wild beast, and has the ferocity of a pure wild beast. 7-colored scales, the Snake King, a snake with arms, its scales sparkling with colorful light, and it has a defensive power comparable to dragon scales. Black Steel, also a quadruped with a beastly body, is good at stealth assassinations. Legion, a half-quadruped with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a beast, is good at leading armies. Beast Emperor, the king of orcs, the head of carnivorous beasts, proficient in using various weapons. Grey King, the king of the iron ratman, has iron-like fur and walks upright. Spiral Gun, the king of the centaurs, is extremely fast and is famous for his skill with weapons. This is just for popular science. It's okay if you don't know them, they are just random soldiers. The last three are races I made up. The demi-humans had different thoughts, but under Jaldabaoth's command they could only obey orders. During that battle, everyone thought that Jaldabaoth was dead, even they thought so. The Asians were so eager to escape that no one even went to look for the king's body. After the blood passion subsided, the desire for life reached its peak, and no one was not afraid of the godlike enemy. The remaining 30,000 people were the last elite troops, and they only wanted to retreat back to the Abelian hills and never come out again. But Jaldabaoth unexpectedly reappeared, blocking the escape route unharmed, and explained his plan. It turned out that the 70,000 troops were just bait. His goal was to make the theocracy think that they had won, and then launch a surprise attack and use magic that could destroy the country. The demi-humans did not dare to attack the theocracy again, but they were even less willing to resist Jaldabaoth, so they had no choice but to join the battlefield once again. They could only hide their fear by killing people, secretly praying for the arrival of magic that would destroy the country. The capital, the temple meeting room. News of the war on the front line soon spread, and the highest priest immediately convened an emergency meeting with all the top leaders gathered together. Almost everyone was present, with only the special gilded chair remaining empty. As the door opened, everyone stood up. Lord Holy Dragon God. Sig walked in slowly, greeted with a smile, "You're welcome." The acting high priest, Quinn Esser, followed behind, keeping half a step away. The high priest coughed lightly and looked up at Sig. To be honest, the supreme leader was not quite used to having another god. Zai was very understanding and said, "Don't worry about my presence, just follow the meeting procedures." After these words were spoken, everyone's nervousness eased. Although they dared to speak ill of Sig behind his back, they naturally did not dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of the real person. The highest priest secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The meeting begins." The person in charge of reading out the intelligence immediately began to report. According to urgent reports from various cities, it has been confirmed that the attackers are the remnants of the subhumans, and their leader is one of the 10 best subhumans. It seems that there is more than that, as a maid demon also appears. After listening, the people present began to discuss in a low voice. Sig sat in his seat without saying a word, just watching with a smile, just as he said. Seeing this, everyone stopped being reserved and started talking freely. Send out the Holy Scripture. But who will protect the religion? It will be too much to rely on the Holy Scripture of the eternal land alone. Jaldabaoth may not be dead, we cannot take any chances. But if Jaldabaoth were to appear on the front lines, our soldiers would be unable to stop him. Teaching is still more important. Except for the Black Codex, where all members are at hero level, only the captains of the other codes can reach that level, and usually victory is achieved by relying on numbers and coordination. The demi-humans are coming with great force. Considering the safety of civilians, more troops must be deployed. It would be best if we could send top combat forces to quickly suppress them. However, for the safety of the church, he also had to guard against Jaldabaoth, which was really a dilemma. Can I speak? Because the group was getting too heated, Sig had to raise his hand to interrupt. Although it looks a bit childish, he can't just slam the table. It would be troublesome if he can't control his strength. The chief priest wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said, "Please speak." Sig said calmly, "It's very simple. Why don't Juicy Juming and I split up and act separately? This way we can take care of both sides. While this is good advice, there is a deeper problem. But how to distribute it? From Sig's perspective, in order to increase his fame, it would definitely be better to go to the front line, so that he can expand his faith and gain more believers. But everyone present here are believers of the 6 great gods, and selfishly they certainly don't want one to dominate. If the whole country worships the holy dragon god, these old guys will have no right to negotiate, and the change of ownership of the country will only take a moment. The atmosphere at the scene became solemn, and everyone fell silent for a rare moment. Actually, I have an idea. Sig raised his fingers, tapped the table lightly, and slowly spoke out his thoughts. Since the Dragon King already knows about the existence of Juicy Juming, why not let her come out into the open and let her gain reputation through this crisis? This way, the faith of the 6 gods will not decline. The more people listened, the brighter their eyes became. This method is indeed feasible. What do you mean? Sig's eyes flashed with tenderness. Fame is ultimately an illusory thing. I hope to share this honor with Juicy Juming. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people present changed. Is this a confession? Is this really appropriate in such a serious occasion? Quinn Esser spoke up and summarized, Lord Holy Dragon God will be in charge of the capital and send out the death and life. Within a dozen minutes, the order was quickly conveyed. In the corridor, after Sig brought Quinn Essex out of the conference room, he happened to run into Jusajiming. She seemed to be waiting here on purpose, twisting the Rubik's Cube in her hand casually, and it was obvious that she was not at peace. Sig was slightly surprised. Aren't we going to go out and fight the demi-humans? Jusajiming replied in a muffled voice, well, I just came to see you. I'll leave this place to you. Sig took out 4 black swords of strange shapes from the prop space, injected magic power into them and activated them successfully, floating around Jusajiming. Cursed Sword Group, it is a relic-level item and has a fully automatic counterattack function. It is very good at dealing with sudden attacks. After hitting the enemy, it will randomly add debuffs such as weakness, paralysis, poisoning, and defense reduction. Your world-class item is no longer usable. Let the floating sword protect you instead of me. Zesajiming accepted it silently and stuffed the Rubik's Cube in Sig's hand. Be sure to wait for me to come back and don't let Jaldabaoth succeed. I will. Watching Jusajiming leave, Sig's expression turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye. He played with the Rubik's Cube in his hand and said, it's okay to kill time. About 20 minutes later, a message from Nichold arrived. Master Sig, the reinforcements have set out. I have already notified Master Ainz. Sig put away the restored Rubik's Cube and sighed, it's finally over. A few hundred meters in the sky, 2 figures were floating. Okay, got it. Demiurge nodded, Lord Ainz, you may begin now. I will be on guard. Well, that's troublesome. Ainz raised his hand, and with a humming sound, a hemispherical magic circle shot up into the sky. When it comes to what kind of super-level magic to use, the larger the range, the better, so that's the only option. It is not very useful in the game and can't even break the defense of a level 100 player, but it is perfect for slaughtering weak beings. So how many people will it kill? He is looking forward to the effect in reality. As the Krypton Gold items shattered, the super-level magic was instantly activated. Ainz raised his hand and whispered the name of this magic. Super-level magic Locust Plague of Apocalypse. A huge magic circle slowly unfolded in the sky, covering almost the entire city. An ominous aura spread out uncontrollably, and many people began to become frightened. The buzzing sound coming from nowhere seemed to pierce their eardrums. Don't look directly, don't listen, the ultimate evil is about to come. Black liquid gushed out from the magic circle, gathering into the shape of tentacles and gradually extending in all directions. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the buzzing sound seems to be getting louder and louder. This scene is very much like the Doomsday scene described in mythology, weird and eye-catching. The high-level officials of the Holy Scripture were also attracted out and were stunned when they looked at the sky. The eternal Dark Dragon King, who was hiding in the dark, also poked his head out. His face was as pale as a dead person, but he could not hide his surprise. What on earth did the church provoke? Whoosh. Rufus used his teleportation skills to return to the temple and quickly found Sig with his excellent sense of smell. He said in an anxious voice, think of a solution quickly, that magic is bad, we must intervene. Ah, is that so? Holy Dragon God, what do you mean? The red cat's eyes were sharp, and it was obvious that it had realized something was wrong. Faced with doubts, Sig remained calm, and so was Quinn Ainz behind him. Rufus slowly moved backwards, the hair on his back standing up. I see, this is what you want, right? He considered that the other party was greedy for fame and fortune, wanted to steal the church, and even thought of the possibility of plotting to steal the props of the 6 gods. The only thing I didn't expect was that the other party was a completely evil being. He came not for fame nor profit, but only to destroy the church. Now that you're here, don't leave. Sig chuckled, raised his hand and released a chain, tightly tying up the cat that wanted to escape. Imprisonment, meow. Rufus let out a very shrill cry. He kept rolling on the ground and his beautiful red hair turned gray. You can't do this, it will do you no good at all. Sig took the chain back, picked up the dirty cat and smoothed his fur with a smile. Be quiet and watch the show carefully. Master, command, command. A billion creatures spoke at the same time, and it took Ainz several seconds to figure out what they were saying. Although it was a locust plague, what was summoned were not locusts, not even insects. Its full name is Abyss Locust, a low-level demon with an average level of LV-15. The Abyss Locust retains some features of the locust, such as wings and tail abdomen. But at the same time, it also has the appearance of a little devil, with 2 rows of sharp protruding teeth, 2 hands and feet, and its whole body is pitch black. If I really have to describe it, it should be a mixture of the two. As soon as Ainz thought about it, an abyss locust flew over and landed steadily in front of him. What a lovely bunch of creatures. The abyss locusts flapped their wings together and made a buzzing sound, as if responding to the praise. Demiurge's smile grew. Lord Ainz, it seems they are eager to kill. Haha, that should be the case. The intelligence of low-level demons is limited, and whether they can understand what is said is another matter. Ainz no longer hesitated, raised his hand and waved it, issuing his first and final order. My summons, kill all humans you can see and let them feel the horror of death. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the sky, and the group of demons suddenly exploded and rushed madly to the ground. The sky and the earth are connected by a black staircase, and the filthiness of the world is interpreted at this moment. For mankind, the real doomsday has arrived. The level of the locust swarm is not high, but for ordinary humans whose average level is not even LV10, it is almost an easy task. The world is hell, which is the most appropriate way to describe the scene at this time. Ainz's heart remained calm as he said calmly, I'll leave it to you from now on, Demiurge. The portal opened, and after Ainz completed his mission, he retreated directly. He was no longer needed. Yes, I will not let you down. Demiurge bowed gracefully, the corners of his mouth raised beneath his mask. Use world-class items to activate the defensive magic barrier. The Holy Scripture of Eternal Earth is the last line of defense of the Church. Each of them has learned the special skill of live and die together. The function of the skill is very simple. It uses itself as a medium and acts as an amplifier for the leaves of the world tree, maximizing its range of action and completely enveloping the temple. As the magic barrier was formed, the demons were indeed blocked out. Even crazy attacks have no effect on it. World-class items have strong defensive capabilities and cannot be destroyed by ordinary attacks. However, the civilians outside the barrier are in a miserable state. The abyss locusts will not give up the opportunity to tear humans apart, and the massacre continues. But the top management obviously can't care about so many things. The magic barrier can't exist forever, and they have to hurry to think about the next countermeasures. Jaldabaoth is so insidious. His goal is to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Now all kinds of holy scriptures and death-defying weapons have been sent out, and there is no way to send them back immediately for support. Isn't Lord Holy Dragon God still here? We can only rely on him. By the way, they also have Lord Holy Dragon God. As long as the culprit Jaldabaoth is dealt with, this crisis of national destruction will naturally be resolved. Oh, do you want to get help? The devil's teasing voice sounded behind them. The man in a suit and a mask was none other than the protagonist they were scolding. This dangerous existence actually sneaked into the temple and appeared directly beside them. Jaldabaoth, devil, what on earth do you want to do? Domination spell. Demiurge activated his domination skill, and a strange voice came out of his mouth, kneel down. Everyone felt that their bodies were out of control, their knees bent, and they all knelt down. This is much more appropriate. Low-level humans are not worthy of standing and talking. No, the point is not what I want. It seems that you still don't understand your situation. Demiurge was slightly surprised. So it's a magic item that increases resistance to mind control. The 6 gods did leave behind quite a bit of legacy. You are so merciful, I understand. Demiurge seemed to understand something and agreed seriously. Sig looked at the magic barrier above his head. We just need to destroy that and the final battle can begin. It won't take long. The highest priest slowly stood up and said, Demon Emperor, what do you want? Yes, Sig chuckled, holding the well-behaved cat and sitting on the chair, raising his hand. Stand up, no need to be polite. You are not allowed to speak without permission. The chief priest bit his tongue and tried to raise his head a little, and the magic items on his body emitted a faint glow. Sig didn't agree with it in the first place. He personally didn't like massacres, and now it gave him a good reason to reject it. As the head of the church, he represents the face of a country. It is really shameful for him to show such an ugly behavior. Demiurge calmly withdrew his hand and said, I'm very sorry for letting you hear the dirty words. No problem. Demiurge really walked forward and asked directly, Lord Sig, do you want to proceed as planned? As the door slowly closed, death was completely isolated inside. Sig waved his hand. I admire the responsibility of the chief priest. Just give them a painless death. Damn it. Demiurge immediately stood up and served respectfully at one side. Sig stopped Demiurge from using mind control and motioned for him to continue. Demiurge pulled over a chair but did not sit down himself. The enemy leader actually knelt down to his side. Such an absurd scene made everyone stunned for a moment, followed by tremendous anger at being deceived. Demiurge spoke in a light tone, even with a hint of sarcasm, and the people kneeling on the ground all looked angry. The highest priest slowly knelt down with his forehead touching the ground in a gesture of complete submission. His voice even trembled a little. Sneaking into the temple, killing the top leaders, and destroying the church, this script is also very good. Rufus ignored his weak body and angrily reprimanded, "Don't you understand? They are here to destroy the power of the six gods." The chief priest had a complicated expression on his face. "Your acting skills are really great, we old guys have been fooled." It was Xiaodi himself who proposed to massacre the high-ranking officials of the church in front of the public. The purpose was to increase Jaldabaoth's hatred value. With a creak, the door slowly opened and someone came in against the light. Holy Dragon God. Sig raised his hand and flicked the cat's forehead. Although he didn't care much, Xiaodi would get angry if he continued talking. Before he could finish his words, the man's head fell to the ground, and his blood dyed a large area of the tiles red. When everyone was about to ask for help, Demiurge knelt down first. He walked back and forth gracefully, looking around carefully as if waiting for something to happen. "Lord Holy Dragon God, the church is willing to surrender completely. Please let the people go. Greetings, Lord Sig." Lord Juicy Juming, what should we do now? When Juicy Jiming led the support halfway, the changes in the capital began. They could only watch as countless black tides engulfed the entire church. With a gulp, infinite magic power swallowed her saliva and quietly put on her pants and socks to avoid inconvenience when escaping. Or fighting. Compared with the subhumans, the endless swarm of insects behind them was obviously more terrifying. Even the most devoted believers are bound to have feelings of fear. That doomsday-like scene had a huge impact on people. With the power of the Holy Scripture, killing 1 or 2, or even 10 or 20 is no problem. But facing millions or tens of millions of them, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Everyone looked at Zesijimu in shining armor, praying silently that he would not let them return to defend the theocracy. In their eyes, even the ferocious demi-humans became cute. "Quiet," Juicy Juming said firmly. "Don't forget, the cult is guarded by the Holy Dragon God. We just need to complete our mission and prioritize eliminating the subhumans." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison, feeling fortunate that they had met a sensible commander. Master Juicy Juming, that green barrier was made by the Holy Scripture of Eternal Earth right. Infinite magic power was pointed at the distance, fingers were trembling slightly, and the voice sounded like crying. Juicy Juming was talking to everyone and happened to have his back to the church. She didn't even look at him and just hummed, "This is a special skill they have learned. It can ensure that the temple will not fall." That was a magic barrier unfolded by the world-class item leaves of the world tree. It was the last bulwark of the theocracy, and it could never be easily broken. The only way to break it is to sneak into the temple and kill the members of the Eternal Earth Scripture before the barrier is formed. The chances of this happening are very small, not to mention there is Sig. He won't let such an accident happen. The attention of the others was also drawn over, and their expressions changed, with an expression of horror that was difficult to conceal on their faces. Juicy Jiming seemed to realize something and turned around suddenly. The green barrier started from the top, gradually dissipated, and finally shattered into tiny points of light and dissipated into the air. The abyss locusts rushed in like starving ghosts that had smelled meat. The sacred temple was completely defiled, the white color on the surface disappeared, and it was covered with a faint black color. If you look closely, you can see that they are densely packed abyss locusts. They are attached to the walls as if they want to swallow everything into their stomachs. Juicy Juming's pupils trembled and he shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? It's impossible. Calm down." Seeing that their commander's reaction was even greater than theirs, a group of people began to persuade him. It took Juicy Jiming a long time to come back to her senses. Her eyes were bloodshot and she clenched her teeth to prevent herself from choking. All of them, Islam. As soon as he finished speaking, Juicy Jiming rushed into the insect swarm like an arrow, leaving no one alive and tearing a gap in its path. Everyone hesitated for a moment and followed. With Juicy Juming paving the way, they might really have a chance to survive. Even for the sake of their families, they can no longer be cowardly. "Go, ah!" As the last person screamed, there was no one left alive. There were corpses lying all over the ground, all wearing the same khaki uniform. They were obviously members of the Holy Scripture of Eternal Earth. Demiurge held a dim emerald green leaf in his hand. It was the theocracy's last world-class item, the leaf of the world tree. It's not bad as a trophy. As the magic barrier disappeared, the abyss locusts swarmed in directly. A magical scene appeared. Demiurge was not attacked, and even his followers, the little devils, were ignored. As expected, this is all thanks to Ainz Sama's orders. The number of abyss locusts is too large to accurately control each individual one, and the attack will be directed by a unified swarm consciousness. The only order Ainz gave was to kill humans, but Demiurge was a demon, so he was not attacked. Although the Abyss Locusts could not cause any substantial harm to him, it was too funny to be attacked by something he summoned himself. He also has to put on a show in front of the general public and cannot make such a low-level mistake. Having said that, the plan is about to begin. If we wait any longer, all the people in the church will die. Message Master Sig, I'm about to begin. Well, according to plan. After Sig gave a brief response, he handed the cat in his hand to Queen Ainz. Rufus barely raised his head. You won't succeed. The people won't believe you. Because I didn't make a move at the beginning. Rufus didn't answer but just looked at Sig with a mocking look. Sig was not angry and kindly explained, I am injured, of course I can't rush to the battlefield immediately. How are you injured? Rufus suddenly realized that the reason why the holy dragon god did not attend the celebration was that his injury had not yet healed. This was just an excuse delivered personally by the top leaders of the church, but the people did not know so much and believed the injuries to be true. He who fools others will suffer in the end. Rufus was furious. Don't try to be so righteous here. You and Jaldabaoth are in cahoots. You deceived everyone. How are you going to settle this? Sig couldn't help but laugh. That's true. I can only live in pain wearing the mask of a hero. Rufus was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He couldn't beat him, nor could he convince himself. He was so angry that he almost died. In the sky, Demiurge used the skill Complete Demonization, and his body suddenly swelled up and the flames completely enveloped him. When his wings were fully spread, flames erupted from the flowing magma like a burning sun. Seeing the culprit appear, everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. The runes on the sword were activated and the golden sword energy surged, flashing an extremely dazzling light. Demiurge sneered, faith really makes people blind. 1 billion Abyss Locusts are not enough for just one dragon. Sig did not summon Ostara before, just to show the theocracy that he wanted to draw a clear line between himself and the Sorceress Kingdom. The top leaders are dead, your holy dragon god is also injured, and I have absorbed the power of the sacrifices and become stronger. No one can stop me from destroying the church. Ostara, keep using dragon breath. For demons with evil attributes, purifying breath has a stronger effect. Great, we are saved. The swarm of insects naturally would not refuse this feast and surrounded it. Ha ha ha, can you kill me? Yes, who can we rely on at this time? As long as we get rid of you, this crisis will be resolved. The shouts of the crowd were deafening, and even those who had been hiding took to the streets and knelt down towards the sky. They are all dead, and I will follow them. Sig raised his hand, and a long sword appeared out of thin air. I am Jaldabaoth, tremble human. Sig's voice was loud, but he was not wearing a helmet and his pale face was vaguely visible. He portrayed the look of trying hard to hold on very vividly. Purifying breath, fear and despair gradually spread, and finally someone could not withstand the tremendous pressure. He threw down his weapon and opened his arms to welcome death. All their family members and friends are dead, how can they not hate it? When people heard the number 1 billion, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. The church will establish a new country, which is independent on the surface but is actually a vassal. Those who were still fighting looked up at the sky. Most of them were close to heroic level, and they managed to hold off the attack of the Abyss Locusts by relying on their collaboration. And the one riding on the Holy Dragon is naturally Sig. A holy dragon descended from the sky, and a stream of energy with sacred attributes gushed out. Demiurge smiled, and his expression was truly pleasing. They could indeed feel that the swarm was huge, but 1 billion was still too terrifying. All the Abyss Locusts that came into contact with it died, and a safe area was quickly cleared. As you command, Master Sig, I will use the Holy Sword Guram to put an end to you once and for all. Things are different now. Properly increasing the favorable impression of the people of the church towards the Sorceress Kingdom will facilitate subsequent plans. It's Lord Holy Dragon God. Even though his conspiracy was exposed, Jaldabaoth showed no fear, and his arrogance was written all over his face. Jaldabaoth's voice reached the ears of every living person, including those hiding in the shelter and the warriors. Seeing this scene, people's hearts were gripped. Damn, why are there so many bugs? Dark Claw. The man in black robe growled, and the darkness around him surged, transforming into 2 huge claws that tore into pieces all the approaching Abyss Locusts. It looks easy to kill, and it really isn't that hard. Speaking of each individual with the strength of LV-15, a hero-level creature can solve it, but the endless number of them is the most terrifying thing. After killing one, more will come, and it's endless. Low-class filth, abominable, abominable. The man in black robe could only curse and beat them at the same time, and he actually cleared out a safe area. The humans who were rescued were still wondering which hero saved them. When they opened their mouths to thank him, they were frightened by the other party's fierce gaze. "Back off, stupid human," inside the Nazarick meeting room. The crystal ball used for surveillance clearly reflected the ugly appearance of the true Dragon King, and everyone had a smile on their face. Shaltier's face flushed with excitement, and she straightened her chest, which was padded with countless layers of material. "Hee, the real Dragon King is only this good. I am just the right person to restrain him, Ainz." Aura was holding the young dragon Jinkai in her arms. While she was happy, she also did not forget to educate him. "This shameful true Dragon King is the enemy. You must not admit the mistake." Jinkai opened her mouth and blew out a small stream of flame. "Ow, I understand." Mare poked his finger, his eyes eager to try. "I also want to share the worries of the Supreme Being." Cocytus let out a breath of cold air, obviously planning to take action as well. Albedo snorted coldly. "Sebastian, don't you have anything to say?" Sebastian seemed to be in a trance. When he was suddenly called, he uttered an exclamation. He quickly apologized. "My apologies, Ainz-sama." Ainz raised his hand and mercifully forgave this minor flaw, but he also wanted to know why the other party was so absent-minded. "Sebastian, do you have anything to say?" "Yes, in addition to the Elf King's body and his concubine, I also brought back a forest elf girl." Sebastian explained earnestly. "He has royal blood and I think he has value, so I brought him back with me." Ainz sighed quietly. "So that was the reason." It sounded like there was no problem at all, but it is easy to understand from Albedo's perspective. She was angry because Sebastian acted on his own and did not report in advance. After all, Sebastian had done something similar when he was in the kingdom, and Suer was almost mistaken for a betrayal. From the ruler's perspective, neither of them did anything wrong, but he still had to say something symbolically. "Ahem, Sebastian, you are indeed too reckless. This is the second time you have done that. I'm very sorry." Sebastian nodded deeply. He had no intention of refutation at all. He did have the intention of bringing Luki back to use him, but he could not deny that this move was also out of pity. This was the result of his weighing of the two factors. Ainz changed the subject and said, "However, I am pleased to see that you have given it so much thought. I will not punish you this time, but I just don't allow it to happen again. Let Kyre take care of the elf girl first. We can discuss her affairs later. Thank you for your kindness." Sebastian sat down and this hurdle was passed. Although Albedo was still unhappy, she couldn't say anything since Ainz had already spoken. Seeing this, Ainz brought the topic back to the topic. "I have discovered something about the Everdark Dragon King. The man in black robes here is probably just a corpse that he manipulated using necromancy. The dragon race is not an alien species in the traditional sense. Only a few of them have mastered the magic of transformation. Even the Platinum Dragon King has to control his armor to conceal his true identity. The Dark Dragon King should also have similar means." The sword blades and claws constantly collided, the figures collided, and then immediately separated, inspiring the most primitive aesthetics of violence. The two had just chatted for a few words when a figure flashed out. Sig took in all of this and said in a voice that only he and Demiurge could hear, "There are more and more people watching. It seems that they are enjoying this performance very much. It always makes me feel a little sad to see someone end up like this. However, there is nothing to pity about the Elf King Decameron. Just think of him as receiving the just punishment of Nazarick. After all, if he has mastered 20, he must be a level 100 player." She looked at the scarred Sig in front of her, her voice a little hoarse. This made Ainz even more resolute in his thinking. To be merciful to the enemy would mean being cruel to one's own people. He must not be soft-hearted at all. "Okay, I got it. Are you okay too?" Astara did not join the battle. She opened a magic barrier to keep the Abyss Locusts out, providing the last safe place for the surviving humans. Sig hurriedly stopped Demiurge, saying that if he continued, the book would be banned because it was too dark. The dragon's breath that gushed out from time to time cleared a short path, and many surviving humans headed towards safety. The scene changed, and the battle between the holy dragon god and Jaldabaoth had reached its climax. Both sides used very few skills, which was equivalent to direct close combat. Demiurge bowed his head slightly. "Ah, it is of course their honor. They are such stupid and happy sheep of the theocracy." Sig's concern didn't seem fake. He said in a tone of relief, "Andy, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Keep an eye on the Everdark Dragon King. Next, we'll just have to wait for the battle between Sig and Demiurge to be over." Ainz looked at the man in black robes with mixed feelings. This was the player's body. "Yes, sir. Many people had never seen such a grand scene in this life, let alone in their previous life, and they were all fascinated by it. If you are not attacked by surprise when you are completely unprepared, it is difficult to be killed directly, and you won't even have the chance to use resurrection items. Albedo's expression was solemn. It seems that the Dark Dragon King has killed a player before and seized his world-class item. This information has also been verified by the seven-colored Dragon King. Jusajiming was breathing heavily, looking exhausted, but before she could say anything, she was embraced by a warm embrace. The bright golden light and the dark red firelight complemented each other, dyeing the sky into two colors. Although humans are weak, their vitality is quite tenacious. More and more survivors gather together, and soon there are thousands of them. Jusajiming was stunned for a moment and finally swallowed the question that was stuck in his throat. Only Xiao Dai could think of such a good way to use the excellent forest elf stallion. Demiurge realized that he had said something wrong. "Thank you for your advice, Lord Sig. I have found a better leather and it will be ready for use in a while." "What leather?" "Half-elf. In the other world, this is the result of being credulous." Sig shook his head helplessly. "Don't let the president know this. He doesn't really approve of using this kind of leather. Holding on to luck, this is Jusajiming's current mental state. The fact is that Sig is fighting Jaldabaoth, and the Holy Dragon is doing his best to protect the people. Even the cursed sword group around her had never done anything to harm her. On the contrary, they helped her a lot in the insect swarm. Maybe he had some ulterior motive. Jaldabaoth was so cunning, so there was a chance that he might have such a plan. After all, she was not present when the temple fell, so she could not conclude that Sig had betrayed her based on speculation alone. Jusajiming's brain became very confused. She didn't know how to deal with it at this moment, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After all, there is a powerful enemy ahead and humans are still dying, so the important thing is to end this disaster as soon as possible. Let's get rid of Jaldabaoth together. We can't let the locust swarm continue to wreak havoc. Sig smiled. "Don't worry, everything is under control. In every way the plan worked. Hey, don't push your luck." Jusajiming raised his arm and struck back hard with his elbow. Sig groaned, then stuck out his tongue with a smile. "That hurts." Seeing that he was still joking, Jusajiming became even angrier. She clenched her fists and couldn't help but swing them out. "Well, thank goodness you're here, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to defeat Jaldabaoth." Sig took the fatal punch with ease, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was just holding on. In fact, he was not pretending this time. In order to make the performance more realistic, he deliberately did not use healing magic. This is the sense of belief of the veteran actor. Demiurge is not very good at hand-to-hand combat, but after becoming a complete demon, his attributes in all aspects have been greatly improved, and he is not at a disadvantage in a battle against Sig in human form. In fact, it would be much better for Sig to use the half-dragon form, but considering the theocracy's belief in the advocacy of humans, he gave up this idea. "Okay, come over here and discuss the battle plan." Jusajiming retracted his fist and replied sullenly, "Yeah." Sig raised his finger and pointed at Jaldabaoth, saying sternly, for everyone's sake, use Death End on him." Jusajiming opened his mouth in surprise. How could such an important trump card be spoken out so casually? If he uses resurrection magic, then all our efforts will be wasted. "You told me this before." She had learned her lesson. After 2 battles between the Platinum Knight and the Elf King, she almost failed both times when she used her trump card in advance, which made her not want to use her trump card easily. Sig lowered his voice. "I'm sure he has used resurrection magic. Generally, resurrection magic will reduce the level of a character to varying degrees after resurrection, but Jaldabaoth became even stronger. Why is that?" Jusajiming's eyes lit up. "That is to say, although he has the ability to resurrect, he can't use it easily. The more powerful the forbidden magic, the greater the price to pay. This is basic common sense." Pa, Demiurge clapped his hands gracefully. "I didn't expect you two would discover me. My resurrection magic really can't be used casually. Last time I sacrificed tens of thousands of souls to rebuild my body and gain even greater power." "What?" Even if you have never heard of the magic of sacrificing souls, you can guess how evil it is just by looking at the effects. As long as the soul is still there, high-level resurrection magic can revive a person even without a corpse. But if the soul is consumed, it will be completely dead and no longer exist in this world. Jusajiming bit his lip and asked, "Does this include humans?" Demiurge laughed as if mocking him. "Are you still picky about what you eat?" Just like the supreme ruler of the theocracy, his soul is no different from that of an ordinary human. Super Windbreak super ability increase. Jusajiming raised his sickle and slashed towards Demiurge. his anger reaching its peak. Sig covered his face helplessly. This drama was too much. The resurrection by sacrificing souls was completely made up. Who is that? That armor is the equipment of Lord Wind God. Could that be the God-man? People knew about the existence of gods, but they had not seen a real god for a long time. Many people even thought that they were legendary figures. Astara's gentle voice came from above. Please do not be afraid. Lord Holy Dragon God will end this battle together with the gods and men. These words were like a shot in the arm, calming the survivors. God and the gods joined forces to deal with Jaldabaoth. It was 2 against 1, and the advantage was obvious. Following the footsteps of Jusajiming, all kinds of holy scriptures also returned to the capital. They rescued many people along the way and gathered around the holy dragon without any prior arrangement. After a wave of energy, the magic barrier expanded a bit, wrapping up the people who were still in danger. Astara is beautiful and friendly, and she is also a follower of the holy dragon god, so it is hard for people not to trust her. After a careful investigation, the members of the Holy Scripture found that this place was indeed safe, so they all rested at ease. Even with all their might, there were still many casualties. If the corpse is recovered, there is still a possibility of resurrection, but it is difficult to protect oneself in the insect swarm, so naturally only the corpse of the companion can be abandoned. Among them, only all members of the Black Codex survived. As heroes, they are stronger, but it is not easy either. Ainz came over holding the cat. Thank you, you are about to witness history. No one understood these inexplicable words, only infinite magic power recognized the cat's identity. Lord Rufus. Rufus opened his eyes, his vertical pupils full of warning. Infinite magic pressed down the brim of his hat, quickly covered his mouth and retreated to the corner. It was clearly still that unconvinced look before, but now it has turned into a well-behaved and harmless kitten. The people burst into thunderous cheers. Death is the end of all life. The cursed sword pierced the girl's delicate skin, and Sig activated mind control magic. In fact, Ainz didn't do anything to Rufus, he just analyzed the current situation. She was murmuring to herself, and only she could hear it, and it was also to convince herself. He smiled and explained, Lord Sig does not want to destroy the church. He just wants to clean up the redundant people, just like pruning branches. Only by removing useless people can fresh blood be injected. 9:6 Before she could ponder the fact that Jaldabaoth's body would instantly dissipate, her hand was pulled up. Jusajiming was a little stunned. Is this the end? Where will the church go from now on? In the next second, Jaldabaoth's attacks followed, but they were all blocked by Sig. Sig smiled happily, his eyes curved into crescents and the corners of his mouth raised exaggeratedly. This is our victory. The theocracy will become a thing of the past. As if declaring victory, the 2 men clasped their hands and raised them to the sky. She turned the sickle, and a golden dial appeared behind her. The abyss locusts seemed to sense something and flew up to the sky together. The magic circle opened again, and then they drilled into it as if they were playing upside down. Demiurge seemed to have had enough fun, and with a wave of his hand, Jusajiming flew backwards. 12 blood flowed from the corner of Jusajiming's mouth, and she shook her head stubbornly. But I don't want you to die. After saying that, Sig stood in front of Jusajiming, leaving her with his back. 3, 2 weak, 2 weak. With a roar, Jaldabaoth stopped moving. He fell heavily to the ground and his body turned into dust, leaving only a mask. Die. Sig quickly used teleportation to move behind her, sharing most of the impact for her. Are you okay? Jusajiming stubbornly pushed Sig away. You don't need to protect me. As long as Death End is activated, you can successfully hit it even if I die. Jusajiming was counting the seconds silently. You are going to use Death's End, I will protect you. Domination spell, get some sleep. Sure enough, I still want to hear an explanation. Humanity wins. Jusajiming suddenly felt a chill in her heart, and the smile gradually became distorted in her eyes. She finally understood. The locust plague is over, but what happens after the plague is far more than we imagined. Jaldabaoth's attack caused heavy casualties. According to incomplete statistics, at least 80% of the people died, and the death toll was in the millions. No one could have imagined that the once prosperous Silan theocracy, the strongest human nation, would undergo such a drastic change in just one day. The only thing to be thankful for is that the abyss locusts only kill people and even eat their corpses. The food in the warehouses and the crops in the fields were not destroyed, and most of the buildings were preserved. The survivors don't have to worry about food and shelter and can settle down temporarily, which is a blessing in disguise. Night falls. The passion for victory gradually faded and sadness gradually took over my heart. People went out of their homes, lit a lamp for the dead, observed a moment of silence, or cried loudly. The temple was brightly lit. Although this building suffered a fierce attack from the abyss locusts, it returned to its original appearance after the blood and corpses were dealt with. The only difference is that it became quiet and scary quiet. The sleeping girl's eyelashes moved slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. Because the light was too glaring, Jusajiming narrowed his eyes slightly and his heterochromatic pupils flashed. Where is this place? She looked around and found it unfamiliar but was sure that it was a room in the temple. The reason is simple. How could I not recognize the place where I have lived for 100 years? Jusajiming looked at her hands in a daze. She gradually recalled her previous memories and always felt as if she was in another world. Is it a dream, or? Suddenly there was a creaking sound and the door slowly opened. Jusajiming immediately stood up vigilantly. As she had no weapon at hand, she could only pick up a stool beside her to defend herself in a hurry. In the moonlight, Infinite Magic's listless face appeared, holding fragrant food in her hands. My lord, please eat something now that you are awake. Jusajiming breathed a sigh of relief. Why is it you? Teacher, the church, how is everyone doing? She rubbed her temples and felt her head ache getting worse. Infinite Magic Nano didn't dare to say anything. He just put the food on the table and completed his task diligently without even raising his head. You are hungry, eat first. Jusajiming was a little confused. What happened to this guy? He was indeed very respectful before, but he wasn't that scared. Look up and speak clearly. Infinite Magic Power subconsciously raised his head, then lowered it with a red face that, no. Jusajiming slowly lowered his head following the other person's line of sight, only to find that he was only wearing a layer of gauze, which fully revealed his figure, and there were magic chains on his ankles. Her face turned red with anger and she swept the plate to the ground. What on earth does that guy want to do? Locking people up and dressing them in revealing clothes, isn't that just treating them as playthings? Jusajiming finally confirmed that what happened in her memory was true. Anger surged in her heart and her breathing gradually became heavy. Her eyes were red. Call Sig, I want to see him. Sig put his feet on the table, turning the Rubik's Cube in his hands, looking very relaxed. Couples need time to get used to each other, and the same goes for friends. Calling him by his name directly, it seems he is really angry. Queen Ainz, who was standing at the door, smiled slightly. This was a compliment to him. Considering that the other party might get angry, he was kind enough not to explain. Perhaps because they had done so many bad things together, their relationship had become much closer than when they first traveled through time, and they had advanced from ordinary friends to true buddies. Infinite Magic hid further away, shrank into a corner and dared not speak. She couldn't afford to offend both sides, so keeping silent was the best option. But in order to preserve his master's final legacy, he couldn't do that. Considering the special nature of this room, Sig has only entered it once, and the person who cleaned it can only be a senior member of the church. Rufus growled threateningly and showed his sharp fangs. In just a few seconds, he could tear the throat of the person in front of him. Ainz walked over slowly and sat down on a chair. I'm just sighing a little, I'm very self-aware. If it were in anime, the 6 gods who traveled to another world to save humanity would undoubtedly be given the hero script. The church has done a good job in equality and human rights. The higher the position, the lower the salary. This is true even for the highest priest, who does things like cleaning himself. Occasionally when they had some free time, the two chatted for a while and soon there was a knock on the door. Under such a system, corruption is indeed prevented from breeding, and a group of people who can be called the light of humanity are selected. An undead who has lived for hundreds of years, a follower of the god of death, has only a few obsessions in his heart, so it is too easy to threaten him. Rufus said sarcastically, "That's all, holy dragon god's dog." At this moment, in the deepest part of the Silan theocracy, in that sacred and inviolable room, although the theocracy was not completely destroyed, it was almost destroyed. Demons and undead do not need food, drink, or sleep, so as a dragon man, he will not keep up with them. Demiurge's characteristically magnetic voice came from outside the door. Lord Ainz, Lord Sig, I have something to report. It is no exaggeration to say that Nazarick, which destroyed this piece, is the biggest villain. The conversation didn't last long, about 20 minutes, and Rufus walked out. Jusajiming fell silent and stopped shouting. He just stared out the window in a daze with extremely complicated emotions brewing in his eyes. Ainz looked at the 6 statues and sighed. They have indeed accomplished great things. Are we being too mean to do this? We feel like villains. The red cat slowly walked over, his voice unable to conceal his fatigue. Antolini faced the reality. Sig looked at the time and waved his hand. It's getting late. I'm going to bed. You guys can chat. President, are you still thinking about this now? Ainz is a little confused. Is this a proper sleep? Jusajiming's eyes dimmed. Teacher, has it come to this? This can only benefit you. Do you want the bloodline of God to be cut off? Directly in front, the statues of the 6 gods still stood there, clean and tidy without a trace of dust, obviously the result of regular cleaning. A faint halo appeared in Queen Ainz's eyes, which gradually became clearer. His eyes were very fanatical. Lord Holy Dragon God will show mercy. Infinite magic power tactfully retreated, leaving enough space for the master and disciple. Meow tilde Xiaodai, thank you for your hard work this time. Are you okay? Sig walked out the door and expressed his concern to Demiurge. He couldn't forget the great hero this time. Demiurge was somewhat flattered. He tried hard to control his excitement and gave an elegant smile. Master Sig, you are too kind. I am truly grateful for the precious item you have given me. The precious item is called Substitute Doll. During the duration of its effect, the damage suffered by the user will be transferred to the item and borne by the user. If the user receives damage that is fatal, the item will avoid death at the cost of being destroyed. The instant death magic that Juicy Juming used to strengthen Death Final was the 8th rank death. It was not of high rank and was a single target magic, so the item was activated smoothly. This is why Jaldabaoth was reduced to dust in the end. His real body had already escaped several kilometers away using teleportation magic. Sig waved his hand. Props are just dead objects. Your safety is more important. Although he knew it would be impossible for him to see Albert again, he was always grateful to this enthusiastic netizen. I was able to travel through time thanks to his guidance, and he also played a role in getting me into the game. Unable to thank the person himself, Sig can only pour his affection on the other person's child. From this perspective, the same goes for Sebastian. Takumi has helped him a lot both in real life and in the game. Sig also thought about bringing the two of them here, but they all had their own lives in reality, and time travel might not be a good thing, so he quickly gave up the idea. The corners of Demiurge's mouth were already trembling, and his tail was wagging wildly. Forget it, I have other things to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. The president is waiting for you inside. Seeing that it was getting later, Sig stopped talking in time. Demiurge nodded, I understand. Well, continue to be loyal. Sig patted Demiurge's shoulder meaningfully, leaving only his back. Demiurge quietly felt the touch on his shoulder and turned to walk into the room. What Sig meant by this was naturally to look for the ultimate death. But don't get me wrong, he's not a pervert, he's just worried. According to Ainz's cautious approach, Zesajime should be locked up in the ice prison. With chains and high-level monsters guarding him, he would have no chance of escaping. Considering her desperate situation, Sig gave her a little privilege and just locked her up in a room. If the other party is determined to escape, that is naturally possible. All we have to do is cut off her legs and the guards will not be able to beat her. There is healing magic in this world, and this kind of injury is not difficult to treat. Sig actually gave her a choice to stay or to run away. The former is a happy ending for everyone, but if you choose the latter. Sig has never been a good person and his kindness is very limited. I hope you don't make the wrong choice, Andy. Sig walked quickly, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the room where Jusajiming was imprisoned. Queen Ainz had long disappeared and there was no one at the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, then pushed it open. The room was pitch black, and all that came into view was a gorgeous girl in the moonlight. Jusajiming's skin is originally white, and under the soft moonlight it looks as translucent as white porcelain. Since she was only wearing a thin gauze, it couldn't cover too much, giving her a kind of hazy beauty. She tilted her head slightly. Darling, you're here. Sig had to admit that he was amazed. But where did this dress come from? With her desperate personality, she probably wouldn't take the initiative to put it on to seduce him. Thinking of this, he asked. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jusajiming's face. Why did she still have to humiliate her after she was in such a state? Do I have to admit that she did it voluntarily? She forced a smile and said, Isn't it the clothes you gave me, darling? Sig was really stunned now. He just had Jusajiming locked up here and had never made such a perverted request. But he soon figured out what was going on. Having an overly capable subordinate was not a good thing. However, Queen Ainz's aesthetic taste is surprisingly good. Sig smiled and praised, It's beautiful and suits you very well. Sig did not stop him. He just watched Jusajiming vent his anger quietly, his eyes calm and emotionless. Darling, I've made up my mind. Now let's fulfill our promise. Jusajiming's lips trembled. Before talking to the teacher, she couldn't hold back any longer and would definitely grab the other person's collar and question him. After going through so much trouble, she ended up meeting the same scumbag as her mother. Jusajiming felt as if the world was spinning around her and she was being pinned down firmly. Sig shook the cold hand and said, Don't you want to know the truth? The two were in an awkward position now. Sig was lying on the ground and Jusajiming was riding directly on him. She was scared. Jusajiming shrank back and the man's words mixed with hot breath completely enveloped her. This relationship was a complete scam. Maybe it was just for her bloodline. I won't lie in bed. If you want to be my woman, you should be ready to devote yourself to me. Jusajiming was gasping for breath, and when he came to his senses, he calmed down a little. But she already knew the general truth, so she was no longer so excited. Jusajiming opened her eyes wide, tears streaming down her cheeks. She completely collapsed, pulled out the hidden knife and stabbed it hard. That's not important. Jusajiming's eyes dimmed a little. It turned out that he wanted her body. He pretended to be a gentleman last time. What's wrong? Sig suddenly laughed. Did you think I would say that to you? Ooh, no. For example, are Jaldabaoth and I in cahoots? How did the chief priest die? Why did you have to confess? Sig was silent for a moment, then placed the hand on his chest. I like you. Sincere eyes, steady heartbeat, this is the truth. Jusajiming realized it belatedly and felt embarrassed. She wanted to get up, but her waist was firmly held by a pair of big hands. Don't get me confused, bloodline is not important to me because I am already strong enough. No, you have to accept the punishment first. Jusajiming adjusted his mood, walked over, took Sig's hand and brought it to his chest. The blade left a very shallow wound on the skin, with only a few drops of blood oozing out to prove that the wound had ever existed. She forced a smile and said, Darling, don't talk about the past anymore. Isn't it good for us to live happily together? Have my baby. Sig leaned close to Jusajiming's ear and asked, also, what is my purpose? Go to bed. The innocent girl was tortured and toyed with, but she was addicted to it. Fate is really ridiculous. Isn't her life miserable enough? Don't be afraid, I will cooperate with you. In a blink of an eye, the sky became bright. The messy bed, the mottled red marks, and the ambiguous atmosphere still in the air were enough to prove how fierce the battle was last night. The corners of Jusajiming's eyes were red. She could no longer remember how many times she had fallen into a coma and woke up. Her eyes could hardly focus, and she kept making meaningless moans from her mouth. Sig took the clean water on the table and passed it to her mouth to replenish the lost water. Jusajiming's throat moved slightly, and after swallowing the water, he stretched out his bright red tongue to lick his lips as if he was unsatisfied. Haha, it seems it's still not enough. Sig chuckled and repeated the same action a few more times until he was done feeding. No, I'm so full. Jusajiming closed his mouth, curled up his body and hid himself. Sig touched the bulging belly with evil intentions and pressed it deliberately, which immediately caused the other party to groan, like a kitten being bullied. Sig felt that the punishment was enough, so he fed him a bottle of fatigue-relieving potion, of course using the same method. But this time it took a lot of effort, and I encountered a lot of resistance just to pry open the lips and teeth. Although Jusajiming was no longer conscious, her instinct was still resisting. As her head shook, her silver and white hair scattered, her pointed ears were exposed without reservation, and tears oozed from the corners of her eyes, but she had no time to care. Bang! Sig slapped the perky butt, making a crisp sound. This is for your own good, don't resist. He whimpered and finally stopped resisting, swallowing all the liquid in his mouth. Sig sighed helplessly as if he had bullied the person too harshly. He originally just wanted to teach him a lesson. Okay, be good. He held the person in his arms, patted his back and comforted him softly. Jusajiming gradually calmed down. The potion took effect successfully. Her face gradually turned rosy and her eyes became clear. Let me go. Sig complied with Zesaji's wishes and raised his hand to wipe away the remaining tears on her cheeks. Listen to me carefully next time, I promise I won't lie. Jusajiming fell silent and looked at him straight. Sig spoke directly, our meeting is indeed not accidental, but our feelings are definitely not fake. Please stay with me. Jusajiming gave a bitter smile. If that's the case, then why do you want to destroy everything I hold dear? Ever since the death of her mother and the aunt who took care of her, the only two goals left for Jusajiming are to protect the church and kill the Elf King. Now the Elf King's life and death is unknown, the church was almost destroyed by conspiracy, and he was betrayed by the person he loved. If she thought more pessimistically, she would find no reason to live. Sig said, I'm really sorry to the theocracy, but I have my reasons. You have to eliminate the 6 gods, right? Jusajiming clenched his fists. You also have to kill me or imprison me, right? No, I'll set you free if you want. After saying that, Sig untied the magic chain. Make your choice. Just at this moment, the wind blew open the window, bringing the unique coolness of the early morning. Jusajiming looked over and quietly raised his hand. Freedom was right in front of him. Did he want to leave? She turned her head and looked closely at Sig's face as if she wanted to memorize all his features. This is what it feels like to have love and hate intertwined. Choice. Did she really have a choice? She could indeed leave, but what about the consequences? Sig didn't promise that he wouldn't destroy the theocracy and kill teacher Rufus. If she stayed in the theocracy, she could at least supervise. How can this be considered a choice? It's so cunning. The original human supremacy was too narrow, and believers were limited to humans, which was not conducive to future development. Ainz nodded vigorously, and the patterns in his eyes fully appeared, which was a symbol of successful job change. The Holy Son profession is similar to other missionary professions, but its special feature is that it can be transferred to a higher-level profession, Original Holy Son, upgraded to the highest level LV5, and even obtain some of the power of the God of Faith. The belief in the six great gods has become a thing of the past. Now that the Holy Dragon God is in power, the doctrines and the like naturally have to be revised. When people suffer from successive disasters and feel empty and fearful in their hearts, the power of religion is fully exerted. He smiled and said, "Clementine should be here soon. As a brother, you have to help her. Let's stay together forever." But how can we have a holy son without a holy daughter? Possessing special skills, language and actions will have the ability to induce, making it easier to win the trust of others. It also has brainwashing skills, and the ability to speak will also be improved. It is an essential profession for missionary work. As the agent of God, Ainz was highly trusted. He took charge of many affairs, and relying on his long-standing reputation, basically no one raised any objections. In the conference room, Sig is discussing religious matters with Ainz. After the kiss, her expression turned fierce, but her voice was a little tearful. "You deceived my feelings, so you must take responsibility. The new religious state will become a place for faith experiments. Compared to how to rule, how to quickly spread the sect is the most important thing. This is not difficult to understand, it is just a cult of personality. However, this profession has a very obvious disadvantage, which is that it will affect one's cognition and turn one into a completely fanatical missionary, which is equivalent to always carrying the debuff of brainwashing. Because all the senior officials died and the country was leaderless, Sig naturally became the supreme ruler. The Holy Dragon God is the only truth in the world, the embodiment of justice. I want to spread it completely." Jusajiming thought about it for a long time and finally gave up and took the initiative to approach him as she did before. In fact, Jusajiming's intuition was correct. Sig would not let her go like this. Freedom was equivalent to death. The attack ended and the post-disaster reconstruction of the Protestant country proceeded in an orderly manner. Sig snorted and laughed. "I kept my promise and you can't escape." He raised his hands to cover Jusajiming's eyes and licked away the tears directly, his voice low and hoarse. Sig was also surprised that Ainz changed his job to become the Holy Son, but considering his mental state, it was not surprising. Sig thought about it for a while and agreed, "Just do it. I'm looking forward to what will happen next. It really makes me miss the theocracy." Outside the gate of the capital city, although not as lofty as the idea of human supremacy, this basic doctrine is actually very suitable for the current situation. Ainz was stunned for a moment. He almost forgot about this. His good-for-nothing sister was coming back. Special profession Holy Son, LV1, only fanatical believers can change their profession and they must be the original believers. It is an intermediate profession and can be upgraded to LV10. Ainz was as enthusiastic as ever. After saying a lot of compliments, he excitedly put forward his own ideas. A Clementine dressed in a pure white robe finally arrived. She took off her hood, revealing her blonde hair. Because he achieved his goal, Sig was in a particularly good mood and was smiling the whole time. From any perspective, Ainz's job change is a good thing. Without directly denying the six gods, people will not feel resistance, and believers will not be quickly absorbed, gradually changing people's will. The shocking news that the Sicilian theocracy had undergone a major change spread quickly. The Holy Kingdom of Label, a country ruled jointly by the Holy King and the Temple, was the first to become restless. The Holy Kingdom itself is also a country with a strong religious color. It believes in the four great gods whose names are water, fire, wind, and earth. They are the four of the six great gods of the Sicilian theocracy, excluding the gods of light and darkness, that is, the gods of life and death. The beliefs of the two countries are of the same origin. They are both purely human countries and are extremely hostile to outsiders. The Holy Kingdom was established only 200 years ago, and its foundation is much weaker than that of the theocracy. In order to avoid being destroyed, most of its military forces are used to resist the demi-humans in the Abern Hills. Due to external pressure, the nobles also worked hard for the country and the people, and there was no corruption like in the kingdom. The theocracy's frequent extermination of demihumans also indirectly helped the Holy Kingdom. The two countries' private relationship was not bad and they often had exchanges. The first female Holy King, Cocytus, who was at the pinnacle of power in the Holy Kingdom, had a look of compassion. How could this happen to millions of people? This Holy Queen has long golden hair like silk and a white robe that outlines her perfect figure. Her lovely face is even hailed as the greatest treasure of the Holy Kingdom. Also hailed as a treasure, the Saint Queen's beauty is indeed comparable to Lana's, but what is most commendable about her is that her heart is as kind and pure as her appearance. But it seems that the subhumans have been dealt with. We don't have to be on guard against them all day. The person who spoke was a woman with brown hair. Her facial features were dignified, but her eyes were upturned and her gaze was sharp. She exuded a cold temperament. Remedios Custodio, leader of the Paladins, white, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom. The 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom are 9 color titles bestowed by the Holy King. Only talents in various fields can obtain them, mostly because of strength. People who have made outstanding contributions in the cultural field can also be awarded. Remedios obviously did it because of the former. She was an extremely outstanding paladin, and hanging around her waist was the Holy Kingdom's national treasure, the Holy Sword Safarija. Carl sighed, "That's true, but the church is close to being destroyed. Actually, this is also a good thing for the Holy Kingdom. If it weren't for the theocracy, wouldn't we be the ones suffering from this kind of impact? We should think positively." The person who was speaking at this time looked similar to Remedios, except for a slight difference in the corners of her eyes. This slight difference brought about a different temperament, making her look like a sinister and evil woman. Quilat Custodio is 2 years younger than his sister, but his achievements are no less. He is the highest priest of the temple and the head of the priest group. It can be said that this pair of talented sisters are the right-hand men of the Holy Queen. Even the nobles believed that the Saint King's daughter was able to surpass her brother and become the Saint King because these two people must have been secretly involved and were ruthless in their planning. Moreover, because all 3 women were single, there were even rumors of *X scandals involving the issue of sexual orientation. The Holy Queen was naturally very distressed. She still liked men, but there was really no suitable one. As a queen, it is very difficult to have pure love without any mixed interests. Carl stopped talking about the previous topic and turned to talk about another thing she cared about. But the church seems to have a new god, called the Holy Dragon God. I heard that he has been recognized as the 7th god. This crisis is also thanks to his intervention. Remedios said with some disdain, "Maybe he is just a grandstander. I think that God is the main force." Curat smiled and nodded. As a priestess, she naturally agreed with her sister. Gods are legendary figures, how could they just appear casually? The top leaders of the church are really getting old and confused. Carl looked at the 2 of them helplessly. They were indeed sisters and were very similar in many ways. In any case, we should send someone to check it out and gather some intelligence. Curat agreed. Indeed, those nobles must have lost their patience. Speaking of nobles, Carco sighed. She was really a little worried. The Holy Kingdom has a unique geographical location, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. It is a typical peninsula country, and the north and south of the country are separated by a huge harbor. Such a gap has led to poor relations between the north and the south, and there has always been an invisible contradiction of division and opposition. Before, because we had a common enemy, the demihumans, we could unite together, but now it's hard to say. Remedios nodded. "I'll arrange for the right person. Long time no see." Seeing such a well-behaved sister, Ainz was distracted for a moment. He hadn't seen her like this for a long time. Clementine was originally an innocent girl, but because of her parents' favoritism, she was always dissatisfied. In addition, she had to kill people constantly at work, so she gradually became extreme. Later, he was caught because of his mistake and was tortured for several days in a row, which completely destroyed his spirit. From then on, Clementine became fond of killing, and she attributed this behavior to love. Later, she directly defected from the church, stole the wise crown of the priestess, and was wanted by the Windflower Scripture. As a brother, Ainz is also responsible for his sisters becoming like this, but he did nothing. The relationship between the 2 is not good, they are just strangers. Ainz said with great satisfaction, "Sister, you have really become a perfect woman, all thanks to Lord Holy Dragon God." Clementine's eyes sparkled. She used to only feel jealous and resentful towards her outstanding brother, but now she had a different feeling. Brother, it turns out that you are also a believer of the holy dragon god. Yes, I have already changed my job to become a holy child. Lord Sig asked me to help you complete the job change as well. It's really enviable. It seems I have to keep working hard. Long live the holy dragon god. The two smiled at each other. Blood relationship was not important at all. It was faith that brought them closer. Neuropathy. Rufus, who was hiding in the dark and watching, sneered with disdain. He had completely lost hope for the future of the theocracy. Cats can't run around, it's dangerous here. A devilish voice appeared behind him and Rufus jumped in fright, his hair suddenly standing up. Sig just smiled and picked him up regardless of the other party's resistance. Come with me to meet someone. If you don't obey, I can't save your life. Rufus bared his teeth, but thinking of the previous lesson, he didn't dare to really move his mouth. Let me go, who are you taking me to? You'll know when you see it, don't be too surprised. It's really cute. Ainz took the cat, raised his bony hands and slowly smoothed its fur. After all, they are cute little animals, and even the ruler of death is willing to show a slightly softer side. After a brief shock, Rufus realized that this man was not his master, but the sorcerer king of the sorcerer kingdom. The feeling of bones touching fur was not comfortable, but it reminded him of his master, the god of death, Sershana. Thinking of the distant memories, Rufus actually forgot to resist and snuggled in the soft silk, enjoying the caress and even making snoring sounds. After obediently exposing his belly, he suddenly reacted and rolled over to stand up. Meow. Ainz thought he had hurt the other person, so he quickly let go of his hand and asked, "Are you okay?" If Rufus were a human, his face would definitely have turned red, but he was just a kitten and didn't need to be so ashamed. He nudged the corner of Ainz's clothes and started to act cute. Meow, keep going. This expression is really too foul and so cute that no words are needed. Ainz seemed to be bewitched and was about to continue caressing. Sig lifted Rufus up and said, "Hey, you are hundreds of years old, why are you pretending to be cute here?" Rufus waved his cat claws in dissatisfaction, trying to break free from the shackles, but was almost knocked unconscious by a blow to the head, and a big bump appeared on his head. Ainz advised, "Sig-san, don't be so rude." Sig threw the red cat in his hand to Ainz. "President, only obedient pets are good pets. You have a very good personality. There are no cats in the other world. This is a rare animal. Humans have three major desires: appetite, sleep, and sexual desire. Ainz has completely lost the first two, and it doesn't matter whether he has sexual desire or not, as he will calm down as soon as he gets a little excited. However, the desire and curiosity to collect rare items have been well preserved, which can be simply put as collecting addiction." Sig then realized that it seemed to be true. Not only cats, he had never seen dogs either. All the familiar animals had disappeared. "But since you like cats so much, it reminds me of that guild." "Makes sense, that's what they're famous for. The guild Cat Kingdom occupies a city as its base. All the NPCs are cats or felines and they have basically no combat power." Rufus's performance also proves this point. He is actually just an undead cat and his fighting ability is terrible. Rufus didn't quite understand what the two were talking about and his eyes were filled with confusion. "If you like, President, you can take this cat with you. It will be a good companion for you to relieve your boredom." Sig glanced at Rufus and smiled wickedly. "You have to be careful. He is the first follower of the god of death. Be careful of being betrayed." Meow. Rufus let out a dissatisfied cry to express his dissatisfaction. Ainz thought about it and finally agreed. With his cautious character, he would not keep the enemy close to him and would just kill it directly, but he really wanted it. With a little effort, a harmless cat can't cause any trouble. The two of them decided Rufus's ownership with just a few words. The weak cat had no right to resist and could only allow himself to be manipulated. Sig's reason for getting rid of Rufus was simple. The cat knew the truth, and if it told lies, bad things would happen and the degree of punishment would be hard to control. The best outcome is to just throw the trouble away, out of sight, out of mind. Sig's eyes lit up instead. Erase their memories of Nazarick and send them back to the theocracy. Sig smiled and said, "After all, I already have a harem, so believers must be treated the same way. Of course, I will impose certain restrictions, such as those with divine blood must marry more than 5 wives." Ainz blushed. "Let's stop talking about this. I don't like girls that young. If you like her, just keep her. Maintain the ring, you will not feel tired after equipping it and you don't need to eat or sleep. Let's get down to business. I want Aura and Mare to come over to handle matters in the Elf Kingdom. Bring Jinkai with you as well. I want to test his learning results." Sig put on the maintenance ring. He really had something to do. "Hey, it's my turn to handle official business." "Well, we can't act when the true Dragon Kings gather together." It's best to find their nest and defeat them one by one. Okay, Sig thought for a moment. By the way, what's the current situation of the captured god? Ainz said. Sebastian also brought back a forest elf with royal blood. Let's bring her here as well. He has completely accepted Sig's plan to start a harem. That's not the case. Xiao Dai is in charge of the Elf King. I heard that he is doing some breeding experiment. The seven-colored Dragon King is also involved. I don't know the details. Ainz thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Besides, now that he had a kitten, he wouldn't be too bored in the future. Ainz was caught off guard and seemed to have cursed, as if he had forgotten his friends for the sake of a beautiful woman. This is not difficult to understand. Sig plans to open up a second base after the Sorceress Kingdom and disperse his forces in order to better protect Nazarick. Ainz was really bored, so he opened the portal and wanted to leave quickly. As for that human god, I heard that because his lifespan was too short, they just locked him up, along with his dozen or so forest elf wives. Forget about Albedo and Shaltir. As long as they don't attack the children of Nazarick again, anything is fine. The situation in the church is unstable and there are not enough people. I want to promote the harem to quickly replenish the population. A man of God who has wives in the double digits will set a good example. That's what I thought. Are you useful? He shouldn't be sent directly to the ranch. The Elf King deserves it. The teenage Kuro really doesn't deserve such a crime. Ainz opened his mouth exaggeratedly and said tremblingly, "Can we still do this?" Sig nodded. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I need to finish it all, and I might spend more time here in the future. Sig-san, are you not going back to the Sorceress Kingdom for the time being? After saying this, Sig pushed Ainz from behind and said, "Goodbye, President. If you have anything, please message me. I have other things to do." One last thing, does the Dark Dragon King have any new moves? Ainz said seriously. Nickled was watching. He left quickly after the battle, apparently to find the Platinum Dragon King. It seems like you need to find a girlfriend. Are you really not considering Iberue? Sig felt a little helpless. How could the country become prosperous if the excellent bloodline was not passed on? This was the solution he came up with after careful consideration. Sig curled his lips. What a hypocrite. Don't worry if he pries it away later. Ainz happily teleported the cat back to the Sorceress Kingdom and then got down to business. Speaking of this, Ainz was also amazed. Starting a harem at such a young age, could his body withstand it? Sig was drinking tea and nearly spit it out when he heard this. You're so cheesy, and you used the portal and it only took a few seconds to get here. Ainz was still a little melancholy. I feel a little lonely after not seeing you for a long time. In the darkness of night, a group of people were riding wildly on horseback. They came from the west, carrying the emblem of the Holy Kingdom, passing through the Abelian Hills, and their destination was the Silan theocracy. The leader had an exceptionally slender figure, sharp eyes, and extremely small pupils. To put it bluntly, he looked like a murderer. But it is also because of these fierce eyes that can see clearly in the dark that the group can travel at night. Pavel Baraja, the black of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, originally served as a sergeant guarding the middle wall. P.S. The wall was built by the Holy Kingdom to defend against demihumans. It is over 100 kilometers long and very magnificent. Since the theocracy incident, the threat posed by the demihumans has been basically eliminated, and too many people are not needed to defend the city. Pavel was finally freed and was tasked with going to the theocracy to gather information. However, this mission was extremely urgent, and the leader of the paladins was pressing them, so they had to set out overnight. But we encountered no danger along the way. It was incredibly smooth, and we didn't even see a single subhuman. Perhaps it was his sixth sense that was at work. Pavel felt uneasy. He reminded them loudly, "Everyone stay alert. Always pay attention to your surroundings." "Yes, sir." The group responded one after another. They all knew the man's strength and were naturally willing to believe him. Only one girl seemed not to have heard it. Although there was fear in her eyes, she was still full of curiosity. Those similar vicious eyes confirmed her identity. Ningya Baraja, the daughter of Pavel Baraja, was traveling this time as the leader's attendant, a person who was temporarily brought in to make up the numbers. "Servant Nia, don't be distracted. Got it, old captain." Ningya changed her words in time, looked around and found that no one was paying attention to her, and breathed a sigh of relief. In order to get her stubborn father to agree to let her become a paladin, she had to behave well this time and had to be serious. I heard that the Holy Dragon God is also a paladin. I wonder who is stronger between him and the strongest paladin of the Holy Kingdom. Of course, this kind of thing is not that important. Nia's original intention of becoming a paladin was not to pursue power. Her mother was a skilled paladin, cheerful and sunny, always reliable. Ningya is very much looking forward to this. She hopes to become a shining person like her mother. In terms of strength, of course my father is stronger, after all, he is one of the 9 colors. But just like his name Black, Pavel obviously has nothing to do with sunshine, and he gives people a dull feeling. Nia also dislikes the evil eyes she inherited from her father, which makes it difficult for her to make friends because she always complains and has been beaten by her mother. To be fair, Nia did not inherit anything from her mother, but instead inherited her father's keen insight and archery talent. Following my father's path would be much easier than becoming a paladin. Her father always criticized her for not having talent. If a powerful paladin recognized her, perhaps this situation could change. Thinking of this, Ningya sighed and decided to stop daydreaming and focus on her work. She concentrated her mind and imitated Pavel's alertness. Perception is very important at night. It not only enhances senses such as vision and smell, but also helps to understand the atmosphere of the surrounding environment. Pavel brought Nia along because he saw her talent. It would be safer if the two of them were on guard together. The team moved forward in an orderly manner and soon saw the lights of the city, which meant that they were very close to the church. But before everyone had time to relax, a faint light suddenly flashed in the darkness. Pavel's eyes widened. There's an enemy. Ice Burial Knight Spear, Flame Knight Spear, Thunder Knight Spear. 3 spears wrapped in different magical lights shot out from the darkness, and some people had no time to react and were pierced through the chest. It's a demi-human. Get ready for battle. Pavel drew his bow. The only one who can use magic of 3 different attributes at the same time is the demon queen Bing Yan Lei, who is their old rival. As the two sides encounter each other, the demi-humans hiding in the dark also appear one after another. Pavel glanced over with a sharp gaze, but the more he looked, the more frightened he became. King Hao, Demon Claw, Bai Lao, and Bing Yanlei, 4 of the top 10 demi-humans appeared, and they are all the best among them. Why are you here? The Holy King's men, several demi-humans were also surprised. They thought they were pursuers from the theocracy, but they immediately reacted after seeing the Holy Kingdom emblem on them. Both sides were silent for a moment, tacitly not speaking. It turned out to be an accidental encounter, which was too much of a coincidence. But the two sides are also enemies, and fighting is inevitable when they meet. The demi-humans are not so bad. There are 4 heroic-level fighters. The Holy Kingdom is in a terrible situation as their combat power is totally unequal. Pavel's forehead broke out in sweat. This was the worst situation of 1 versus 4. Didn't they say that all the demi-humans were dead? Why did so many strong men suddenly appear? Remedios didn't give them any such information, and even if he had sent 1 more 9-colored, they wouldn't have been so passive. Why should he listen to that woman? He should have argued with her and not let Ningya get involved. For just a few seconds, Pavel appeared calm on the surface, but in fact he was madly blaming the culprit in his heart, with regret and despair intertwined. The demon claw stepped forward, the oppressive feeling of the beast god quadruped overwhelming. Leave him to me. Bing Yanlei frowned in disapproval. What time is it now? We must resolve this quickly. King Hao replied coldly, I agree, I don't want to have anything to do with the church anymore. Bai Lao's eyes were full of amusement. Perhaps because he was a monkey, his expression was particularly humane. Kill it and make it into dry food. I've been hungry for a long time. Bing Yanlei's eyes were sharp. Stinky monkey, are you provoking me? Because of their similar appearance to humans, they, the demons, do not eat humans and are disgusted to see other subhumans preying on humans. Old woman, just because you don't eat humans doesn't mean we won't eat them. Want to fight? Pavel observed carefully and found that the relationship between these 4 demihumans was not good. It seemed more like a temporary alliance. Perhaps they had other ways to survive. Looking from a distance, the nearest city to the theocracy is only a few kilometers away, so perhaps we can make a bigger fuss. So he immediately pulled the bowstring to its full extent, and magical light flashed all around him. Several demihumans immediately stopped arguing, dispersed, and each found an obstacle. Without Commander Jaldabaoth, the demihumans would never unite again and would naturally focus on preserving themselves. Run, the farther the better. Pavel glanced at Nia behind him, and after saying this, he rushed out and aimed his attack at the sky. With the help of the compound enchanted longbow, the magic sword arrow with a long golden tail rushed into the sky and then exploded all of a sudden, like a cluster of blooming fireworks. The Protestant capital, the temple, and audience is taking place here. Sig sat on a high seat, with a colorful baby dragon lying at his feet. His kingly aura was evident. Next to him were 2 dark elves of similar appearance and a younger forest elf girl. The lower-ranking forest elves knelt on the ground respectfully, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Sig poked his chin with a finger, and the young dragon immediately began to purr. Humph, now you don't even bother to hide your relationship with the sorceress kingdom. You gave your teacher to the sorcerer king, and now you're meddling in the affairs of the forest elves. Sig nodded. Your elf king has disappeared and the throne is vacant. Ruki has pure royal blood, so she will succeed to the throne. There were no dangers in the Ivansha forest anymore. This was a great opportunity to gain experience. Even if things went wrong, he would be there to cover it. Aura raised her fist. Who dares to disagree? Juicy Juming was still angry, but he did not forget to talk about business. Zhangxing kindly discovered the remnants of the demi-humans and the envoys of the Holy Kingdom. Sig inquired, "What do you want to see me for?" "For the sake of the country and the lives of the teachers, I can only play dumb and not think about it." Mare held his staff and added weakly, "Bad boy who doesn't obey will be punished by being hit on the head." Sig smiled and pulled Jinkai off his shoulders. "This is your stepmother, go play with her." Jusajiming snorted coldly, "Who knows if you are lying or not?" It was clear from their previous rule that the forest elves were the typical ones who would only respond to hard tactics and not soft ones, so he made it clear directly. "Haha, you're just like a kitten." I don't know when the word Jusajiming came and there was obvious resentment in his voice. Now that we have discussed it, the meeting is over. The two walked side by side on the road. Jusajiming is not a fool, but even if he suspects, he has no evidence. Sig admitted to plotting against the theocracy with the Sorcerer King, but denied any connection with Jaldabaoth. As a defeated country, such a humble attitude is necessary, and even if it was confirmed what would happen, she had no ability to resist. "Lord Holy Dragon God, we forest elves sincerely want to make peace. You can put forward any conditions you want. I can't make the decision on this matter alone. I must obtain the consent of other elves." Sig smiled and replied, "Didn't I tell you the truth?" Sig nodded. "Aura Mare, you two should go with Lucky, I trust you." Several elves went to pack their luggage. Seeing that there was no one around, Jinkai immediately climbed from the feet to the shoulders, put her face close to theirs and started to act cute. After learning about this man's powerful strength from his surviving companions, the forest elves did not dare to look down on him at all and adjusted their attitude from the beginning. Luki's expression showed that he was about to cry. He was touched, but more so, he was terrified. In her eyes, this was naturally taking hostages just to make her obey. She was naturally unhappy with such a blatant act. Jusajiming was very resistant but finally held Jinkai in his arms. The forest elf nodded tremblingly and naturally did not dare to refuse, but he did not dare to accept it directly. "As you command, Master Sig. Little mother, how many women do you have? Who else do you want to play with?" In Nazarick, she had been their playmate for a period of time, so she naturally knew their strength. She didn't want the forest elves to be exterminated. She really didn't like creatures like dragons, but Jinkai was so incredibly beautiful and looked very novel. Luki replied weakly, "Yes, sir." The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and death was always around. Dead, all dead, Ningya's eyes were filled with tears. She forced herself not to look back and just kept running forward, running towards the light. She always believed that as long as they could find help, everyone would be rescued. Fireball before Ningya could react, she was hit by the blazing fireball behind her and fell heavily to the ground. Ice Flame Thunder slowly approached, using the attack magic that she had used. Perhaps to save magic power, or perhaps because she felt the girl in front of her was too weak, she only used the third-tier fireball. If she had used the fourth-tier Silver Knight Spear, Nia would have died instantly. What a bunch of barbarians. "I'll go back after they finish eating." Bing Yanlei was outnumbered and unwilling to argue with that group of guys, so he simply took the initiative to undertake the task of pursuit, out of sight, out of mind. Ningya struggled to get up, but the burning pain in her back became more and more obvious. She could only bury her face in the dirt, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, Dad." Bing Yanlei raised his slender fingers and turned Ningya over, as if he wanted to admire the ugly appearance of a human before death. Ningya's head was dizzy, and she suddenly smelled a foul odor. She said subconsciously, "It stinks." Bing Yanlei was stunned for a moment and then became furious. She stepped hard on Ningya's chest and clamped Ningya's limbs with her forearms. "What did you say?" This sentence obviously deeply hurt the heart of the Demon Queen. She was quite old, and it was inevitable that she would smell like an old person. Normally, I would use perfume to cover it up, but now I am on the run, so I naturally don't have that much time. Bing Yanlei was furious when the thing she cared about the most was said by a human. She even wanted to eat people now. Ningya spat out a mouthful of blood. She obviously didn't understand how she had angered this powerful demi-human, but she was about to die, so naturally she had no scruples. She deliberately closed her mouth, and the moment Bing Yanlei approached, she suddenly spat out. Bing Yanlei's silver-gray skin was immediately stained with blood. She was always very concerned about her image, and this made her completely angry. I'm going to skin you alive and tear out your tendons so that you can watch yourself die bit by bit. First, I'm going to pull out your tongue. Ningya was indeed very scared, her body was shaking, but she did not show any fear, and her ferocious eyes were fixed on Bing Yanlei. This demon queen who had lived for nearly 200 years was actually frightened by the eyes of a human girl. It was at this moment of hesitation that her head and body separated. Puff, blood spurted out and Bing Yanlei's headless body fell down. Ningya, who was closest to her, was splattered with blood, but she just stared blankly at the person in front of her with her mouth wide open. Sig thought the kid was frightened and took out 2 magic scrolls, one for cleansing magic and the other for healing magic. To be on the safe side, a protective magic was also added. Are you okay? Protection magic and this armor, you are a paladin. There are 3 main magic systems: magic system, faith system, and spirit system. The protective magic used by knights belongs to other systems, the rare 4th category. Sig nodded, I guess so. He did match his career with paladin as the basic profession and later switched to dragon knight and holy cavalry, but overall it is still the same system. Ningya finally succeeded in starting it up and stood up with a look of obvious reverence on her face. You are the holy dragon god. He almost died just now, but now he becomes excited as soon as he has a little energy. Ouch. Jinkai suddenly howled and looked at Ningya with a vigilant look. Dragon, Sig was somewhat helpless. He first comforted Jinkai and explained, this is my dependent, calm down first. Ningya's face turned slightly red and she realized her mistake belatedly. Seeing that she was a little calmer, Sig asked, tell me what happened to you first. Ningya raised her head suddenly, and when she thought of her father, she couldn't keep calm again. Lord Holy Dragon God, we are an envoy from the Holy Kingdom. We encountered demihumans on the way and I am the only one who escaped. Please save my companions. Sig nodded, I've already sent my followers to provide support. She will use resurrection magic so you don't have to worry so much. How did you get here so timely? How did you end up here? Questions one by one. There is someone in the church who can use remote monitoring magic, she told me. Sig thought to himself, of course it's not just that. If he hadn't used the new Origin Magic World teleport that he had just copied from Jinkai, this group of people would have really been wiped out. Papa. Jinkai puffed out her chest, as if she had noticed the praise from her master. Sig quietly held down the dragon head and stuffed him into the armor. After teleporting Sig and Ostara here, Jinkai's soul river was severely depleted and he soon fell into a deep sleep. Thank you so much. Ningya didn't notice Sig's little movements. She was about to cry, and her eyes, which were already shining, became even brighter at this moment. On the contrary, Sig felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Those fierce eyes were indeed quite oppressive. It was too awkward for the two of them to walk together in the dense forest without talking. Sig took the initiative and asked, "What's your name?" Nia replied happily, "Sir Holy Dragon God, my name is Nia Baraha." Sig coughed twice. He finally noticed that Ningya had been calling him Sir from the beginning. It seemed that she was worshipping him as an idol. The identity of a paladin, coupled with the buff of being a savior, seemed to have earned him a fanatical follower. You are so interested in my profession. Do you also want to become a paladin? Ningya felt a little embarrassed about having her thoughts seen through, and her hand unconsciously reached for her beloved sword. I'm still a long way from being good enough. I'm just a preparatory student now. My father always says that I have no talent. What talents does a paladin need? Sig thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he didn't know either, because in the game you only need to complete the tasks to change your job. He encouraged you casually. I have seen your strong willpower, which is a very precious talent. You will become an excellent paladin. It was the first time that Ningya received such straightforward encouragement, and her brain felt like it had exploded. Being recognized by a powerful paladin is like a dream. I have an unwelcome request. Could you please repeat it in front of my father? Of course it's okay to refuse, just treat it as nonsense. Okay, Sig agreed with a smile. This was certainly not because he had a good temper, but was entirely directed at the Holy Kingdom. But Ningya didn't know about all these twists and turns. She was so happy that she didn't know what to say. After experiencing many ups and downs in one night, she was almost fainted by all the stimulation. God, I apologize for the previous comparison. Objectively speaking, whether in terms of character or strength, Remedios is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Holy Dragon God.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.